flying 6 feet. Great start, second turn.
Driving into that first turn, nice.
He's gonna go to the air on this one.
Welcome to another new day of competition here for the ISA World Surfing Games in Arecibo, Puerto Rico for day 8 of competition. That wind is howling, but that swell has been just gradually increasing, and there's going to be a lot of consequence on the line today as we have some Olympic spots still available on the men's side of the draw, and we have a local in the lineup in Brian Toth going for one of those spots in the first heat of the morning. He'll be up against Sebastian Williams, Leo Fioravanti, and Tim Elter. In our men's repecharge round 8, we're going to be bouncing back and forth between men's and women's surfing all day today on a single podium, so we'll be able to track with exactly what is happening out in the lineup, which will be really exciting. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside 88 world champ Barton Lynch and local legend in Otto Flores to call the action for this opening heat because we've got a local in the lineup.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see Brian still has one more chance to make that Olympic conversation, and you can see there, Barton, he's really focused. A lot of support, a lot of people waking up super early to come see Tothy, and I'm one of those fans that's ready to see him go through.
Yeah, I'm so excited for him. He's such a wonderful bloke, such good energy. He always seems that's the most serious and kind of focused and perhaps stressed I've ever seen him. I was trying to read the facials and go, is that a good look or is that a stressed look? But these moments, they're big moments in your life, the Olympic Games on the line, and we know that the crowds have just been losing their minds when he takes it to the water. So we're all with him. We're all riding with him today.
That's right. And now, of course, the pressure is being felt because those Olympic qualification slots are open. We started out with 6 for the men's side, and we've got 5 remaining as Alonso Correa found qualification yesterday. Now, coming into this year's event, of course, we know that out of the 2023 WSL Top 10 rankings, 2 surfers per country were able to qualify if they were eligible within that top kind of 10 conversation. And we saw those positions filled. We know that Team Japan has a spot to give away to a surfer from their nation. We don't know who they're going to give that to yet. Hasn't been decided, but they earned that out of the 2022 World Surfing Games. Pan American Games, we already saw one Peruvian and Luca Messinas qualified, taking out a win in very solid conditions there at Punta de Lobos in Chile. And then we saw out of the World Surfing Games 2023, 4 continental spots allocated to Cowley, Rayo, Billy, and Allen, all earning their positions last year, which means they've had the opportunity to start preparing for Tahiti. And now a absolute threat in left-hand barrels, Alonso Correa from Peru gained himself a position out of yesterday's competition, holding himself in that top round. We've got 5 more spots open for qualification today, and we'll see if we fill out those today or maybe if it gets pushed even until finals day tomorrow. Of course, also there will be that extra slot going for the top ranked team on both the men's. We'll have that on the women's side as well, with those national allocations, and then a universality place for a men's and women's surfer to have the opportunity for those developing nations to get one Olympic spot. So that will be announced by the ISA in the next few weeks, but we're not sure what will happen within that scenario just yet as far as surfers in the draw. And that's exciting. We've got a lot of, kind of things to unfold in today's competition in the men's side of the draw, specifically, Barton, because we saw the women's field filled out within those Olympic qualification spots yesterday.
Yeah, it was amazing. Here's Leonardo Fioravanti. It's like a little warm-up wave, doesn't it? Just getting a feel for the day.
So it's currently 8:24 a.m. Heat will start at 8:30 a.m. Leo Fioravanti already secured his position for Tahiti as the Italian on the men's championship tour for the WSL. He's been putting together some practice in the lead-up, and he's one of those standouts within the men's field. Let's learn more about Leo.
But 2015, I was going to be 17, and I'm like, okay, I might be too young, but I could have a chance at qualifying for the World Tour. And the very first event of the year was at Pipeline, the Vulcan Pipe Pro in Hawaii. Very first heat, first wave, this wave came in, took off late, slammed super hard on the reef. I had the most insane pain going straight through my spine. I knew something was wrong. Sure enough, fractured vertebrae, broken back. Only 8 months after was the ISA World Games Under 18, and it was my last year in the Under 18s. It was a little bit early to go back into competition, but I felt pretty good, and since it was my last chance, I'm like, okay, I have to try at least. One-man team, Italy didn't have anybody else surfing in the ISA, and I felt like I was surfing really good, gaining confidence every heat. I came to finals day. I had probably one of the best heats I've ever had in my career still today. Ended up getting a 10 on my first wave and a 9 on my second wave, and basically wrapped up the final super quick, which doesn't happen very often. And that was probably one of the only times I've ever gotten emotional in a competition. Winning, yes, it's cool. It's like you're stoked, you just won a contest. But for me, it was more about what I just went through in the last 12 months. There was so much that I had to, overcome. Winning that final was like, okay, I'm back, let's do this.
Well, that was a while back for Leo, earning that gold medal at the ISA World Juniors, and now to see how far he has come within his career has been incredible. Otto, a championship tour surfer, a world title threat, an Olympian, now heading into his second Olympic Games.
Well, one of the things that I think was the biggest achievement was overcoming that injury and coming back even stronger. I think Leo's proven to the world that he's an amazing surfer and a person that single-handedly has carried a whole country into surfing. Leo came by himself to a lot of these ISA games, and now look at how stacked these teams are, and even the coach, Adriano de Souza. So a great intention by Leo, but just carrying a whole country into the surf community.
I mean, talking of that specifically, as we can see our top 10, men's current rankings, that's just for the men's team specifically, not including the women's. Italy within that conversation, doing so well this year that they're now a top 10 team where, years ago it was just Leo competing for such a long time. So we've got some of those rankings that are starting to kind of open up. Some of those points in the top half are still really tight together, Martin.
And both, we saw there France and Brazil, like 60 points between them.
Exactly.
Nothing there. Both got all of their surfers in, and today's going to be a day that will really help define which team gets that extra place. A third spot is an amazing thing.
Well, we're about to start competition for the day, and the conditions have been a little bit different every single day of the week. Otto, you're the local here. What are we looking at for today?
Well, swells 3 to 5 feet, solid wind from the northeast, 15 miles an hour. We're looking at that increasing. Low tide 7:45 a.m. It's about a 0.5 foot tide. We're going to see the high tide at 12:09 p.m. and the water is still a crispy 80 degrees, 26 degrees Celsius.
And that tide doesn't move much each day. You have really sort of small tides, huh?
Yeah, in Puerto Rico, our tides are really small. I think they move about a foot at the most when the moon really does its character. But Puerto Rico, definitely, we look at tides for like slab surf and all that, but tides really don't shift like you would see in the Pacific or Indian Ocean.
Mm-hmm. And Brian Toth, talk to us about him as a personality. Look who he's up against there, Shannon.
Out in the lineup, we're going to have Sebastian Williams from Mexico, Brian Toth of Puerto Rico, Leo Fioravanti of Italy, and Germany's Tim Elter in the water. Brian, we could see maybe a little bit more of that kind of serious approach to his heat this morning. Otto, how do you think he's feeling out there?
Well, I think he, having a chat with him, he's got a lot on the line. I think he played his cards really well in that heat, separating himself from the other surfers. A wave just didn't come at him. It was a very dangerous situation as they left him alone. The two French surfers went to John, and I was like, hey, stick to your game plan, know what you're doing. And I think Brian has the surfing. It's just a matter of him catching the waves and just being on that right rhythm. And I think with his laser focus today, we're hopefully going to see a succeeding Brian Toth.
Well, we've already got plenty of locals down on the beach to support Brian, even though it's first heat of the morning. Now, it's a slightly later start than what we've had the rest of the week. We've had some of those 7 a.m. starts, bumped up to 7:30, 8 o'clock yesterday, and now a little bit more of a sleep in for the athletes, for the staff, for everybody around for an 8:30 start today. 25 minutes will be on the clock for each of the heats that we run, and we're going to have competition wrapping up around 2:45, 3 o'clock this afternoon. By the time we kind of get to that final heat between men's and women's surfing, we'll both see the repecharge rounds and main event in the lineup today, Bart.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing as this heat is underway is the distance between every surfer. So you imagine you've all picked a spot. White and yellow, red are staying to get a little bit closer together. Green's heading towards them. So now the heat started. Things are tightening up. Whoa.
Sebastian taking the authority on that opening wave. Little rail to rail here to just start off on the outside section. Kind of took off to the right to block Tim Elter from the takeoff, but now is looking off to the left. That was a great looking pocket. Sends it up into that second turn, and he'll have a great opening wave to put down on the board.
It's a little bit disjointed at the start, wasn't it? I love that quick jump to the feet and him going right to get rid of Tim Elter.
Yeah, I think that really sets the tone in a heat when somebody, establishes that priority, establish the order in which the heat's going to be surfed. And we see Sebastian here, really tactical. He looked like he was going right. One of the reasons, Barton, why we chose this place is no matter what the wind or what the swell, it's consistent and it offers a good playing field. It offers waves that are steep. And as we've seen throughout the competition, we know we haven't had the best conditions yet. But looking at the photos and a lot of the footage, excellent rides and beautiful imagery. So, I'm super glad that at least the surfers are getting a canvas, getting somewhere where they can really display their best surfing.
It's hard to find a venue that you can be at for 9 days and get waves every day. We just got through Rio in November. That was, we just got through that event and the waves didn't cooperate. Here has been super consistent and every single day has had enough surf to compete well and truly if you compare it to other places in the world.
Yeah, and obviously, we were looking at Margara, and we got to see some shades of Margara at the starting days as we see the German surfer up and riding.
All right, nice opening snap for the start of this wave. Sets it up for a second. He had one of those buzzer beater moments in a heat yesterday where he was sitting under priority, chasing a score, and Frederico Moraes let him have a look at a wave where Freddie had priority, and that cost Freddie the Olympics, and it's opened up the door for Tim Elter to be within that conversation.
Radical when you put it into that context, and that's exactly what did happen. Frederico had the priority. He was there. He was taking control of the situation, and for one split second he eased off, and maybe in his mind he didn't think the wave was going to be enough. But with the amount of time on the clock, he obviously he should have went that wave. Although that was dramatic.
I have to say, for the amount of time that he spent following him, using the tactics, I was very impressed. Also, knowing the kind of surfer Federico is, very tactical, very technical, also executes excellent surfing. I would have body surfed that wave if I had to.
Absolutely.
Just take off on it and make sure that Tim doesn't have a chance. Now, it was kind of the first wave of the set, but the waves after that didn't have any scoring potential. Freddie went and tried to then improve his score line, but the wave had literally nothing to it. And the wave that Tim took off on just had enough of a pocket to give him plenty of scoring potential, and he rode it right to the occasion.
And here's an insight. Tim spent months surfing at Rastrial, and that, I think, is something that he just picked the eyes out of that one. Is if he lets me go, this one could open up, and it was a 5-point-something ride, and obviously the score that he needed. You could see it in his passion after he finished the wave.
Yeah, and the way he surfed it. He knew what that moment meant. He's still alive. He's still in the event with the possibility. We know that Germany qualified Camilla Kemp yesterday for the ladies. Will they qualify a man here today and have two Germans in both genders going to the Olympic Games? That would be incredible for Germany.
It certainly would. We can see there on the left-hand side of the screen, going all the way down to the bottom. Take a look at all those names that are already qualified. The important part today is those 5 spots still available from number 17 to number 21 under the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. We've got 5 places remaining on the men's eligibility list, and we will be filling those in. Maybe through today we get through all 6. Maybe it has to be pushed to finals day tomorrow, depending on how the scenarios unfold. We have got a lot of surfers that are still within the draw that are technically going to be double qualifiers because they're already on this list of surfers that are qualified, like Leo out in the water right now. Should he continue making it through, that number is going to drop a little bit lower on the list of surfers remaining in the draw. But as we saw with the women's field, we had enough surfers in that kind of double qualification scenario that fell out of the draw that it allowed the women advancing through to gain that qualification already.
And that's how we came to Alonso Correa getting his spot yesterday afternoon. And we all know what he's like at Pipeline. He's an incredible surfer. Toffee
now up and riding into a meaty section, and he'll go down. Legs give out on the fall. We have got a 5-point ride on the board now for Sebastian Williams opener and Tim Elter with a 4. So now Leo getting his start. Toffee's wave isn't going to factor into anything. Leo's going to go for a little spinner on the face of the wave into that pocket to start things off, but he won't ride out complete either. And Sebastian now boosting into the air. Saw that one coming from the start of that wave.
Oh.
He just narrowly hops over Leo. It looks like they may have had a little collision there, but for Sebastian, he had to throw it up into the air, and he went to ride out of that wave complete. He'll get a great score for that one. As we take a look now at Tim Elter on his backhand. Couple quick turns. He's going to kick out to keep himself in the priority rotation, Barton.
Yeah, a strategic moment in the heat. Great air from Sebastian Williams. That wave didn't have a lot of opportunity, a lot of time, but he did it so well. Tim Elters, again, that won't be a score of consequence. You wouldn't think at the end of the heat. Leonardo's the same. Otto wasn't that good. Wasn't what he most probably wanted to start with.
I got to say, this guy's a silent killer. He's been just doing clutch performances all event long, taking out people in the main event. And with moves like this, Barton, these are excellent range moves. That was clean, precise, and collected. And I don't even think he ran him over, but he like, wow, that was an incredible move.
And an incredible move not to get Leonardo. He just kind of pushed the nose across and to the side of Leonardo just enough that he didn't hurt or run him over. Dramatic moment.
Now he's already got a 5 on the board. He's got the second score to drop from that air, so his opening ride from the rail work earned him that 5-point ride.
Yeah, and you see Team Mexico supporting Sebastian Williams, and I have to say that he's been putting it on the line every time he sees an opportunity. And you know that second score, they're deliberating, they're taking their time. They just want to know how much they're going to put on that score line. And I have to say, I got a new nickname for Sebastian, Silent Killer. He is just crushing dreams.
And I feel like it's got to go to 7, is how I'm feeling. It wasn't the complete rotation. You saw the board landed sideways in the whitewater. He handled it and came out of that whitewater quickly and cleanly too. Didn't get tangled up at all. Oh, Toffee, that's where Toffee was sitting. Look at that left coming from deep. He was sitting on that deep peak to start the heat. Unfortunately got the worst of that opening exchange for the locals.
Sebastian just staying busy underneath priority, has a look at that way, doesn't get into it. Toffee now sitting with that first party next to his name, so he's going to have pick of the lineup now as we're down to 16 minutes on the clock. 25 minutes for all the heats throughout today's competition, giving that extra 5 minutes like we saw from yesterday as well.
Oh,
and Toffee with the use of priority.
I'm reflecting on that look in his face now, back to how he looked, and it did feel like there was some stress in there, and you saw him when he was putting the jersey on, trying to breathe and trying to get the breath in and out, and I suppose that's where he's at now in this moment. You've just got to take a moment to just sit still, calm, connect with yourself, get the breath in control of the breath, and it's like a restart. You know, okay, my heat starts now. I've got a 15-minute heat. Let's go.
Well, scores are in for Sebastian Williams. It's a flat 7-point ride. Barton, you nailed that score. Well done, well done.
Well, and it's a scale setter for the day, isn't it? Because there's going to be better airs than that too, so it leaves some range there for the judges.
Yeah, exciting to see, a big maneuver thrown down really early in competition or at the start of a heat like that.
Well, I really agree with what Barton says. That sets the curb, it sets the stage, and here we see live action from the Mexican surfer.
All right, back to that rail surfing. Dynamic opening snap. Ditches those fins a little bit, kicks out quickly.
Otto, I love the poise, the way the arms sit, the way the legs, the body language is just so beautiful. It's so smooth, and he's just got this. He's in a pressure cooker situation. He looks as calm as can be.
Well, we've seen these video parts. We've seen how he surfs, and I think his approach to surfing is a bit different than a lot of people. It seems like smooth, but when it's explosive, it just goes. Like, he's a tail-free surfer, but he does have that flow, and he has those lines and that tempo. And I'm really impressed to see, on wind chop waves, how poised and how good he still looks.
Yeah, 100%.
Coming up in that next heat, we're going to have Canada, Spain, Brazil, and Indonesia with Cody Young, Andy Creer, Felipe Toledo, and Rio Waida, 2 championship tour surfers, a 2-time world champion, paddling out next, up against 2 that are so hungry for Olympic qualification. Actually, 3 of them, though, because Rio Waida also in that mix of those 3 up against Felipe is hopeful to gain a second Olympic Games. Leo now up and riding, already secured himself a spot towards Paris. He is really hungry to find a higher seeding out of this event heading into those games. And you can see that aggression in every heat that he's paddled out in Barton. We've noticed that coming out of him. As we take a look at the Style Master, Sebastian Williams, representing Mexico, has spent a lot of time in his young years living in Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. As we take a look now at Tim from the Canary Islands, representing Germany. And does he hold on to the finish? He tried to. He tried very, very hard, Otto.
I love how dramatic Tim is, man. He's definitely a surfer with so much passion. I believe his technique is on point. I hear he comes from, he lives in the Canary Islands and he loves slab surfing. He is also one of those competitors that's looking for that Olympic dream. And going back to the conversation you were saying, Shannon, you know, Rio Waida, one of the top surfers in the world, also with that hunger. And then Leo trying to get a better seed. Everybody that's in the water right now is trying, and all these heats are going to be stacked all day long.
13 minutes remaining on the clock. Sebastian Williams sitting in that leading position off a 7 and a 5. Some of that style from his surfing definitely coming from the years that he spent in Jeffreys Bay. I lived there for a long time through my 20s, and Sebastian was one of those surfers that we would just see as a Grom, you know, paddling out, getting some great tubes, kind of advancing in, you know, there's such a great pack of Groms coming out of that little town, like a Matthew McGillivray. They've all grown up together and they've pushed each other from surfing the point down the end, which is like an absolute world-class longboarding wave, all the way up to being, you know, the powerhouse surfers out at Supers. As we take a look now at Brian Toth into that first section, but pumps very hard to make it around this one. He just hits that foam.
He's wanted to hold that inside position. It's obviously deliberate. It's obviously a strategy, but it may be obvious about now that it ain't working. Yeah. And at this point, I would just get down in amongst the other guys and just kind of, because if you're in the pack and you get a good one, that means that the other 3 didn't get that good one. But if you're not there, one of them's getting it. And that's kind of what's happened now. When you sit in different positions, it really opens up the element of luck from Mother Nature. It could send it to you, so you're a chance. But it could send it to them and not to you. So I always like to reduce the luck by sitting where my opponents were. And that way, at least you're in with a shot at it.
I believe you're right, and I've been saying it the whole event. That wide one without priority has given excellent scores to a lot of the surfers. So, you know, at this point, Brian, get in the mix, get scrappy, and start being part of the conversation. Strategy worked, but the waves never really panned out for him. So I'm with you on that one, Barton.
And I think it's fair to say, Otto, that we've seen more wide scores without priority than deep scores with priority. So if you were going to analyse which deep or wide, where the most opportunity was, I think you're spot on, mate.
It's almost like you want to start off on the deep peak to set the tone, right, and set that first wave, but then start picking off the wide ones. And as we can see, Leonardo picked off a wide one. 4.83, not the best score, but getting into the conversation, and that's what you want. Brian, at the moment, 2 very low scores. You know he wants to change that.
Leo now on his forehand uses priority on this wave. Slices through that opening turn, sets it up on the second. Now driving down the line, pumping a little bit here to be able to put on a clean finish. He'll kick out, and he'll be improving on that 4.83 that he's got on the board, or at least backing that up. Chasing just a 2.67 right now to take the advancing position away from Tim Elter. Of course, repecharge rounds to open the day, so top 2 advancing through. Bottom 2 surfers are out of competition. Now, not a lot of consequence for Leo in the water because he already has qualification, though he does want to have his very first World Surfing Games gold medal hung around his neck this year. I'm sure he would love to go into the Olympic Games with that kind of momentum sort of behind him. As we take a look now at Sebastian on his backhand.
Wow.
He's just, finishing.
He is loose. It seems like he has no pressure. Going back to his background, you know, he grows up at Jeffreys Bay, but he also comes from Chacagua, one of the best right sandbars in Mexico. So This guy's got the best canvas to practice all these maneuvers. And, you know, other than J-Bay, Chacagua has a little less of a crowd. It's a little easier to surf without a wetsuit. And I'm looking at his equipment. I'm looking at his poise. He looks so comfortable and so dynamic. That last turn, one of my favorites.
Yeah, I feel the same way. You look at the way when he gets up and just stands, you go, oh, it looks beautiful. Just the stance, the way the legs are, the way the arms are. And then it feels like in that stance you wouldn't be able to generate so much power at the click of a switch. And it's amazing.
It's almost like he's slowing himself down in a moment. Like his equipment's so dynamic and so light and loose that he's slowing himself down so he can complete and put like that really progressive touch on each maneuver.
And slowing the mind down. Like the mind's not racing him to anywhere, is it? He's just looks very settled in himself and he's right where he needs to be on the wave and within himself. It's been a great performance so far for Mexico.
Martin, what are your thoughts on this last of Leo?
You know, he had the 4.83, so this is going to back that up. Most probably see him go into second place. It was, you know, it was good enough at this point in time to put pressure on other people. He was in the third place prior to that. There you go. Gets the 4.77, backs up the 4.83, goes into an advancing position and puts some pressure on this young man.
Timmy now up and riding. Uses first priority into a great-looking opening snap. Just connects with that kind of whitewater crumble on the second and finds a cleaner section to finish off with.
He's picking really good waves. I think he definitely has spent time in the lineup, seen this place at less than better conditions, and really picking those waves that reform. Like when you see him stand up, it doesn't look like much, and all of a sudden he just gets that kind of under, like I call it the low road.
Yeah.
He gets the low road and it sucks up and it gives him that scoring potential. So very intelligent surfing there by Tim Elder. I wouldn't be scared to see that 5.60 coming in for this one, Barton.
And what I'm seeing, you see the size of the turns? I'm seeing a bit of that Ethan Ewing board length and board size that's allowing the turns, when they happen, they're not short and flicky, they're big and wide and broad. And so the size of board and the equipment looking great too.
Sebastian now up and riding. Excellent opening maneuver, sets it up for the second. Clean canvas as he comes in to finish on the inside section.
This guy's surfing by himself in this heat. He's just, I think this is a fight for second, if I'm not mistaken. He's just in rhythm with the ocean, in rhythm with whatever's happening. And, you know, that wave, he surfed it really tranquil, but I believe that might be a better score than that 5.00.
The only thing that I think for sure, except for that little stumble in the whitewater right at the end, that might, you know, give him a reason not to go above the 5. But these opening turns, the time he takes, look at the way those arms... Oh, I've become an even bigger fan. I was a fan in El Salvador last year watching his performances, but watching his performance here this morning, unfortunate right there at the end. But all in all, when you look at where Brian's sitting within himself and where how Sebastian presents to us, you get that, you see what is capable with the use of a mind in a way, and what it can do to you on the positive and the negative side of its impact.
Yeah, you can see somebody that's very free and let loose and let go, and see somebody that's holding on to something so tight that it's being hard to grasp. So great observation there, Barton. I'm right with you. I'm feeling the vibes and the energy.
Yeah. Come on, Toffee. Let's do this for the locals. Let's get them up and running. Tim Elter.
Tim with an opportunity in front of him to start closing the door a little bit if he can improve on that 4-point ride. Won't do it with that fall. Then he could be getting himself into a better second place position. A 5.77 for his last wave. Does well, though, to put him back into second. Drops Leo down into third. Leo now chasing essentially a 5-point ride to gain the advancing position. Rio Waida will be paddling out for Indonesia. Championship Tour surfer. Has had such a great run here at the World Surfing Games in the past. And an Olympian from Tokyo 2020 up against a new Olympian, a future Olympian in Felipe Toledo. We didn't see him competing in Tokyo, but he will have that opportunity to showcase his surfing in Tahiti. And he's paddling out next in an effort to assist his teammates in Gabriel Medina and Yago Dora to try and earn that extra third slot on their men's side of the draw.
Joao Chianca and he already booking their spots. 2 natural footers. And you know that left better than I do. Be good for Brazil to have a goofy footer in that team.
Well, you know that Yago and Gabriel are on a mission, and they're going to put it in their own minds to achieve that. Gabriel is definitely favoring these conditions, and I can't even tell you how much Yago's enjoying it. Yesterday doing grab rail, frontside airs, just putting up a show, and that last heat of the day was such a great conversation. Teamwork, strategy, and great surfing at really challenging conditions. Brazil's here to get that spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And other nations might not have felt that way and might have almost surrendered it for something else. But Brazil and France, certainly not. Those two powerhouse nations really been the standouts for this whole event, haven't they?
That's right. And for Brazil specifically, it'll be exciting to see how the dynamic continues to unfold as they get closer to trying to find that. Although we've had France still with all three surfers in the conversation as well. So there's some real fight that's going up there. But between Gabriel and Yago, the Brazilian Surfing Association, CB Surf, has decided that whichever of them places higher in the event, if they win that spot, gets that spot. So both of them are going for that gold medal.
It's like a double whammy, right?
Amazing.
They're doing it for the team, but then they're going to have their own surf off at one point if it happens. Oh, Brian, come on, let's do this.
All right, he's been sitting with priority for a long time. A few mistakes early on have led him chasing now a 7.27 on this wave. Stalls here after that opening section, just lays it into the rail. Smooth surfing. Now starting to eye off the end section, decides that's not going to be enough for him. He's paddling back out. Where's that going to be within the scoreline? Chipping away, at least improving on the 2.50, but maybe with a significant score requirement still ahead.
Yeah, Brian on this one hits it off the top, gets a little bit stuck, finds that inside section. This is a nice wraparound all the way, hits the white water, really free flowing. I thought he was going to try to work the wave a little more. The wave didn't have much to offer Barton, and time is winding down. Come on, Brian.
Yeah. Do it for the locals. Tim Elter.
Just under 3 minutes on the clock. Tim trying to close the door. Improving on a 4-point ride would help him do that. Getting great extension out of each of those turns, and this pocket section on the inside. As Otto was saying, Tim spent so much time here. He knows this wave well. He's got that energy going for him. He wants the opportunity to showcase the slab surfing that he does kind of outside that competition realm every single day of the year and have a shot at a gold medal come Tahiti.
Consistency. Barton, this guy, relentless. The clock winds down, and he only gets better.
Yeah, he's been in great form all week. Let's have a look at this replay. First snap, quick. Second turn. Both of them a little bit short. They could have got a little higher on the wave face, but inside it just kept delivering. Great wave selection, as you said. They look like the type of conditions where you can try and pick waves, but you don't know what it's going to do inside there. And by being busy and surfing, you create opportunities.
Sebastian Williams up and riding. Now his last scores were underneath that 5-point range, so they don't factor in. He's getting creative on the end section. But like you said, Otto, it's like he's just in a class of his own right now. He's figured this out. He's got things dialed. He's now already focused, maybe even on that next heat.
Yeah, he's just been on a great rhythm, like every single one. Come on, Brian.
Tothi now up and riding into the opening section. Big, meaty wave ahead of him. Now looking for something quite critical, though, and it doesn't really open up for him, Barton.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where to go. That felt like it was a bigger wave and it was going to come inside and do that double up and reform that it has been the bread and butter of the big scores, those reforms. And when you get them, I don't know that you can predict what's going to happen when you first take off, but you can guesstimate. That one I thought was going to give it to him. It didn't, though. Did he race off a little out onto the face, and maybe he needed to cut back to the power source a little bit and give it time to stand up, Otto?
Yeah, I think so. And you know what? I think the low road has been the one that's been paying off. We saw Tim on that last one just really get the pizzazz on the last couple of maneuvers, and it seems like Brian's waves have never materialized at the end. And we've seen a lot of the major maneuvers in a combination outside, but the bang comes in that little low road section.
30 seconds, he's up and riding, Shannon.
30 seconds with a chance. Scores requirements increase just slightly to a 7.3. Goes in for big section, but he's not going to be able to hold on to it, and can just feel things crumbling away for the local Puerto Rican. Leo with a chance to grab the 5.72. He's chasing to put himself up into second place position. He's put together some great, dynamic, exciting surfing within this year's World Surfing Games. But it doesn't look like this wave is going to give him too much to be able to finish off with. And it seems likely that Sebastian Williams and Tim Elter will be holding on to those advancing positions, VL.
Very likely, and unfortunately for Puerto Rico, Otto,
Yeah.
Toth out in this repechage round, but he's had a great event, mate.
Yeah, he's definitely been our pride and joy, and we're really proud of Brian. And, you know, hopefully the mathematics go his way, but I got to say, this guy was just in rhythm, and Mexico is a happy country at the moment.
Yeah.
Well, scores in. Sebastian Williams with the win, a 7-point ride for this air. To start out the morning, Tim Elter of Germany holding on to second. Leo and Brian Toth out of the conversation. More when we return. Felipe hitting the lineup.
We're here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the action. We just saw Sebastian Williams take out the win. Tim Elter of Germany walked away with second. Leo having a moment to congratulate him. He put up a solid fight to try and steal that spot away from the German, but it will be Leo bowing out of competition alongside the local Puerto Rican Brian Toth. It was such a fun ride this week to watch the journey of Brian getting all the way to this end of competition. But now moving forward, our Spaniard, Andy Crier, out in the lineup in the blue jersey, pumping down the line, setting himself up after that opening turn, looking for a big tail slide on his forehand and even more to fight through in the flats. Doing well to stick with this wave. Gonna get a little reform on the inside as well. He'll just kick out in the water up against Canada's Cody Young, Brazil's Felipe Toledo, and Indonesia's Rio Waida. Taking a look at some live action now as Rio is up and riding, setting himself up with a nice opening maneuver and smooth surfing from the Indonesian. Dynamic as always to kick things off in this heat. Couple scores to drop through from the opening exchange. Otto and Barton here in the booth still.
Really impressed at Rio. Like, you know, we know he comes from the land of perfection, and he is surfing this kind of wave like, you know, he surfs it every day. Maybe he's from the windy side of Indonesia. But Barton, super fluid, super good. And I have to say, Andy Crier, another one that spent some time here. The VAST team came down here. They did some, you know, sparring. They surfed it in all kinds of conditions. And I think the people that spent time here and went surfing when the waves weren't at the best are really capitalizing. You know, obviously Tim on that last heat, you know, he was very comfortable in the lineup, and I think Andy opening up on that nice little wave, representing Spain.
Andy on his forehand, getting that first turn, now finding himself with a little kick out here. 22 minutes remaining on the clock. Let's go down to the beach, catch up with Mitchell Salazar and Sebastian Williams of Mexico, keeping his dreams alive.
That is absolutely right, Sebas. Muchas felicidades. Big congratulations. Off to a blazing hot start. How important was that for your success in this heat?
Thank you, Mitch. Muchas gracias. Yeah, super important to start off the heat right off the bat with a good score. Opens up the door to get an even bigger score. Very happy.
You know, at a point in the event right now where there is no tomorrow, how important and how significant is it to have the crew that you have behind the scenes with Team Mexico right now?
Absolutely. Actually, I'd like to take this opportunity to give a really big thank you to Poli Sierra, because without her, none of this would be possible. I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't have the amazing team behind me that I have right now. So my heart goes to Polisierra. Thank you so much for everything you've done for Mexico surfing and all of us on the Mexico team.
You're going to surf again later today. Anything you want to say back home before we let you go?
Yeah, I got a couple more heats coming up. Muchas gracias a todos mis amigos que están en México viendo los hits y mandando mensajes de apoyo. Se les quiere mucho, me dan toda la motivación y seguimos adelante. Vamos por esa plaza olímpica. ¿Se puede?
Gracias, Sebas.
Sebastian going for that Olympic qualification to join his teammate in Al Cleland Jr., who qualified last year. And now a special moment there with ISA President Fernando Aguirre and Brian Toth.
Well, I think this is a beautiful moment. Obviously, Brian has been the ambassador of El Sabor Boricua, you know, our pride and joy. And yeah, it's pretty cool to see Fernando acknowledge that. We've put our hearts into this competition, both in every field, and Brian did us super well by performing so well. So as Boricuas, as Puerto Ricans, we're super proud of Brian. Gave us that Olympic hope, and you know what? We love him for it, and we back him 100%, and very grateful to Fernando Aguirre for acknowledging his beauty and his passion as an ambassador of the island.
As we take a look now at Rio, opened with a 4.83 for the Indonesian. Like you said, he's just looking right at home here, like he's been surfing here every day of his life. 8 heat that he paddles out on. It was a surprise, Barton, to find Rio into the repecharge round when we did. He's been doing well to battle his way back in. As we take a look at Andy on his forehand, couple small scores to start. Finds a little flow line coming into that finishing turn, which would have felt pretty nice. Cody Young drops a 2.93 for his opening wave, and we're still waiting for the Brazilian two-time world champion in Felipe Toledo to open his account.
Yeah, 4.83, the only real score of consequence from Rio Waida on his first. So, you know, beyond that, really, you'd be comfortable being Felipe Toledo. You go, I'd rather have the priority than anything under a 5. You'd be pretty confident. But then, you know, it would appear that wave selection is the most challenging thing out there this morning. And we've seen, you know, as Otto illuminated, the surfers who have spent time here and come and done the training, done the mock heats, and done that work are feeling more comfortable than those that haven't out here this morning, and the last few days. Tim Elder, definitely one of them. Felipe Toledo, I can't wait to see him get up and riding. You know, he's so experienced, he would hear those scores, if you can hear those scores, and with that wind, and really not be pressured at all at this point.
And that was something that I was thinking, right? He's going to pick the eyes out of that first wave and to make that exclamation point. And yesterday I was watching him really closely, how he was surfing, and really tactical. And he's looking for that open face wave, and I think he's got one. He's got his eyes on this one.
Starting to open up in front of him, pumping, driving down the line into that first snap. Beautiful bottom turn to top turn combination for the second. And we'll track now with Cody Young because he's up and riding as Felipe falls out. He's just going to kick out quickly on that opening wave.
Yeah, Felipe definitely, you know, coming on strong on that one. And I think what he's going to do now, he's going to do what you said, Barton. He's going to come into the competition area, start sparring with these guys, picking off the wide ones, and definitely making a statement. You know, he's on a mission to help Brazil achieve that 3rd position in the men's category. And there you see him on screen. John, I heard last night he had a really beautiful session. Hollows, it rained, and it was really fun. Enjoying Puerto Rico and coming up in the next heat.
Yeah, he'll be coming up in the next heat up against Kehu Butler from New Zealand, Ramsey Bokiem from Morocco, and Yago Dora from Brazil.
That's a stacked heat, isn't it? That's going to be a beauty. And that wind is going to, you know, the aerialists are going to love that wind this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I know John likes to go to the east side and go get those ramps and put that board, you know, inverted and all that. And yesterday we saw him go up in the air, and it'll be interesting to see what he brings to the plate today.
Taking a look at some of those, you know, highest heat scores, highest heat totals that we've seen throughout competition this week. Felipe Toledo is one of those names that we would expect to have seen a few excellent scores from already, and he has yet to drop an excellent score in this competition. Unlike his teammates, Gabriel and Yago, both with a couple 8s on the board, Yago walking away with the highest single score of the entire event with that 9.5 for a near perfect air yesterday afternoon.
Felipe dropped a 4.43 there. You know, a score of consequence. Whether that was worth the wait, it's a little bit better than those 3s of Andy and Cody. So, solid position to start. Rio Waida 5.5 on his last, so a couple of scores there for the Indonesian, putting him into the lead.
Remember, as we come down to the back half of this heat, that mounting pressure on Rio, on Andy, and on Cody. If they continue advancing forward, they are closer to Olympic qualification. If they are out of the draw, then that run for them will be finished at this year's World Surfing Games. Andy starting to unleash some style on this inside wave. Great shape to it.
You know what? Doing an observation, I was looking at his board, and he chose a round pin longer board. And I think, to your point, Barton, it almost looks better when you put it on rail, when you do those complete turns. And Andy, a little bit of a Machado-esque, like a taller Machado, just really nice in the pocket surfing. I got to say, the Spaniard's definitely after that position.
Toledo now up and riding. Just finding a single turn on that wave. Not going to give him very much to work with. The 2.53 requirement. Last of Andy, though, looked pretty good, Barton.
Yeah, I love those turns. It wasn't a bigger wave, wasn't a wally one, but the way he just carved it back into the pocket and stayed tight, made the most of it. A 4.43 for Felipe. I feel like that was easily earned. You know what I mean? I didn't feel like it was that type of a score that was as good as or better than most of the waves ridden in the heat so far. It was kind of like something that was another throwaway like a lot of the other waves. So, the judges like the speed that he has. He's obviously comes with so much credibility, and when he flies off the bottom into the lip, it's hard to deny.
And if you look at the numbers, Barton, like that mid-range score, I guarantee you the coaches in the corner are telling him, get a mid-range. Those are hard to get today, and then think about that excellent score and think about that air after you've established your foundation. And even though he is in fourth place, one wave could just put him in the top.
Yeah.
Andy now up and riding again, just hunting around, having a little look. Cody Young up into that third place spot now with third priority next to his name. He's chasing a 4.03, and Felipe, of course, just still holding on to that 2.53 requirement. We got a few little attempts that are kind of dropping in, but for Rio, he's been the most consistent in his first two up and ridings. He's actually had the two biggest scores of the heat so far. Here he is going once again, connecting the dots on this wave, staying really focused, in and out of the competitor zone throughout the week as well. Andy with a quick kick in and out. It's been really cool to see after the qualification of Sushi Young from China, the 14-year-old grommet, young girl qualifying for the Olympics yesterday out of the women's field, to see the celebration coming out of the Asian surfing community, to see Rio Waida, Kanoa Igarashi recognizing her as that next name to really start paying attention to, that celebration of the growth of Asian surfing that's continuing to happen, Barton.
Yeah, it was an amazing thing, wasn't it? Who would have thought that there would be a 15-year-old Chinese, 15 next week.
Yeah.
Chinese young lady qualifying for the Olympic Games at the heaviest wave in the world, Teopa, one of the heaviest waves in the world. It's going to be quite a show. There's going to need to be some really focused preparation now that they know where they're going. It's easy to nail down the focus once you know where you're going. You're going left, you're going on your backhands, as Cody Young is here for Canada.
Cody with an opportunity in front of him, chasing now a 5.13 as we've had a situation change with Andy moving up into leading position. Cody sort of having to fight with this wave. It's not really offering him that clean section to start with. Throws the whole back half of that board out on that final turn. Kind of nice sometimes when you do get that camera angle where you can see actually all of those fins disappear. A lot of times that's happening on a lot of turns, but we don't actually get a camera angle where we get to witness that.
I think his surfing was on point. I just think the wave was weak. Like that first turn, he went up perfectly, and the wave just didn't have the gusto to take him. And even in that last maneuver, he went tail free, and just the wave did not have the push. So unfortunate for the Canadian surfer. Very well surfed, but I don't think the wave really gave him the opportunity.
So score to drop through for last of Cody. And it's a 3.37 in quickly. Has him sitting in that fourth place position, Biel.
Snaps, and there he gets stuck for that little bit. It goes flat on the face. Another little snap off something that just popped up in front of him in a moment. He was able to respond. And here's that turn you were talking about, flared the fins out the back of the wave. Wasn't anything left on that one, so he did absolutely everything he could on that wave.
Taking a look at the last of Rio, it drops in as a 4.83, so it won't change his situation.
Yeah, that last one of Rio didn't really look like much, and it even offered him a great section, but like you said, Shannon, it just doesn't come into play. And yeah, with the white, there's still half of the heat left, so it's anybody's game. And Felipe still got that 4.43, an excellent score, could just boost him. So there's plenty of time out there for all these guys.
Cody Young out of Canada, hopeful to join Sanoa Olin from the women's side of the draw that's already qualified. He doesn't have too much work ahead of him within this heat, but just a little bit extra, as we've seen Andy Crier from Spain jump up into that second place position. He was able to drop a 4.43 for his second to last wave, and just a couple throwaways after that. So we're down to 10 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock.
But Shannon, if we look at the scoreboard from second all the way to third, it's equally as it's just the next wave is going to change the situation. So, you know, we see exactly the same scores for Andy Crier and Felipe Toledo. So this might just change the whole thing right now.
Here we go into the air, and he nearly pulls the rotation. That was wild looking.
He didn't need to do that. At this point in time, that was not the right strategy. You don't need an 8 right now. You need a 5 or a 6, and that wave had it in it, and that was disappointing decision to go for something as dramatic as that when you're really in a position where, you need a 3.63 and you could ease. That was a great first section. Big turn there. It could have gone to be one of the better waves of the heat right here. It didn't need some crazy, wild, inverted thing that you lay back in the whitewater and don't make. It needed a beautiful big backhand snap and capitalise on that. Come round, get another one, milk it through, then go to the air once you've established your foundation, as Otto referred to just before.
Or was he looking for that one-wave maneuver? Because, I don't know, down the line, did it flatten out? And that's what we all don't know. So how crazy is the decisions you have to make within this
in a split second, in a moment of pressure, and yeah, absolutely.
But I agree with you. Right now, he was in a position to get that 5-point score and just comfortably just come back into the conversation.
Yeah, just to really set himself back up into that leading position or that advancing position, which it seemed to be quite easy with that kind of canvas opening in front of him. We've got Andy now with a paddle. Uses his priority on this wave. Kind of on the inside. Nice 2-turn combination. And he's looking for a 5.9.
There's a chance it improves on the 3.63.
Yep.
You know, a couple of nice big turns. My mind just goes to Felipe Toledo winning world titles without doing airs at lowers and just ripping the bag and winning that way. That was a strange decision at this point in the heat. You've still got time to go to the air. You've still got time to show the flashy, crazy maneuvers that you have. But as a competitor, you understand that the only thing that is important, not the gratification of one's ego because you did what you wanted to do, but the advancement through the heat because you surfed strategically smart.
And he is actually surfing for his team right now. He's actually pulling through so that Brazilian team keeps that top position. So that's a very interesting decision and probably one of the smartest surfers out there. So good observation, Barton, as we see the Canadian surfer trying his luck once again.
Looking for a 4.69. Won't be able to ride out of that wave complete. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to have Ramsey Bokiam from Morocco up against John Florence from the U.S., Kihu Butler of New Zealand, and Yago Dora from Brazil. Now, taking a look at the men's top half of the draw as well, the main event will be running into round number 6 after the finish of this repechage round, which only has those 3 heats. The last 6 names left in the draw in the main event are Gabriel Medina from Brazil, the 2 French surfers. They'll be matching up in that first heat with Jean Duroux and Marco Mignot up against Gabby. And then Ethan Ewing from Australia, Alonso Correa from Peru up against another French surfer in Kaoli Vast. So France doing very well to keep all 3 of their men in that top round, which means that regardless if they lose out there, they still have the repecharges to continue fighting back in.
And I believe Kaoli Vast is a really good weapon for France, and they're using it for that positioning as well. 3 surfers in the main round, 3 surfers that have no flaw in these conditions, and also a team that came here, spent some time at El Rastrial, and brought the right weapons. So strategy coming into play, that team aspect is really coming alive with the leading teams, and they did their homework.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 5-3 comes in for Andy Criera, and that last one, he's up and riding again, Shannon.
Oh, starts to put bigger requirements on the board. Now feeling a little loose, goes for a big layback, and he'll fall.
That was a good section for that. It was, after the 5-3, the momentum's building. You can feel his campaign heading in the right direction. Felipe Toledo's second priority, Rio Waida first. Cody Young struggling a little bit on the wave selection front. So between Felipe, who hasn't really found them, and then when he has, he's chose interesting lines, to Cody, who's struggling to find them. It's difficult out there. We can't forget that.
It has seemed, Otto, that a lot of the surfers through the last few days of competition, especially with how much this break has changed from the first day that they were surfing at Rastreal after those couple days at Magra, that it's gotten more and more complicated. And there's been a lot of surfers that have been on the hunt and just haven't been able to find any waves that they have really been able to open up on.
Yeah, and let's go back to Andy. He is finding his flow. He is actually paddling back consistently into another wave and another wave. And I think for the man on screen, he found his flow in an excellent way. But let's see what Felipe Toledo could help. And the body language, I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunate wave selection there. 0.43. He's ridden 4 rides. Our heat winner has only ridden 3 rides too, but he's only ridden 3 rides because he's got priority. He's in the lead. He doesn't need to catch anything. Felipe's in a very different position to what the heat leader, Rio Waida, is in.
And I believe Andy is kind of falling into a rhythm, like using the current, falling right into waves, surfing the pocket really well.
Yep.
And that's when it gets dangerous. We saw Sebastian Williams in rhythm the whole heat. And I think Andy slowly but surely just kind of falling into the pace, finding the open faces, and really getting dynamic as he's doing it. And, he's got the highest scoring wave so far. So I think Andy's a bit dangerous in this moment.
Real dangerous. And Felipe, we're down to 4.5 minutes. There's time for 2 waves still. So, you could have not started your heat and get going now and still advance. But you want to do it pretty soon. And then when the opportunities arise and there's a score in the wave, they're not the waves to risk. When the score isn't in the wave, that's when you risk stuff because you can surf it up. But if you're going to risk something and surf a wave down, strategically that's not very sound.
Down to 4 minutes remaining on the clock. The silver medalist from the 2022 ISA World Surfing Games, currently sitting in that leading position, Rio Waida, out of Indonesia. He's had an incredible kind of year and a half. It was really exciting for us to get to witness the performances that he put together on the men's WSL Championship Tour. And then to back that up with, coming off of his Olympic debut, which had a run through the ISAs to gain him that sort of qualification. Now, up and riding, Cody Young, out of Maui, representing Canada. His brother on the team this week as well. They both put up a great fight. For Cody, it seems like this heat's kind of getting the better of him, chasing almost that 7-point ride now to get the advancement.
But not through a lack of trying. He's given everything he's got. It's just been wave selection. He hasn't been able to find one that he's really liked, And, I suppose 3rd and 4th are 2 different tales. Felipe's chose to sit a lot, and Cody's chose to try and surf a lot, but neither program are really working at this point in time. So that speaks to the conditions and the difficulty in finding those insides. As Otto said, that low road Otto, and just continuing to go back and wait for that thing to present is definitely the line.
And I believe rhythm is actually coming into play.
Oh, here we go.
You see Toledo.
And he goes for another risky maneuver.
Well, he had to right there. That wave wasn't good enough. He's in 4th priority. He's got 3rd priority. He's down the priority roster. That was the wave to try it on for sure.
This is going to have a lot of consequence for Team Brazil. If Felipe Toledo loses out in this heat right now, Yago Dora is coming up in the next heat. He's also in the elimination round. Gabriel Medina still on the main side of the draw. Cody getting himself away from the pack. Little snap to start, looking for another maneuver here on the finish. He's doing everything you can, like you said, BL, to really keep himself moving. He's putting in all of that effort, but it just hasn't quite worked in his favor yet, chipping away at those 3-point rides. But really, within this heat, one of those bigger storylines is the fact that Felipe Toledo losing out here it starts to open up the door for Team France to maybe lead into that highest ranking men's team over the favored Brazilian team coming into this event.
100%. It's been the storyline of the event so far, and it's playing itself out right now in front of our eyes. And Filipe Toledo's got the opportunity here. Andy Krier goes, no, you're not catching that one. I'll stop you, which he had to do.
Exactly. Well played by Andy. He's put together a great heat so far. He goes into the air and he finishes it off on the inside section. Now, will it be enough to improve his score line? Great to see him bring that variety in. His lowest score, BL, is 4.43.
Which is the best score of Filipe Toledo. So like there's definitely something coming into play. Going back to what you had to say about Brazil, Shannon, situation's getting tight. Yago's in the repercharge. The French team's all in the main event. They're doing strategy so well, in form surfing, and I do have to say that's something to look out for.
So true. And thinking of France being the host nation for the Olympics, how important this is for them as a country to be able to send that third surfer.
And the people that they qualified out of El Salvador, Vahini and Calivas, you couldn't ask for better than that. And then you could not have asked for a better performance than what they've done this week. Cody Young needs something.
Nice opening snap, sets it up for the second. A lot of power within his surfing, finding that finishing touch. 3 turns, chasing a 6.59. That will have to be the best wave of the heat for him to take that advancing position off a single score.
I don't know that he gets that score, but he goes Filipe
chasing down a 5.54, just goes for that one backhand re-entry. He will bow out of this heat with maybe one more opportunity to catch a wave, but down to 10 seconds on the clock.
No more opportunities for Brazil. Disappointment in that performance from Filipe Toledo. This man's been winning the heat the whole way. He sat back for a long time, and he just improved on his bottom line score with that one, I'd say.
So exciting. He is one of the people's champ within surfing. He's got so much of the globe as well as Indonesia behind him, hoping for that Olympic qualification. We do have a situation change, though, because Andy Krier dropped in a 4.93 for his last wave. That jumps him up into leading position. Wow. It's pushed Rio down into second. Rio with a score to drop and Filipe with a score to drop as well, Otto.
So Cody with this one, I don't know if it was enough, but definitely I got to give him an A for effort, even though this might even come to the score line. So a great exchange by all 3 surfers. Andy putting the pressure, finding the rhythm, Barton, in this heat. And one wave maneuver, 4.93. Wow, the Spanish surfer putting a statement on this one.
Absolutely. What a victory, an advancement for Spain. They've been in great form, and I see them winning one of these ISA World Team Championships in the very near future with the young up-and-coming team that they have. Andy Krier, great heat. Filipe Toledo, not so much. Cody Young tried his heart out.
Score to come through for Cody, but now that requirement has jumped to a 6.96, and he gets a 4.43. It takes him into third. It's not enough to take him into the advancing position. We're still waiting for a final score of Rio Waida of Indonesia to drop in. Might factor into his top 2 waves. Either way, he's in an advancing position alongside of Spain's Andy Krier, who saw 2 of his teammates on the women's side, Janire Gonzalez Estebari and Nadia Arostarbe, gained their Olympic qualification yesterday. That's given him so much more fire for Andy to keep himself moving forward. Rio as well, putting together a great heat, whether it's that first or second place finish.
Well, Andy found his rhythm. He came slowly but surely and just climbed his way to the top. And that last wave, just giving him the nod. And like you said, Shannon, hopeful for the Olympics.
Very hopeful. Well, Rio gets a 5.07 on his last attempt. That takes him in for a heat win. We'll hear from him in a moment. Andy Krier from Spain advancing through in second. Cody Young from Canada and Filipe Toledo of Brazil out of the draw. More excitement when we return. We'll check out a piece on Ramsey, who's coming up in the next heat. Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley to call the action.
I started surfing when I was 9 years old in Agadir, in kilometer 14. It's called the Rocher du Diable. And that's where my dad used to bring us since we were really, really young, because he used to fish. So he would always go there, and he would just go fish all day and leave us at the beach with the guys over there. And yeah, my brother surfed before me, and I was just playing around with the boogie board, standing up on it and stuff. And then my brother told me, Rams, you should try surfing. And I didn't struggle at the start, so I was like, oh, that's nice. I really liked the feeling and stuff. And I went on to do my first competition in 2003 in Mohammedia. I won that comp. It was, I think, only 6 or 8 months after I started surfing. So it was really quick. It was super cool, and I got hooked. And then I said, I want to do this for the rest of my life, you know.
It's time to rock and roll. We are live from Puerto Rico. This is the ISA World Surfing Games, and we're straight into it. Ramzi Boukhim, representing Team Morocco, fighting his way around a big whitewater section. And he's out. So a quick start there for Ramzi. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. We've got 23:15 on the clock and a massive heat in the water. John Florence from Team USA, Kehu Butler, Team New Zealand, Ramzi Boukhim, Team Morocco, and Yago Dora, Team Brazil. Now we just witnessed Felipe Toledo bow out of competition here in these repechage rounds. So if you're wondering, what does that do for Team Brazil's hopes for an overall men's team title? Well, it doesn't do much. They are in a bit of trouble now. They're going to have to lean on Yago Dora and Gabriel Medina to get as many points as possible. Meanwhile, Kehu Butler hammering away on his backhand. Quick start for all of these surfers in the water, putting the judges on notice. Rachel, looking out there, obviously pretty difficult to find a wave of consequence, a wave of note. But in that last heat, we saw some diamonds in the rough.
Yeah, we absolutely did. As we see Ramzi back up and riding. Will he be able to connect this through? Not quite. It's a busy heat. We're seeing lots of waves surfed in these heats. Looking at it from, I went on the beach before to just have a look at the wider view, and there are peaks and waves everywhere. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see how these surfers play this heat out.
Surfers are going to be in for a wild ride, no doubt. We got 21:40 to go. Mitchell Salazar standing by with the winner of that last repo heat.
Yeah, Rio Wida, congratulations on to another repechage round. It's no surprise that it's difficult out there this morning. How did you maintain your motivation coming up in these types of conditions?
Yeah, it's very tough condition today, but I don't know. It's been like this every day. So, but you know, I'm just doing my job. You know, just focus what I gotta do, and you know, nothing thinking about qualifying or something. Just trying to do my job. That's it. That's all.
A lot of patience displayed in that heat too. You got your 2 best waves at the beginning of the heat. Andy took the lead right at the end, but you took it back. Talk to me about the patience that you displayed, but most importantly, blocking all the sand out when there was a lot of things happening out here on the water's edge.
You know, I got 2 waves, 2 good score by like 10 minutes or something. And then I was trying to play the games, you know, with priority and stuff, but you know, I was trying wait for the best one, the one on the little bit wide one, but it didn't came. But you know, I just kind of follow what I feel, you know, defense a little bit, you know, play the games, kind of stay with Felipe, stay with Andy. He got the waves at the end, Andy, but you know, and then you know, I kind of still focus on myself, trying to find the best wave, and that I'm not sure what I got last wave, but you know, I just you know, I think I did the job done, so I'm stoked.
Well, you got the win and worked out. Anything you want to say to Indo?
Thank you everyone for supporting, and not many more rounds to go, so I will stay focused, and then I will do my best for my country. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Love to see that. Different look at Rio Wida, some serious energy coming from the Indonesian surfer right there. And he along with Ramzi Boukhim right now could be the biggest movers in terms of qualification today. Those are 2 surfers right on the edge of Olympic glory, so can't wait to see what happens next for Rio Wida. Meanwhile, John Florence just looking for that section to appear, setting things up.
And John's coming from this heat from the main round yesterday, so he got knocked out of his heat yesterday by the two Frenchmen, Vast and Jean Duru. And so he hasn't surfed as many heats as Ramsey and Yago have, as they have been in this repecharge round a little bit longer, which means a lot more heat surfed. So still quite a few heats surfed in these conditions, as we've seen this kind of cross-shore, onshore wind for the past few days. But it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Is that a little bit, is that better that they're more rested, or is it better having more heats out there in these conditions to be prepared for today?
I mean, I feel like everybody left in the draw has definitely surfed in these types of waves a lot in their career. The coach for Team USA, one of the coaches for Team USA, Shane Dorian, watching John Florence, who could potentially play a huge spoiler role right now. Kehu Butler, Ramsey Bukiem, as well as Yago Dora, still with Olympic hopes on the line. You know, Ramsey, who has had a taste of it. Kehu, who would be the second representative from Team New Zealand if he does end up qualifying for Paris 2024. Gosh, it would be so hard to go out into such vexing conditions with so much on your mind. I mean, you can see Yago's intent. He wants a ramp. He did it yesterday on the strength of two big frontside airs.
9.5 yesterday, that was. And that was the highest single wave score of the entire event.
Highest air, too.
Yeah.
He went off, and I kind of like that idea. You can see that every wave he's caught, he's kind of done that little stall that he does right when he takes off. And that gives him the ability not only to identify the section in front of him, the stall actually puts you up into the most powerful part of the wave. You push down with your front feet, gives you a little turbo speed boost, which obviously he uses to incredible effect. Felipe Toledo. Stoic. Basically, doesn't look super stoked right now. And
yeah, we
got reason to. That was a tough heat.
Yeah, we just saw him get knocked out by Andy Crary and Rio Ueda. So that was, it'll be interesting to see what that does for the standings of Team Brazil. Brazil and France at the beginning of this day were the two highest men ranked teams, with all three surfers left in the draw. And now Brazil only having those two surfers left. It'll be interesting to see how this heat plays out. Could just have Gabriel Medina after this heat if Yago ends up getting knocked out. But Brazil have been pretty clear about if they earn that third spot, it will be the better of whoever does better to Yago or Gabriel who will earn that third spot. So not only are they actually working as a team to try and earn that third spot, there's actually that team rivalry taking place as well of who is on the top of those three surfers. Ramsey up and riding.
Yeah, the storylines are thickening up today. Ramsey Bukiem obviously surfing like he wants it.
Wow.
Full effort, plenty of passion. Quick look to the judges. Do you see me? Do you feel me? No, we do. Ramsey Bukiem right there will probably get the highest single wave score of this heat so far. The biggest number on the board right now, a 3.83. I think he just smashed right past it on that wave.
Yeah, I think so too. And obviously we're seeing a lot of waves ridden. It's about time that something finally sticks. But I love that release of the tail, trying to maintain that speed on these wind swell waves, and that stamp to finish, looking back on the beach, looking at from that front view, stalls it through there, showing ultimate control. Look at that spray, nice and powerful. He was able to time that really well and find those little power pockets and utilize them well in this slop that actually it's hard to find energy and power in waves like this that are really wind swell generated.
So you're saying it's hard to find the zest.
It's hard to find the zest. Exactly. And I think Ramsey just put it there. So interested to see where that comes through, and then we'll establish what's left to do in the heat and actually establish some standings.
You know, I think attitude comes into play today. You got to be positive. You got to go out there thinking that you're going to get that wave. You got to manifest those sections. You've got to manifest those big scores, and then you got to go out there and do it. Show your aquatic aptitude like Ramsey just did. A 7.67. And that just tells the entire field still left in this competition, that magic wave is out there.
Yep.
And for Ramsey Bukiam to find it with 14 minutes, 23 seconds left, he's putting himself in an incredible position here. One step closer to Olympic qualification with every wave he surfs. Here we go. Yago Dora. Nothing there.
Yeah, with 15 minutes remaining, this is when you do start getting a little bit nervous to not have something at least in your scoreline that you want to keep. Let's look at this little in and out for John. Now, Yago stood up really early on this wave, hoping to get to his feet and be able to generate that speed, but it didn't end up providing that ramp that he was looking for. But let's look at this little power turn of Ramsey. Oofs. That was nice and clean. Now, there's a lot of different faces to this wave at the moment out there, and so the fact that he found and utilized those two, that little clean section, gave to everything to get that 767.
Yeah, earned every bit of that score, that's for sure. Not necessarily a wave you'd see in a Ramsey Bukiam video part, but real solid blue collar power surfing from beginning to end on that wave. He did show us a little flash of progression with that opening tail slide, riding backwards, riding fakie for a little bit, which is difficult, which is cool, which is unique, it's different. And the judges taking note, locking in the highest single wave score of this heat, probably the highest single wave score of the day, or at least one of them, 767. So edging in on excellence right there for Ramsey Bukiam. He's got a 293 as his throwaway. And knowing Ramsey, he's going to play a smart tactical game as well. He's going to stay out of trouble. He's a veteran competitor.
And Ramsey yesterday was able to get two heat. He won after I did a post-heat interview with him yesterday. In one of his heats, he only had caught 4 waves, and the conditions look very similar to this. So instead of playing a really busy heat as we're seeing out there with a lot of little waves, little in and outs being taken, he was very strategic with where he put his energy to and was able to secure that heat win with 2 scores that were keepers and then 2 in and outs that he just played around with. So far we see him with just 3 waves served, but not a super active heat. John and Kihu also just have 2 waves under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, it would be tough. I keep saying stay positive, but it would be tough to do that out there. It is definitely a very confusing lineup. You're caught inside, you're getting hit by chops, there's a lot of spray hitting you in the face. You know, you'd have to be pretty dedicated to want to go out there on a free surf and stay out there for any length of time other than just to get a little warm-up.
Well, you see a lot of different strategies here. Yago going far left and looking for that left by himself. And I think it's pretty easy to get lost out there too. And as there isn't just one clear peak at the moment, there's a few different strategies that can be played. Yago in 4th priority, opting to be a little bit by himself. Let's see what John can do with this wave now. Oh, in and out.
And I'm sure some of these waves look like they're going to be nice little wedgy peaks, but you could tell right there with John's wave. I mean, it looked like it had a cup on the takeoff, but just went straight to the shoulder. To 10:46 now, Ramsey Bukiam in the lead, Kehu Butler in second, hanging in there. His low score is a 1.8. And here we go, Yago Dora hunting for a ramp. Nice turn there to start for Yago. Setting things up through this inside. Here's where we could see something big. Boom, Yago Dora blasts the frontside air 360. Whips it around perfectly. Nicely done for Yago Dora. That has been his key to success throughout this entire contest. Set up a turn, build some speed down the line, find the ramp, blast it. Yago Dora will be in the money with that last wave.
Yeah, he'll be finding some momentum, I think, paddling out after that. With 10 minutes remaining, that's a lot of time in heat world, and he'll now look to build upon that.
Yago united for the cause right now for Team Brazil. You know, there are 2 sides to it, right? If you would have just watched Felipe Toledo go out there and just attack, get those big numbers, get a convincing victory, that probably would have fired him up to go out there and do the same. But it was the flip side of that. It was Felipe going out there, not really finding any success. So maybe that gave Yago the fire inside to do it for Team Brazil's. We see Ramsey now pedal to the metal surfing. John activates. He gets around that outside section, so a big power carve for John Florence, followed by a little snap on the closeout section. So Ramsey, Yago, and John now with scores to come through. That's going to make this a much tighter heat. Ramsey will most likely still be in the lead because he probably just found his backup. But that number for Yago Dora comes through, a 7.50. Knocking on the door, Rachel.
Yeah, now he's in the heat, putting the pressure on Kihu and John for sure. As we see the heat advancers at the moment both have single wave scores in the 7s with backups to come, starting to put that pressure on. That's how you want to be playing this heat with 8 minutes remaining.
Ooh, here goes Yago again. This one's looking fun. Yago finds the section, throws the fins, reverts it around clean. Yago has an incredible ability to just will the section to do what he wants. That was not a good section. That was not an air section. That was a section that most surfers would have maybe just kind of floated by and tried to build speed to get through the next section. But Yago's built different. He can throw that frontside whip on anything, and he's proved it time and time again here in Puerto Rico. Right now, he's sitting in second place. He's probably going to delete the 297 from his scoreline and add something with a little bit more substance. That puts Kehu Butler in a tough spot, needing a 6.65. John Florence, last wave comes through, 3.5. It's okay, but now he still needs a sizable 6.98 if he wants to get up into one of those top 2 spots. Kehu Butler now needs a 6.65. Hasn't yet found a wave of consequence to give him anything over a 3.83.
Yeah, and Ramsey now looking to continue to up that security up in first place, a 5.73 being that backup. So a solid backup considering the scores that we're seeing on the board right now. But if Yago's able to push himself into first place, that then puts the pressure on whoever's in second to really go back into defensive mode. So Ramsey had that breath for quite a few minutes, getting that 7 a lot more earlier than the pack got their scores on, but now it's starting to get a little bit more active, more in the game, and I'm interested to see how Yago's plays out. Won't be near his 7.5 because thinking back to his 7.5, he got a couple of turns and that finish of the little air. So this was just kind of that, just straight into it. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. Will still be a decent score, but not quite as high as the 7.5.
Yeah, light work for Yago Dora, but for most other people, this would have been one of the better airs of their week. That's for sure. Here we go. This is the section. This was his big score. Couldn't have done any more on that wave.
Yeah, absolutely maximized that wave. 3 maneuvers, nice turn to open up, kept the speed, and look at how this wave starts to bowl up. So he's reading that as he gains speed and takes to the air. 7.5 there. Utilizing that crosswind that's going straight onto him on that left, on that forehand. So it's all playing out to his advantage right now.
I'm with the judges with that big number. That air to me is never going to get old. When you do it with style like that, when you do it with plenty of speed, plenty of pop and launch off that lip. I know we've seen a million, frontside air reverses in recent competitive history over the last decade, but to me, the way Yago does it, it's never going to go out of style. Gabriel Medina coming up against 2 French surfers, Joan Duru and Marco Mignot. So for Team France, a lot at stake for them as well, because the winning men's team will get that 3rd slot. And for Joan Duru and Marco Mignot, they have not been named to that Olympic squad yet. So this is a huge heat all around. Of course, Gabriel Medina has set his intentions and made it clear to the surfing world that he wants that 3rd spot. If Team Brazil can get themselves on top of the ranking, we could be seeing a whole different story unfolding for us here. Could be the Yago v. Gabriel fight for Olympic glory.
Yeah, that would be a really interesting final to see. Lots happening out there at the moment as Yago got that 5.17 on that quick air. Looks to improve upon it now.
Nice turn there. Here we go. Where's the ramp? Of course. Again, not an easy section to launch off of, but this is Yago Dora we're talking about. Skate park is open, and Yago is flying 7.5 and a 5.17. So it felt like Ramsey had shut the door gently, but he didn't deadbolt it. He didn't put a chair in front of it. He didn't knock the refrigerator over and barricade himself into that top spot. The door's slightly open, and Yago Dora seems to be putting the pedal to the metal right now. We'll see if that wave comes through above that 5.17. Meanwhile, John Florence and Kehu Butler living in 3-town. 3.5, 3.83, their high marks. And their requirements have just jumped up through the roof. A 9.17 is the need for John Florence. Kehu Butler needs an 8.84, so 2 near perfect waves are needed for John and Kehu. Don't write him off just yet. We're talking about one of the best to ever do it in John Florence. All he needs is the section and the wave to cooperate. And he did what he could right there. Not an easy wave to surf, but always fun to watch John put full effort into a wave that he probably would have pulled out of 99% of the time, but it's just fun to watch the best do it in totally relatable conditions like this.
That's exactly what I was going to say from watching that wave, that was just fun to watch. He just surfs it so smoothly, reads it perfectly in tricky conditions, and it looks like Yago improved upon his situation, Chris.
Yeah, the judges they can't get enough of it, just like us, just like all the fans watching. A 6.73 for Yago Dora. So Ramsey Bukian with that 7.67 just gets word that Yago is now charging up the leaderboard into that top spot. Ramsey is sitting out the back in second priority. Kehu Butler has got to be wondering, where are these waves coming from? Where have I been?
And John will know that his last score will probably improve upon going to his score line, which will take that requirement out of the 9s or at least lessen it, but still a really, really high score for the conditions that are out there at the moment. They've definitely put a tough task on these surfers in John and Kehu.
Now they need near perfect 10s. Yago has just been cruising. Haven't seen any signs of stress, of wear and tear, or anything like that. He's got his head down. He's doing his job. I loved what Rio White said as well. You know, his job's not done yet. He's got more work to do. Fully focused on the task at hand. Not only pinnacle of sport, Olympic qualification on the line, but ISA medals as well. I mean, you could leave Puerto Rico an ISA world champion. Add that to your resume. We've seen what it's done for many surfers in the past. John Florence drops his highest score so far, a 5.60. Manufactured score, which is a compliment. That was a really tough wave to surf. The fact that he could get anything above a 3 on it is pretty miraculous. But again, this is JJF we're talking about, one of the best ever.
Well, and that now puts him only needing a 7.8, a lot more tangible of a requirement. Look, we already have 2 7s on the board in this heat. A 7.8 completely doable for John Florence out there. Now it's just of timing. He's in third priority, so Ramsey, who has the priority just above him, will work hard to keep him off, try and utilize these last 45 seconds strategically, and Ramsey will use that priority just there, as we see.
Yeah, he's a shrewd competitor, as well as one of the most powerful surfers we have left in the draw. Wrapping roundhouse cut back there, big snap, unaffected by the chop and chonk coming up the face of this wave, blasts it all the way to the end. True professionalism on display there from Ramsey Bukian. So that was basically double duty. He blocked John, got the wave, maximized the potential of that little left-hand runner. That score could change things. See Yago Dora now, his last wave comes through, a 7.23, so he extends his lead. Kehu Butler, an incredible surfer from Team New Zealand. And obviously, you know, his skill level is above and beyond most surfers on planet Earth. But in that heat, in the span of that 25 minutes, he just could not find his rhythm. But I want to give Kehu a lot of credit. He's surfed a great event.
Absolutely.
And he is a great sport and a true champion from New Zealand. So Big finish there from Yago Dora. Pretty much in a heat of his own right there. Ramsey had that one for the first 10-15 minutes, and then it just became the Yago show, and we're here for it. Great surfing from Team Brazil's Yago Dora. He wants it, and it's real fun to watch anytime Yago takes to the lineup. We do lose some heavy hitters. John Florence doesn't go down without a fight. Put up a 5.6 for his high mark, but that's going to be it for John and Kehu Butler. More action to come. Do not go anywhere. It's the ISA World Surfing Games live from Puerto Rico. We'll be right back.
Estamos en otro level, porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a que mate, par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando, ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco, todo comenzó jugando.
And we are back in main event surfing. Here goes one of the main attractions here at the ISA World Surfing Games, the one and only Gabriel Medina. He showed a lot of fire throughout this contest. He just watched his teammate Yago Dora go to the sky, so why not follow suit? Technical prowess on display from Team Brazil. Right now, Yago Dora got a huge win in that last repechage round heat, so he keeps his Olympic dream alive. Meanwhile, Gabriel Medina. So we go back-to-back Brazil here. Medina going up against two French surfers, João Duru and Marco Mignot. João Duru, an absolute veteran, a shrewd, steady competitor, a power surfer, a goofy footer who is no doubt taking note that these little left-hand runners on the inside can be the canvas that you need to drop big scores. Marco Mignot, well, he's a tried-and-true QS threat, but an up-and-comer. When you look at his resume compared to what João Duru and Gabriel Medina have done in the past. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Rachel, Gabriel made it known early on in this contest. He wants the victory. He wants that ISA gold medal. And of course, his Olympic dream at the moment still alive with Team Brazil, at least with the opportunity to keep two male surfers left in the draw. If they go gold and silver, depending on the order, this could be an incredible story. And it is already an amazing story unfolding right now from Puerto Rico. 23:10 on the clock. Set rolling through here. Looks like we could have a paddle from Marco Mignot. Will he get the chip in? He does, forcing his way into this left-hander. So two goofies versus one regular footer.
Oh, will it connect?
Trying to foil across that flat section. It's a messy chunk of whitewater to deal with. Most likely a non-factor for Marco Mignot. Medina now hopping out real quick. Well, showing us incredible technical prowess. Yago Dora blitzing through that last heat. He is standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
Absolutely right. Yago, a pair of sevens, a key to victory right there. By today's standards, easily could have been a pair of nines. How were you able to do it out there with tricky conditions?
Yeah, it's really hot out there. It took me a while to figure it out, and I was sticking like to the deeper peak in the start, and I couldn't find a good wave, and then I started moving around and starting to find a nice rhythm. And Ramsey had a really nice wave on the start of the heat, and I was just like, at least no one else had scores, so I was like, okay, at least no one else has a score, so I can still build my scores. And that's what I try to do, just like shark around the lineup and find some waves.
At this point of the event, many rounds are already surfed, but most importantly, how do you maintain relevance and integrate your creativity into your surfing?
yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be creative out there because those are so tricky. You don't have much space to like do something different. It's really like whatever you get, you like have to make the most of it. So that's what I've been trying to do. Like, try not to get like too crazy. Just like, okay, I just need to make some heats, and those are tricky. So don't risk too much. Do what you know how to do, and that's it.
You'll surf again later today. Anything you want to say to Brazil?
Yeah, obrigado, galera do Brasil que está acompanhando. Vamos continuar na fé, na torcida e continuamos. Tem mais várias baterias para surfar e vamos indo.
Obrigado, Yago.
Gotta love Yago Dora. He does it in the right way. Joy and positivity paired with professionalism, and one of the best aerialists in the business. And that statement rings true with Gabriel Medina as well. Talking about the air prowess. Medina, who's definitely one of the best all-around surfers to ever put a jersey on, shows us just one more element of what makes him such a special talent. Rachel, this right here was incredible.
Yeah, looking at him torque that upper body to get that lift and lands out in front, spins it around real quick, rides out so clean, gives no question whether that was going to be landed or not for the judges.
Monstro. Gabriel Medina. He's so powerful. His airs are different. I mean, this guy is Superman.
Yeah, navigating these chops so well, too. He had his eye on that end section from the very takeoff, just driving down the line, getting that speed for that. Now, that will improve his situation massively, put the pressure on the two Frenchmen.
Yeah, and taking nothing away from Felipe Toledo's performance, which I think he would even describe as lackluster in that last heat. It's almost like Yago and Gabriel kind of taking the reins, kind of looking back towards the beach going, don't worry, we got this. We'll do it. And they're just banging nails into the wall right now. Great show to watch. Gabriel with a 7.83 and a 5. That, of course, is before that last number goes through.
Well, this is the narrative here. It has been for these standings at the moment, for these team standings. It has been Brazil versus France, with both teams, up until this morning with Felipe getting knocked out, both teams had all three guys on both sides still in the draw. And going into a heat with both Frenchmen, you know, there can be use of strategy. So Gabriel's clearly not worried about that.
Well, I'm going to go out on a thick, strong limb here and say that Gabriel Medina is going to make his way through this heat. Ramzi Bukiem met some new friends. Sea urchins.
Oh. Ouch.
I would be crying right there. Ramzi is so tough. Most of us would be wincing, crying. This dude probably got those urchins on his way out, unaffected.
Clearly.
Powered his way through that last heat. His Olympic, I mean, he can literally reach out and almost touch that Olympic qualification right now. And, you know, the numbers going on behind the scenes, of course. There's a lot of things I like to speculate about. Olympic qualification is not one of them. I wait for word from the top.
Yeah, well, it is a narrative that is really alive today. We saw all the women's spots awarded yesterday. Let's look again at the slow-mo replay of Gabriel. Now look at how he lands towards the front of that whitewash. Doesn't land on top and then switch around and ride down. He lands nice and confident towards those flats.
And, you know, the astute observer will see right there those boils, the cauldron in front of him, basically dry reef right there. And that reef is just slightly moist right now. It's so shallow, but also covered in urchins. The double threat, if you will. You like your reefs shallow? You like them covered in urchins?
Well, it's like a don't fall, you know. I will not fall on this.
It's called a starfish fall. Just fall flat. Try to stay on top of the water. So for Gabriel Medina right now, threats are starting to come through. Marco Mignot drops a 7.17. He's by no means safe. The way he's surfing, you know, with this much confidence and this much, you know, attitude, I would say, in a good way, he's going to be really tough to stop. But Marco Mignot, he's fearless. I mean, he doesn't see Gabriel's cape. He doesn't see his Superman logo on his chest. He just sees somebody he's got to surf past. And surfing like this is going to help him out. This was his big number, 717, Rachel.
Yeah, finding, again, a diamond in the rough, able to maximize those clean sections, and really laying it into that end section.
Probably 6 of the points on that 717 came from that second turn. That was just a beautiful, perfectly executed backside power snap. A maneuver that will never go out of style. I don't care what year it is, where you're at, who you are. Turns like that are always going to be cool. They're always going to get big numbers from the judges.
Well, and we're in the main round here. So this is a non-elimination heat. 2 of these 3 surfers will continue on in this main round. But these 3 surfers are the surfers that have been able to continue to be in that top 2 conversation throughout this entire event thus far. So we're really at that pointy end of the event. And it is getting extremely high stakes here.
Well, here at ISA competition, I'm going to think about that James Bond film, You Only Live Twice. And a lot of surfers who compete in these events, they try to take that repechage round kind of out of their mind, not wanting to, believe that you have a second chance just to surf with a lot of urgency any chance you get. Oof. As Marco now clicks off a nice ollie back 3 there. Not as dramatic as Gabriel's there, but effective. He's just got a 1 as his low score, so that could put him neck and neck with Medina right now. Medina's secondary score is a 5-point ride. We've seen 5s just evaporate quickly out there given 1 section or 1 opportunity, so plenty of surfing left to go in this round 6 heat 1. See Joan Duru, a grower but not a shower. He pulls out.
Well, the heat strategy here, 14 minutes remaining. These surfers want to have 2 decent waves in their scoreline already and then be focused on improving upon those scorelines. So Gabriel and Marco able to be maximizing that strategy here. Joan's just looking to put 2 waves into his scoreline altogether. He's looking for 2 keepers still. So that's a little bit more pressure. These surfers now just being able to relax a little bit and have a little bit more fun. Let's see what that does.
Jeez, Gabriel Medina, you are cleared for takeoff. He's having fun. Fully rotated frontside 540 by Gabriel Medina. I mean, he is surfing brilliantly right now. What a show.
Yeah,
I mean, Gabriel Medina, he's known throughout his career, kind of got tagged early on as like the bad guy, right? The villain out there in a lot of heats. I think he's flipped that. He's become so beloved by the entirety of the surfing world. Whew. It just makes it undeniable. You've got to be a fan of Gabriel Medina. His ability to do stuff like that. I mean, his use of tactics. Yeah, a lot of people, can kind of question that, but you can't question his heart. You can't question his desire and his drive, and he's having fun. That's the key thing right now. He's having fun.
Well, with 2 good scores, the heat win so far, he is able to continue to build upon that. That was an exciting wave and will be one of the highest waves of the event, I think.
Oh, yeah. 9-2-3 for Gabriel Medina.
Wow.
That limb I was out on, remember that? Well, that limb is made of steel right now.
You did call it a big, strong...
Yeah, it's braced by steel girders and cement. Gabriel Medina will make it through this heat. And the air show is on. When Medina starts to cut loose and have a good time like we're seeing right now, I think that's where he thrives. Again, you put him against a wall, he's going to make you pay in a lot of different ways. He's got every weapon possible. But I think Medina fans, including myself, get the most joy in watching him when he's having a heat like this, where he's now just free to do whatever he wants. We still have 12 minutes left in the Medina show. There are 2 other surfers out in the lineup right now. Marco Mignot has a 717, but Medina is just stealing the spotlight.
Well, and talking about his just his personality and working away from that villain, narrative that he used to have. If you see him in this post-heat interview, which it looks like we will at this point. Have a look at his necklace. I was asking him about that yesterday before our post-heat interviews, and he was saying he made that himself. And you can see little like ladybug beads and butterfly beads in between some pearls. He made that at home.
He is so much cooler and kinder
cool.
than he gets a lot of credit for. I remember he got a big win in, I believe, Fiji. Huge paycheck. Saw him at the airport. He was looking at jewelry. I'm like, of course. He's buying himself a necklace. So I go up and I say, oh, what are you looking at? He goes, oh, I'm looking for something for my little sister.
Oh.
I go, man. He's lovable behind the fire and desire that, he shows a lot of times. Here we go. The board looks amazing. That Cabianca surfboard under his feet is just a gem. I would imagine that a board like that that's able to perform in waves like this will be set aside.
Yeah. And, I think we could be seeing a surfer choose at this point where Gabriel's at. He could basically, paddle in at this point, or at least just choose to, I have more heats to surf today. I'm going to start pacing myself. No, he's just getting hungrier and hungrier, maximizing his time out there, getting comfortable with the waves, and just having fun. And, at this point in a heat, when you have those types of scores and that pressure on your teammates or on your competitors, it's a fun surf to heat. You get that pressure off. You get to just release, relax, and have fun.
Yeah, he's a cheetah with a bag full of catnip right now, having a blast.
I think it's interesting looking at now Joan. He's having a lot tougher of a time out there than his teammate France. Of course, and his teammate Marco from France as well. They both would be going from the same team, getting that same heat advice, same strategy, and ideally their strategy going into this would say, let's have France be 1 and 2 and push Gabriel out into that repecharge round. Now it's the battle of France for that second spot, and Joan just having a tough time even finding the little keepers out there.
Yeah,
so
I would think that Marco right now is thinking, sorry, bro, you're on your own.
Yeah.
We got Gabriel Medina out here.
It's team, but then it's still an individual sport. It's a really tough dichotomy with that one.
Well, for Joan Duru, he's got 9 minutes to go. I mean, he is a clutch performer, no doubt. Put him on the list of one of the best surfers on the world. I mean, that's for sure. He's proved that a lot of times, and we did say he only lived twice here in ISA competition, so he will potentially get a second chance in a repechage round if he's not able to turn things over in this heat. How would you like, Rachel, I know you've been in a million contests. You're a former world champion. You've looked at the waves like this and put your jersey on. What are you thinking when you see waves like this? You know how challenging it's going to be. How do you keep that positive attitude when you're about to paddle out in waves like that?
Actually, I like competing in conditions like this because I have spent so much practice time in sloppy, crappy conditions that I'm confident in my ability to surf up a wave and have that wave selection out there. More confident than my competitor's ability to because of that time spent out there. And I think that's what Gabriel's showing us as well, is that he's confident in these conditions. He knows how to chip into those little waves and have that wave selection find those diamond in the roughs when you're just seeing all these little peaks everywhere. That's the advantage that having all those practice sessions in those bad waves does for moments like these.
And that's why you're a world champion, Rachel Tilley, and an amazing analyst. We're so lucky to have you here at the ISA World Surfing Games.
Thank you.
And it's true. I mean, this is why people practice in waves like this. I mean, practice and surfing, two words that are kind of weird sounding together, but practice makes perfect. And you know
Absolutely.
That Marco Mignot, who has access to any of the best waves around the world, representing France, living in Sayulita, Mexico a lot of times, he could, if he wanted, to just surf perfect waves all the time.
When Marco comes from a big surfing family, his cousin Lola competes on the longboard tour with us, actually, and she's an amazing surfer as well, also from Sayulita, and they're just come from just such surfing talent. So
yeah. I walked by a really cool looking little bar when I was in Sayulita last time for Kelly Carranza's wedding, and I'm like, wow, this place looks cool. I go in, turn right, who do I see? Nome Mignot. So if you're ever in Sayulita, find Nome Mignot's bar. It's super cool, and you will be greeted as a friend, a family member. The Mignot crew is they're just wonderful people. Hard not to cheer for Marco Mignot. You know, just the way he carries himself in and out of the water. His posting interviews have been great.
Yeah.
Very insightful. Just a joy to watch surf.
I think I'd be really interested to hear a posting interview from Joan, actually, because he's only stood up on 2 waves out there. So, you know, we see Gabriel now on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 waves he stood up on, and he hasn't needed to stand up on 10 waves. He posted that 923 7 waves ago, and he's still choosing to have a look, just stand up, stay busy. I'm curious as why Joan is choosing to stay so still when the conditions look like this.
I think a lot of times heats like this are kind of like fishing. You know, if you're on a boat full of fishermen, you're sitting right next to a guy, you got the same bait, the same rod and reel, you're a foot away from him, he's catching a bunch of fish, and you're going, wait, what?
Yeah.
What are you doing different?
Yeah, and at some point too, you know, if he's looking for a combination situation just to get into second position. Now they'd both be Marco's in 9.89 to get to first position. So Gabriel's really confident in that first. Marco's confident in that second right now with less than 5 minutes remaining. Joan needs to replace both of his scores in order to vie against Marco for that second position. So he needs to start taking off on some waves.
Now, if I'm a coach on the beach, I have surfers remaining in the draw. This is what would make me a horrible coach. I would just say, you need to go out there and surf like Gabriel Medina. What are you doing? Just do that.
Do that. Easier said than done.
9.23 and a 7.83. I think that's the highest heat total of this entire contest, done in maybe the hardest conditions of this entire contest, and that's saying something right there.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Here we go again. The wind-up.
Doesn't complete that one, but he's just having fun at this point. 4 minutes remaining. Why not?
Yeah. Go for it. You know, I think another element of Gabriel's surfing that makes him so exciting to watch is he does like being a showman. As we see now, Joan Duru. He is a tenacious competitor. No quit in his game. He gets the front side air. That's more like it from Joan Duru.
Now, imagine if he did that 15 minutes ago and he'd start building that confidence and then be able to start building the house throughout the heat. He's left it a little bit late. Those waves have been out there, and he clearly has the ability. Not that we're ever doubting it. We're second, almost on finals day, and he's still here in the main round. But yeah, I'm interested to see why he played this heat the way he has. Maybe sea urchins in his foot.
Who knows? Big heat coming up next. Ethan Ewing, Cali Vaz, Alonso Correa. A lot of eyes on Team France right now. Currently, by the numbers, the favorites to win the men's overall team standings, but we still have a lot of surfing left to come. Remember, your highest placing surfers do get more points. Obviously, it incrementally increases when you get to the top spot. Joan Duru comes through with a 7.23, so he actually eclipses Marco Mignot's 7.17. Now he needs a 5.87.
There's plenty of time out there. 2.5 minutes. I mean, I know in a 25-minute heat, that's not that much time, but he's already back out there. He could actually essentially catch 2 waves because they're such short, quick waves and be back out in the lineup. A 5.87. That's completely grabbable here. This could really shift things around.
I mean, you can feel that he wants it. He took his frustrations out on the end section of that last wave, but regardless of situation in the water, Team France will keep both of these surfers still in the contest. You know, Joan Duru now in third priority takes a look at this little wave, looking for a 5.87. It's a no-go there.
Marco has priority over Joan. So like we were saying, their teammates, their initial strategy coming in here would have been, hey, work together to get first and second. Now it's back to individual. Marco's going to try and protect that second position. And he has that priority over Joan. You're going to see Marco continue to follow Joan around.
Yeah,
and
that's
hope that time runs out and he's able to maximize his priority usage. Love this stuff.
the phrase you never want to hear from a boyfriend or girlfriend. I love you, but that's kind of what Marco is thinking right now. I love you, Joan, but
Ooh.
I'm in this to win this as well. Nice little back three there for Marco Mignot. So he's looking to get rid of 593. That would up the requirement for Joan Duru. 51 seconds left. Joan now in second priority.
He's paddling hard. I wonder if he sees something.
I think it's the opposite. I think he sees too much. There's just chunks and bumps and spray flying all over the place. Can't imagine how hard it is to identify one of those little peaks comes up. Is that a wave? Is that a wave? 25 seconds left.
Well, it's always nerve-wracking when there's about a minute and a half to go and you have to utilize that priority to keep your surfer that's looking for that score. So we see Joan taking off. Gabriel here, but Joan was going right.
I want that board. Might be a little big for me. Gabriel known to ride a lot of leaders. Double 360.
Oh my gosh.
A rare.
Oh my gosh.
Double three. That might have been a little shout out to Italo Ferreira, who's known for a couple quick threes like that, but that was so fun to watch.
Now I wonder what happened on that right for Joan.
Look on his face tells us it wasn't something he was too happy about. So Joan Duru.
See him pumping himself up, claiming if it was what he thought the score would be.
I mean, that's a rare occurrence for Joan Duru. He's a very consistent surfer, and you can tell a lot of aggression let out on that wave. 3 big turns. He's not out of the conversation for potentially second place. Okay, so you were right.
No, he's pumped up.
And I was right.
Yeah.
An aggressive claim, letting the judges know he's into it. Here's that double 360 from Gabriel Medina.
Oh,
this
my
is
gosh.
fun. This is good times right here. That's
Look at
that's the type of wave you'd see in the credits of a surf movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in the credits of his heat.
Yeah. That was a incredible show. Thank you, Gabriel Medina, for all of that. The whole surf world thanks you for what you just did in really, really trying conditions, but just further proof that Gabriel Medina is surfing's Superman. He lives on here in the main round. We'll see what happens with those last 2 waves. The Boricua Nation is rising. The beach is filling up here on a Saturday, 10:15 local time here in Puerto Rico. So much action to come. We know you're not going anywhere. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Welcome back to the action. We just had a situation change in that last heat. Joan Duru got a 6.23 on his final wave. That took him into second over Marco Mignot, pushed Marco down into third, And it will be Gabriel Medina with the lead. Joan Duru advancing through on the buzzer, keeping himself in the main side of the draw. Unbelievable. While Marco Mignot gets forced into the rapid charge rounds to battle it out to gain his spot back into the grand final. Let's take one more look at it. It was just on the finish there, and it was a 6-2-3.
All sheer passion and emotion created that turn, comes over this section, gets the other one, gives himself a little knock to the chin there, a little fist pump and then a little punch to the chin, and he was psyched. It was a great wave, clutch performance. Here we go, live action, Carly Vast.
Carly Vast representing France on his opening wave, just kind of tracking down the line, looking for those opening sections. We can see Alonso Correa of Peru also up and riding into a nice big wrap for that second turn. Sets himself up with a clean punch to finish. He looks like he's going to ride out of it. Impressive for the start, and that will leave Ethan Ewing from Australia out the back with first priority, wearing the red jersey. Now, interesting dynamics unfolding within the qualification scenario for those final spots remaining on the men's side of the draw. Of course, we know, looking at this current heat, that Ethan Ewing of Australia, Carly Vast of France, and Alonso Correa of Peru are all qualified and heading to Paris 2024.
Congratulations to all three of them. Alonso, he is a force to be reckoned with at the pipeline. Hasn't been to Tahiti, is going to be a force to be reckoned with at that particular break. And he's been a force to be reckoned with this week to earn that spot. We saw it on the first wave. He's been doing big, powerful turns that have really had a lot of volume and speed in them. Super great surfing from the Peruvian. Congrats to all three on qualifying.
Tracking now with Kali on his second ride, a 2.5 to start things off with. Now getting some heavier work done on that two-turn combination. He'll bow out and we'll have scores to drop as a 6.17 has come through for the opener of Alonso Correa. In that last heat, Gabriel Medina with the handmade necklace around his neck has made things look pretty easy in the lineup. Having fun, he's with Mitch Salazar.
That he is, Shannon. Muito parabéns, Gabriel Medina. You just went nuclear in that heat, my friend. A 9.23, 17.06 heat total. Parabéns.
Thank you. Yeah, that was really fun. I'm glad I found the waves, and yeah, it's been fun a week, and I just want to enjoy every wave, every heat.
You integrate your culture super well into your surfing. When I say that, you bring in elements of Brazilian culture within the way you describe yourself on a wave. How significant is that to you, and how important is it to have your team behind the scenes as well?
Yeah, it's been fun surfing with the team. I love Brazil. It's one thing that I always think about, you know, since I started, when I started traveling and competing against these guys, traveling the world. And I know my country is big and there are many people rooting for us. And yeah, it just feels good to make them proud, you know. So that's why I try to do my best. And yeah, I'm a proud Brazilian.
You've won every single heat you've surfed in so far, too. What do you just attribute this confidence to? It just seems like you're on another level right now.
Yeah, I mean, I want to give a shout out to Johnny. He made this board. Feels like a magic board, and it's been a long time that I don't get the magic one. I've been getting good boards, but this one feels good. And yeah, just thank Johnny for the board. It gives me more confidence, you know. I just want to go out there and find the waves, really. So yeah, as I say, it's been fun.
Anything you would like to say back home?
Obrigado a todos que torceram, estão torcendo. Tá para acabar mais dia. É isso. Cada vez mais perto. E Deus no comando. Tamo junto.
Obrigado, Gabriel.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Gabriel. Putting together a proud performance for his Brazilian nation. And he's looking like a strong favorite to, you know, walk away with that gold medal this week. He would be one of the biggest threats within any lineup that he paddles out into. But given where we're at in competition now, a three-time world champion in the draw, that's going to be the toughest man by credentials to steal away the victory from this week.
So experienced too, such a great competitor. But when it comes to surfing, the riding of the board on the wave, he is a genius. There's really no one better in my mind. Gabriel Medina is an amazing surfer, so is this young Frenchman.
Cowley up and riding, takes to a quick air, and he'll fall on that opening ride. A 4.67 was his backup score to his 2.5, improves his situation in the lead. Alonso Correa opening up with that 617 was the best of the exchange. And Ethan Ewing for Australia sitting with priority, kind of having a repositioning of himself in the lineup now. They still have Sally Fitzgibbons left in the draw on their side of the women's side of the draw. So Australia still putting a couple of surfers together, moving forward in the main side coming into today's event. And we'll take a look now at Ethan. One of the smoothest surfers in the rail game coming out of Australia. Nice two-turn combination to start. Sets himself up here with a quick, snappy backhand attack. Looking for a 618, and he'll get his account opened up.
Well, looking for anything that's, better than a 5, perhaps. I feel like that's a score he'll be able to keep longer term. It wasn't the greatest wave out there. It's not the greatest surfing that he can do, but he is so good at his base level that, anything that he does looks good. He's got beautiful style, beautiful technique, always, flowing and fluid while radical, but riding a little bit bigger board, a 6-1, and you can see it looks great to see that amount of board in front of him. Definitely adds to the overall impression. 3 rides so far for Carly Vast, the 467, the best of it. Alonso Correa just taking his time, being a little more patient. He's got that 617 to start, so he's in a good position anyway, and looking for one ride really to finish the heat up with 18 to go. So the pressure off the Peruvian. He's taken his time with that first priority. Second priority, Carly Vast. Vast is very fast. A good surname.
He is very fast, isn't he? It's going to be very exciting to see him take on Tahiti, to be able to surf at home for the Olympic Games alongside Vahine Fierro. Both of those two earning qualification from last year's World Surfing Games. And, they have an incredible field and an incredible amount of talent behind Team France. Pauline Audoud, Joanne DeFay, Jeremy Flores from the past, who's now working as a coach. So many surfers outside of those that are just in the draw even this week, though Joanne has been in competing for Team France. But for them to qualify, Kaoli and Vahine, for the Olympics for Tahiti is an incredible accomplishment as we take a look at that backhand surfing from Ethan.
Yeah, it's a dream come true for the French as Cowley takes off. Nice wrap there. You can see the speed and energy in his body. Gets that nice closeout re-entry. That's the 4.67, the two-turn combination. Now back to the lineup. Alonso with first priority, Cowley with second, and Cowley I referred to as a Frenchman, and then in my mind I was going, well, he's actually a Tahitian, and perhaps that's a more accurate description. He's representing France as the Tahitians do, but Tahitian born and a great surfing family, and we've seen what he can do at the Olympic venue, and for France to qualify those two, Vahine and Carly, is an amazing opportunity because they are two of the best young surfers there of all time. And the thing that I've noticed about Team France, I think since Jeremy Flores has been taken into the fold, he's a serious dude and a serious competitor, is seriously experienced and won't take shenanigans unless he's involved himself. Here we go.
Alonso into a beautiful opening wrap, connects it with the next section, adds in that variety, smooth, flowing, power flow within his surfing.
Little variety there with a little layback flick at the end. And there's a volume to Alonso's surfing this week where when those big sections hit, it's not sort of crazy and loose and wild, but it's so solid on the rail and powerful. We'll see it right here. See how strong he is on the rail. Board looks beautiful, unhindered by your opponents. When you're down that priority roster as Ethan was, that's the chance to duck and weave around and try and find waves that the others aren't going to go because they're waiting for obvious choices, and you can gamble a little more when you're Ethan Ewing and you're down the priority and see if you can turn an average wave into a score.
All part of the strategy, part of the hunt of competitive surfing, but it happens in a free surf as well. You'd be out in a crowded lineup and be like, all right, I've got to work out. Am I going to sit and try and get amongst the pack maybe for those set waves? Or are there a lot of waves going unridden that are on the inside that maybe don't have the best quality but are going to get me up and riding?
And you might start your surf that way and get a few, and then, okay, now I'm going to wait for a good one. And it is very similar in that sense to a free surf.
A little warm-up session on the inside and then go, okay,
now
legs are feeling good, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great point. There are those similarities, aren't they? And, wave selection in a free surf, the thing that you notice, I think, as a grommet and is that you've got to climb your way up the pecking order in a lineup. And there's the main men, the main women, the main people, and then you, as a grommet, have to kind of slowly peg your way, earn their respect through your performances, through your commitment, through your dedication, and then at a point in it, you find yourself in that position where you're getting the best waves in a lineup, and the best surfers. That's one of the easiest way to identify the best surfers, is to see the type of waves they're catching.
9 minutes remaining on the clock. And Alonso sitting with those couple of sixes on the board. Kali Vast sitting in second, but with that first priority. And he is now up and riding, looking for an 8.07 to take away the lead. Nice opening turn, sets it up on the rail for the second, and seamless into the third finishing maneuver. He'll be improving on his scoreline.
Yeah, 100%. That looks like a wave similar to the waves that we've seen from Alonso. There's some beautiful carving arcs in that wave, a nice finish. So I think that's going to be his first real score. It'll go with that 4.67. Let's have a look here. Loads up, drives the bottom turn, up high on the wave face, and then just wraps. Look at his body. Snaps out of the top, rotates that upper body nice, has time to just compose himself here, waiting for that next section to stand up. I really love this beautiful wrap. Drives out a little bit wider on the wave face. Look at the technique. Arcs it back into the pocket. Now that is just a beautiful turn. Piece of art in living motion there from Kali Vast into the last section. Beautifully timed. See the fins there flare out of the top. Judges are still considering it. It's definitely going to be a good score. It was perfectly surfed.
Well surfed from Kali. Hopeful to be joined by 2 extra team members come the Paris 2024 Olympics. There's been a big push from all the teams coming into this event, but from France, you can feel that opportunity for them in front to gain the extra spots, given that they are the host nation for the Olympics as well. As we see Nadia Erostarbe collecting her jersey. Yolanda, Nadia, and Sol all gained their qualification for Paris yesterday. So this is a bit of a free heat paddling out. Caroline Marks found herself qualified last year out of her world title, inaugural world title victory from the WSL 2023 tour. And so for this heat, it's going to be a fun one to see how things unravel. Of course, still trying to find themselves as the winningest women's team, the highest ranked women's team at the end of the event, off the strength of some of those surfers having another teammate still in the draw. But also getting to just have a little bit more of a relaxed approach, still wanting to go for those wins at the end of the event. But the real stress and pressure sitting upon has kind of been released for each of them.
Yeah, in a way, hasn't it? It's going to be interesting to see how they respond as we see Sol Aguirre having a moment to herself. I always used to love those moments where you got away from everything and you just sat at the water's edge and just composed the mind. And it's a really beautiful moment, that, before you go to battle or to surf your heat. It's a moment of power, and you've got to find that power within. It's going to be interesting to see who's the most comfortable after the success that they've all had.
Alonso sitting on a couple of sixes, already in that leading position. 2-turn strike will set himself up trying to improve. Kali scores in. It's the highest of the heat so far, a 7.00.
Beautiful surfing. It couldn't have been surfed any better, that wave. And it was all basic, sort of on the road, basic for this level of performance, but done so beautifully. The technique, the rotation out of that top and that second carving arc. It's not often that a carving arc is looked at as a super high score. John is someone who can do that consistently, Ethan Ewing too. But in that particular instance, Kali Vast definitely turned that shoulder of the wave into something of really good scoring potential with that.
Ethan, little check off the foam, driving, gaining some speed down the line, and he'll throw that wave away. He's now got a requirement in the 7-point range to take an advancing slot, as Kali has dropped in that 7-point ride, chasing a 5.74 now for the Frenchman, the Tahitian, to be able to take away that winning position. Now, out of that previous heat, we saw that we had Joan Duru and we had Marco Mignot in the mix alongside of Gabriel Medina. Because of where they were placed in the main round, out of the 5 remaining slots on the men's side of the draw, out of the 6 possible to gain, we saw Alonso Correa take away that first spot yesterday in competition. 5 slots remaining. We know that one of those now will go to one of Kali's 2 teammates, between Joan Duru and Marco Mignot, because of where they're placed in that situation. And the fact that Marco fell into rapid charge rounds, he's still in a great position because He's fallen all the way to repechage round 10. Now, coming up in repechage round 9, which is going to be in a few heats time, we're going to have 5 different surfers in that round that are fighting for the final 4 spots. Outside of the spot that we know will go to one of the 2 French competitors because they're already so far in the draw.
Gotcha.
Whichever of them finishes farther in the draw will gain that position. So coming up into repechage round 9 is going to be an intense one. We could be seeing those Olympic qualification factors unraveling, where we'll have Andy Krier from Spain, Ramzi Bokiam from Morocco, Rio Waida of Indonesia, Sebastian Williams of Mexico, and Tim Elter of Germany. Those are 5 surfers going for 4 of those spots on the rankings that we're currently looking at. Alonso Correa already filled in, and we know that we're going to see also Joan Duru or Marco Mignon fill in one of those spots. Those are going to be likely determined today.
Well, it's a complicated, complex little picture, but you did a very good job of explaining it. Thank you for that. And, as this day transpires, you can see there's the site, you can see the amount of people. Saturday morning here, we're expecting this weekend to be out of control because last weekend was, and that was our opening weekend. The score came through for Alonso Correa, 5.23, so didn't change anything for that 2-turn combination. Ethan Ewing been slow in this heat so far. As you said, it is main round, so, third place is down. This is away from third priority, so.
Into that opening turn, sets it up now for the second. He throws it into the air. So just that single maneuver will count for the start. It's not going to help his situation in any way. He was one of those surfers earlier in the week that was putting together some really proud performances, found himself into the 9s off of his rail work. Near perfect surfing with just those tiny little glitches that you got to call in real time, Barton.
Yeah, he's been a standout this week. He's a standout, from the Hawaiian season and last year's World Tour. So much to like about that young man. So committed, dedicated, and I don't know that he's got a cocky bone in his body. He's just so composed and really lovely young man.
Coming off of a broken back last year as well, to come back to actually competing and surfing as well as he did at the WSL finals. I think the entire surfing world was just on edge watching him paddle out, not knowing how the recovery was truly going. Was he pushing it too early? And then he became a strong favorite to take away the world title from Felipe Toledo. That was an unbelievable moment within his life. It also solidified him with that Olympic position for Team Australia. So this year coming in, it looks like, he's had that time to recover. Like you said, he's put together a strong performance already on the North Shore, and now getting ready for his first opportunity alongside his good friend Jack Robinson to compete and represent Australia at the Olympic Games is a very exciting thing. On the women's side, they already have Molly Picklum and Tyler Wright qualified. And Molly Picklum is going to be a huge threat to that gold medal.
Absolutely. And on the men's side, I don't believe there's a goofy footer in the top 10. So all natural footers. So if you're a goofy footer that gets through this event, that could be a good thing.
You're going to be feeling
Here we go again.
pretty good. Ethan, just getting some work done on the inside here. Again, chasing that 717.
Making it look easy.
Makes it look so easy.
Well, 717's not such a big score. I thought he would be chasing more, just from watching the heat and not paying attention for a little moment. When you said that, I was like, oh, wow, he's right there in it, even though he kind of hasn't got out of second gear yet. So, still, 45 seconds. It might be the clock that beats him in this particular instance. But to this point in time, it has been the competing, the wave selection, and the surfing of Carly Vast and Alonso Correa that's actually beating him. Those guys have been convincing in this one.
And Alonso hasn't had to do much work for that. His first 2 waves gave him his big scores. Getting those 6s in straight off the bat, nice and early, good wave selection. Also matched the wave selection with his performance on it.
Yep.
And then for Cali, it took some digging. He had that 2, he built to a 4, then he had a throwaway score, took him a little while, eventually found a wave of quality to give him that 7-point ride.
Yep.
Down to 10 seconds on the clock, and Ethan Ewing will be heading in. Bowing out of competition from this year's ISA World Surfing Games. Team Australia still has Sally Fitzgibbons competing. In the main round, she'll be coming up in heat number 2 for the main round, which is about to begin on the women's side of the draw. So well done to the newest crowned future Olympian in Alonso Correa out of Peru, backed up with a second place finish by Carly Vast of France. Coming up next, we've got 4 great women in the lineup: Yolanda Sakira, Nadia Ersabe, Sola Gary, and Caroline Marks hitting the lineup.
think a strong junior and amateur career is huge. You know, if you really look at like the history of everyone that's done good as an amateur and a junior, you know, almost all of them are on the tour right now or world champion even. You know, when I won the ISA, I think what made it so special is that the whole team was behind me and I won. And my brother was on the team with me, which was so sick. And him and my dad carried me up the beach and got a gold medal and they raised that flag. And that was pretty amazing.
Right out of the gates, Caroline Marks, one of the standouts yesterday on day one. She had the highest two-wave total.
When I went to Japan with the team, it was really cool because we were there all day supporting everyone. And I think that gets you really, really excited because you're like rooting for your friends, but you're also trying to win too and flying the flag. And it just like gets you kind of like really psyched. The ISA opening ceremony was super cool. I've never done something like that. And, you know, everyone there was saying, like, little taste of what the Olympics is like, which is so crazy because I got the chills. It was seeing all the teams and things like that was, like, so amazing.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We're currently in the main round. We've just finished out the main round on the men's side. We're now into the main round on the women's side, which means it's non-elimination, and any surfers losing out will be heading into the repechage rounds later on today, rather than heading out completely of competition. Yolanda Sequeira from Portugal, Nadia Erostarbe from Spain, Sol Aguirre from Peru, and Caroline Marks from the USA. They have all already booked their tickets to Paris, to Tahiti specifically, but to surf on behalf of the Paris 2024 Olympic Games. They'll be proudly representing their countries, and now they've got the opportunity to just continue showcasing some great surf while also wanting to get themselves into that gold medal finish this week.
Absolutely, and boost the points for the team. Give your team the opportunity to win that third spot in the ladies for the most highest qualified team on either side, male and female. We know on the male side, a bit of a battle between Brazil and France at this point. Portugal up and riding on the replay. Yolanda snaps back, looking determined, gets low, snaps out of the top, flares the tail, feels good about that one. 3.67, the first score of consequence. Well, it's actually a 3.17, a 0.5 on her first.
So starting out quickly, getting up and riding at least twice. Sol with a 0.6 for a quick in and out. She had a really fun heat to be able to witness a couple days ago, where we had Caroline Marks and Carissa Moore for Team USA present within that. A few world titles between the two of them, an Olympic gold medal in the lineup. Sol Aguirre paddles out and gets an 8-point ride on, 1 minute on the clock? Like, just straight off the bat. First wave that came through. Smashed it, found herself with an excellent score, and walked away victorious over those two world champions.
Yeah, and is a superstar of the future, that young lady. We saw tears yesterday upon news of the ticket to the Olympic Games, so congratulations to all of these ladies.
Alonso Correa for Peru, the newly crowned Olympian, took out the win in that last heat. He is with Mitch Salazar.
Yeah, the first male to qualify here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Alonso, muchas felicidades. You make it through another main round heat and you position yourself for a potential gold medal at the end of this event. I want to focus on qualification, though. For a lot of people that don't know, both you, Sol Aguirre, who's in the water right now, and yourself, last year were injured for the majority of the year. How refreshing is it to start off the year with a bang like you did yesterday?
Yeah, it's amazing. Still processing it. I have my family here. All the team is super excited, super happy, and I'm super stoked to make everybody proud. All my family, my friends back home, all the people, the surfers back in Peru, the surfing community. And yeah, now I'm surfing. It's fun waves. I was able to get a couple waves to make it through, and one more round. Yeah, that's the goal. Keep going the most I can, right?
In Tokyo, you had 4 surfers representing Peru on the surfing side, and Sofia Mulanovic, who's working the broadcast in Spanish right here, has a lot of gratitude towards you and says that you're one of her favorite surfers. When you get that kind of word from somebody that you look up to, how does it encourage you not only to do better, but motivate you?
Yeah, for sure. Really, like, surfing and competing, it's all about the confidence. To have that confidence to go out there and like knowing that you're able to, if you get a wave, get a good score. So that boost my confidence for sure. And all these contests, being able to make it through the main round, it's been amazing. Like that heat, we had Ethan, pretty much one of the best surfers in the world, and Kauli, super gnarly as well. So yeah, all the heats have been super hard, and I'm stoked to be like in the mix with all those guys, right?
Anything you want to say back home in Spanish? I know not only the rest of your family is watching, but all of Lima and the rest of Peru.
Yeah, nada, gracias a todos. Acá seguimos una ronda más. Y nada, feliz, contento con el resultado de este campeonato y vamos por más, ¿no? A seguir dándole tranquilos, se vienen más campeonatos por delante, entonces a seguir motivados y trabajando duro para eso.
Olympian for the first time. Felicidades.
Thank you so much. Very happy to see Alonso and just starting to kind of let that soak in.
Yeah. And
Really?
he said that the surfing community in Peru, but the thing that he might not realize yet is that once you're an Olympian, it's the whole of your nation that respect what you do. Surfing, obviously, you know, is clawing its way into acceptance in a rapid way, really. So for Alonso, I think he's going to be surprised when he gets home at the response from the mainstream media and the whole of the nation, knowing that he's qualified for those Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
I would say there's going to be a few parades happening after this event as surfers head home and to their hometowns and their home nations. Nadia, newly qualified for the Olympics out of yesterday's competition as well, smashing her way through to the inside section. Her and her teammate, Janire, were able to solidify that, which means 2 Spanish women will be present in Tahiti. That's exciting, too, to think about, you know, the kind of preparation, the road to getting there. They've now got a few months ahead of them before those games will take place. For those 2 women to be able to spend that time competing, to be able to spend that time training, to be able to spend that time with their national Olympic committees and meeting other Olympians likely on the way, the kind of media opportunities, there's so much that they will kind of take on before they even put on that Olympic jersey. It's exciting to see those surfers that are going to be able to do that with a pack with a few people and have that momentum running up together.
And interesting, you know, there will be surfers who are on the World Championship Tour and competing and going to other locations and perhaps more focused on that. We saw her get an amazing ride. This is Soliguera.
Well, her opening was a 6.83. We love to look at it. She went for a huge layback on the opening ride. Now goes for it again, and she'll fall. But that first wave was so great.
During the interview, wasn't
Yeah.
it? We looked at each other and we lit up because she lit that wave up. The wave itself had no right really to be a 6.83. It was most probably a 4 or a 5 at the best, and it was her performance on it that surfed the wave up to that 6.83. So a great opening score.
Caroline Marks, the reigning world champion, up and riding. Former ISA gold medalist from the juniors. Getting busy on the inside section. Smaller wave, kind of tags it. A couple little hits on her forehand.
And they were tags, weren't they? They were little jabs. There was no change of direction. There was no sear. There was no rail. They were just little jabs into the lip. So I don't see that wave going too high for Caroline. But I think she's at that point where scores were starting to drop for other surfers. The 4.33 comes in for Nadia on that last left we watched. So I think she just wanted to kind of start to build momentum and get some scores on the board. But it didn't have anything that took your breath away.
Nadia sitting in that leading position now for Spain. Peru sitting in second with that 6.83 as the real standout moment of this heat. Yolanda's had a couple of looks, hasn't been able to find herself with anything too significant. And Caroline with a score to drop through, but also sort of that easy surfing. A change of direction is a really important factor when it comes to putting together a good score line. When we're talking about a proper turn, snaps it up into the section and she'll fall out.
Yeah, a bit of chop at the front of that one. Then she rode onto the back of that and filled the wave up and she couldn't keep her momentum going forwards. First priority with Spain. Second priority with Peru. Caroline Marks.
3.93, a near 4 for that opening ride.
Good judging. That feels like where it came. You know, there was some work done, but obviously it wasn't super exciting.
Setting it up there, just kind of cruising, having an eye. She's a surfer that we know can take to the air. She's got a good kind of repertoire behind her. Maybe we'll see her have a little bit of fun in this heat. Yolanda Feeling a little bit frustrated with those last 2 waves. She'll be looking for something that gives her a better opportunity. We got a lot of Groms down on the beach that are, you know, getting autographs, getting those little moments to witness their favorite surfers out in the lineup this week. They'll be hopefuls come LA 2028, come Brisbane after that for the next couple of Summer Olympics. Sol with a quick in and out, and now Nadia. Oh, that was a dynamic turn to start things off with.
Lovely
Great combination as well.
Lovely combo, you're right, Shannon.
14 minutes remaining on the clock. Looking at our schedule throughout the rest of the day, we're currently in the main event. We've just finished that from the men's. As we said before, it's non-elimination, so the surfers falling out in the bottom 2 positions will be heading into the later repechage rounds to be surfed this afternoon. So everyone's going to get that chance to surf out here a few times. Sol goes down on her opening turn for that wave.
It was an inside wave, and I thought she'd picked a good one because you could see it doubling up, and which means, you know, a couple of bits of wave, the energy of the ocean comes together, and 2 or 3 bits converge and lurch up. And I thought, oh, this is a good little insider that she's found. Unfortunately, on the last 2 rides, there's been those falls after the 683, actual 3 rides since then. So needs to settle it down, recognise that the start's done. There's only 1 more wave needed, really. And she finds herself in the lead with that 1.9, so easy to improve on that.
Now, Alonso hinted to it within his post-heat that it's just 1 more heat until he'd be in the actual final. Taking a look at the main side of the draw, we've just got the 2 heats remaining within this round 6. Heading into main round 7, there's just a single heat in it. It's kind of like the semifinals, but it's just that 1 heat. Top 2 surfers from that will go straight into the medal match. Into that final match, bottom 2 will have a repechage final to battle through. So we're getting into that end of competition. It's always a little complicated with the ISA World Surfing Games to be tracking along with exactly where everyone is sitting and how many heats are left, as we've got a lot of heats that we're getting through today. But it is because we got that great repechage round added in, which means every surfer has that opportunity to take a loss and have another shot, should need be.
Yeah, it's fantastic in that sense. It's fantastic for everyone. The developing nations, they know when they come here and they bring their team that they're going to get 2 heats, regardless. And that's just such a gift. The old rock up to a place, surf a heat, lose, go home, it really doesn't do anything for the development of the sport. So there's developmental aspects to the double elimination that helps. And then at the top end, when we get these crazy heats where, you know, the best surfers in the world are all against each other and knocking each other out, it gives them another chance as well, which is great.
Taking a look now at the women who have qualified as of this World Surfing Games. So it says 2023 up there, but it's actually 2024 World Surfing Games as of yesterday. We're seeing Spain, Peru, Brazil, Portugal, Israel, Germany, China in the mix. 2 Spanish women getting their names in, and a whole lot of joy being spread around yesterday as Fernando handed out some golden tickets.
And as you said, spread around. The only sort of double up there was for Spain, and otherwise it's a list of nations getting representation at this highest level. And that's the spirit of the Olympic Games that is different to professional sport, where you could imagine, say, if we looked at, oh, hold on, let's look at this instead.
All right, deep takeoff, stuck behind the section, and she'll kick out.
Feeling some nerves at this point from Sol Aguirre. Unfortunately, you know, with that start, you think you'd be quite settled and quite calm after a 683, and you know, you've come this far into the heat and you've still got the best wave of the heat, and you're just looking for a second. So it's most probably the least stressed position of anyone in the lineup, but the responsibility of advancement, you know, sometimes it makes the simple things hard. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 rides after the 683, trying to improve on the second one, only managed the 1.9 as the best. Having a look again, going to the forehand this time.
Oh, nice looking right into that first section. Although the wave goes flat, kind of looked like it might have that section that could stand up, but unfortunately it tapers off. Staying really active. One of the first heats that we're seeing of her this week where she kind of has that nervous look to her. It's been an impressively consistent performance from her throughout every other round.
It really has. You mentioned that 8-point ride we got to witness, and she's taken out some big names so far in this event. Caroline Marks, well, they're really, you know, is no bigger. She's the world champion, defending world champ. Sally Fitzgibbons in the blue there, representing Australia.
One of the greatest names to come in surfing around the world. Sally Fitzgibbons, longtime championship tour competitor, an Olympian, and a 3-time ISA gold medalist. One of the winningest in ISA history. And she's paddling out in that next heat. Yolanda now up and riding. Used her priority on this wave, and she'll have to throw it away. Chasing down that 5.57 to get herself into a better position. Nadia with a nice re-entry to start.
Yeah, you can see, I suppose it depends on what you're looking for, how ambitious you are with your wave selection. If you're looking like, I need one with 3 turns, it's going to be extremely difficult to find. If you're like, I'm just going for one big one, then there's most probably a lot of opportunities. So expectation sometimes can be, debilitating in terms of putting pressure on you with priority, because you just don't want to make a mistake with it. But sometimes it's better to just catch something, get rid of that priority, and in conditions like this, just get surfing. And we've seen that work for Gabriel Medina, that's for sure. But he has that ability to go very high in the air and turn a closeout into a near perfect score. That's a hard thing to do on the rail. So, there's an advantage in these conditions really to the aerialists, and that will not exist at the Olympic venue. There's the layback snap. 2-turn combination, 6.83. Beautiful, beautiful surfing.
5.4 now from Nadia. So this last wave coming through as a great score for her. Or sorry, that was 2 waves ago. We're still waiting for her last score to drop through, but Nadia's done well to put herself into that leading position over Sol. And it is an interesting point of conversation as we see Tatiana Weston-Webb for Brazil. She'll be out there wearing the red jersey up against Joanne Defay from France and Taina Hickel from Brazil. So 2 Brazilians in the water up against 2 names that Tatiana has surfed plenty of heats against in Sally and Joanne. All kind of, Sally just maybe being that generation just ahead of those 2, but within that same pack. They've been on tour for a long time together. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses very, very well.
That's exactly right. They do. There's an intimacy and a knowledge about each other. It's going to be interesting to watch that play out. Tatiana's been in incredible form. She will be a real threat at the Olympic venue, no doubt about that. A great tube rider, has had experience there, thrown herself over on many occasions. Joanne saying good luck, but not too much good luck.
Just enough to be polite.
Yes.
Once they get back out of the water again, they'll be buddies.
Yes, exactly.
I'm sure share a meal together at some stage through the week. Or through the year. They'll have plenty of time traveling together this year.
Yeah, there's that old saying, what happens in the water stays in the water, and it's such an important part of being a competitor. You've got to be able to go into the water and do what you need to do and play that game as hard as you can, as strongly as you can. But at the same time, when you return to the water, to the beach, we're all friends, and you've got to leave what happens in the water. That's been one of those ethoses of surfing that's existed for a long time.
Caroline Marks sitting with first priority next to her name. She's been in that 3rd place or 4th place position for the majority of this heat. Now chasing a 4.81 to get herself out of it. Yolanda chasing down a 5.57. These women will still have the opportunity to go through repos to get back into the grand final. Now, as you were saying just a moment ago, it is an interesting point of conversation that, the waves that we're seeing surfed here, especially with kind of the conditions and the way it's shaped up to be at Rastreal rather than Margara over the last few days, we're seeing surfers qualifying for a big left-hand, heavy, reefy barrel out of waves that we're looking for great airs in, that great variety of rail work, and it's quite a different conversation to what they're going to have to begin preparing for heading into Tahiti.
And again, this is, we're in an area here with reef breaks, and they're breaking very similar to beach breaks given the forecast and the conditions. We could end up at the Olympic venue and it could be 3 to 4 feet. I mean, that's a reality, and it could be one on turns. It's doubtful.
But it's happened in the past plenty of times.
And it could happen again. So while there's the stereotypical situations that we're talking about, and we expect, that Olympic venue to turn on and show the world surfing in a completely different light to what they saw in Tokyo, where it was beach break high performance surfing in some storm surf, to the tropical paradise of Tahiti and the big barrels of one of the world's heaviest waves. But the forecast is the forecast. This area has great waves, great tubes, but the forecast and the conditions have kind of been against us. But it's such a good venue that even with that against us, we've still had waves every day and enough to compete.
Sally Fitzgibbons, the 3-time ISA gold medalist from the World Surfing Games, just touching down into the water, saves those fins on the little jump in, and she'll be getting that hair wet, paddling right out. She's a surfer that loves to take to the air whenever possible, so I'm excited to see that next heat unfold. Given the conditions, what we're seeing from the men's side of the field, the wind, those little ramps coming up, I think Sally's got to have that within her mind as well as something that she can start to bring into play. Maybe we'll see her try and get herself in a solidified position with 2 scores on the board before she takes to the air. We've seen plenty of heats with her. Once she kind of gets that first 5-10 minutes down and she's got a couple scores and she feels comfortable to free up for 5 or 8 minutes of the heat, we see her go for air after air after air. Whether she's landing it or not, she's right there in that conversation looking for a big moment.
Absolutely. I suppose the thing working against Sally being a natural footer is that the air wind, which is coming in from the side on shore, is really on the lefts. And she's a natural footer. Her backhand airs aren't at the level that the forehand is. Really, she relies on those forehand airs. So with that wind blowing the direction it is, it can blow your board away from underneath your feet rather than blow the board into your feet. So I imagine we're going to see her go to the rail and work on her backhand is fantastic too. She's always had a really good backhand vertical re-entry. That'll suit these sections. But again, this heat has been a really interesting heat where it's been quite slow, inconsistent in terms of waves caught and the performance we get to see. So, every heat is different. No one knows what the waves are going to do in the next heat, and you always have to be ready to adapt on the fly in the moment. Sol Aguirre up and riding.
Looking to adapt here. She's been holding on to that top 2 position with just that 1.9 behind her. This wave may help to wipe away the 1.9. She's chasing a 3.27 to get herself into that leading position.
And there's only 2 minutes and 50 on the clock, so the majority of this heat, 22 minutes, has flown by, and there hasn't been too many waves surfed. Ladies just trying to find the good ones. This looks like a really good one.
Caroline with a rooftop drop into the opening section, challenging wave to negotiate on the start, and just kind of cuts that turn short as she's laying into the rail.
Well, that was the best wave we've seen maybe all morning, but the surfing just didn't match the moments of the wave. Looked a little casual out at the top, perhaps, and in the cutback she lost the rail, and that kind of negated what was on offer in that wave. That wave was potentially an 8-point ride. She's looking for a 4.84. She may still get that score. Sol Aguirre up and riding, quick in and out. She may still get that score purely on the basis of the quality of the wave. Nice steep late takeoff, that was critical. The turns just didn't have the commitment in them that they needed at that point in time. But again, the quality of that wave may be enough to give her the score she's looking for. And Sol Aguirre's just got to improve on that 1.93 at some point quickly here to hold Caroline Marks at bay. Judges still thinking about Caroline's wave. It's a confusing wave because the wave itself was incredible and the best wave we've seen in hours, I dare say. And but the surfing on it maybe surfed it down considerably to what its potential was.
Yeah, great breakdown of that situation, Barton. As we're down to 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock, ISA President Fernando Aguirre standing next to the Vice President for the ISA. Barbara next to him. She's flown over from New Zealand. It's been great to have her wandering around the contest site this week. She's an Olympic gold medalist. As we take a look now at Sol Aguirre on her backhand, tagging the finish. She's wanting to solidify that second place position, and her last wave dropped through just with a small score on the board. But for this one, for Sol, she'll definitely be improving on that 1.93. We're still waiting for the wave of Caroline Marks to come through. Judges having a look at some replays there. Now Yolanda with a chance, chasing at the moment of 5.60. That could be changing. Straight up into the lip, and just that single maneuver for her. Sol takes away the leading position as a 3.47. Drops through for her last wave. Caroline a 3.70 from the panel. Doesn't give her that advancing position.
Props to the judges there. You know, there was a temptation, I'm sure, to judge the wave, not the performance. The judges really had clarity on that, and she surfed that one down well and truly.
Well, down to the final couple seconds, it looks like Nadia's going to have one more opportunity on the buzzer. She's into the lip line, but with the score she already has, she'll be holding on to that second place position because Yolanda's last wave was a 2.63. That doesn't help take her into an advancing top 2 position. And Caroline falling out in that third place position. A score to come through now for Nadia Arostarbe, but it looks official to say that Soligari of Peru and Nadia Arostarbe of Spain will be heading through in first and second. Caroline Marks from the USA and Yolanda Sequeira from Portugal still in the mix. They're going to be surfing in the rapid charge rounds later on today, hopeful to make it back into the grand final. And when we return, more action with Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley, and Lele coming in for Team Australia. Sally Fitzgibbons will be hitting the water right after this.
I love my running. For me, running was more suited to my personality and my drive of like that there's a start line and a finish line and everything in between kind of makes sense. Like you're training, you do it and you push yourself and it's really hard, but it's really rewarding because you kind of see like the result in these PBs or going to the Youth Olympics to get some gold medals there. To be able to kind of rise all the way to that top tier and have the opportunity to run against some of the world's best was, it was special. Obviously, the very influential moment at the 2000 Olympics was in Sydney. I was fortunate enough to be in the stadium when Kathy Freeman won the gold medal for the 400 meters, and I think to be there and like feel the crowd and feel the stadium rumble, and that was a significant moment in Australian sport history.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games. Sol Aguirre from Team Peru with a convincing victory here in the main event round. We do lose incredibly talented surfers to the repechage, meaning they have another way back to the main podium. Caroline Marks and Yolanda Sequeira, third and fourth respectively in that last heat. 25 minutes to start this round 5 heat 2 in the main event. Joanne Defay hammering it on her backhand. Big heat in the water. Joanne Defay, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Tina Hinkle. A lot of Olympic knowledge in the water right now. There you see the matchups: Brazil, Australia, France, and Brazil. We'll see if Tatiana Weston-Webb and Tina Hinkle can team up on Sally Fitzgibbons and Joanne Defay. That would be a tough ask. Both those surfers, incredibly high heat IQs. Well, we're very excited right now because we are joined by a multi-time ISA gold medalist representing Team Argentina, as well as a surfer representative for the ISA. Welcome to the booth, Leandro Osuna.
All right. Thank you guys. Thanks for the intro. Yeah, I'm stoked to be here. Big fan of the ISA. Been doing them since 2004, so 20 years in the making, and I love it like it was the first time.
Leandro, you're an amazing representative, not only for Argentinian surfing, but just for surfing in general. You do it the right way, with positivity, with joy, and as a multi-time ISA gold medalist, I got to ask you, where are those gold medals right now? Do you bring them with you back to the contest? Do you wear them around the site?
I got them at home. I put them on my kids, neck around time to time. We celebrate that, and yeah, they're at home. They're safe. They're in a good place.
Manifesting future ISA medalists. I love to hear it. Well, I'm Chris Cote. This is Rachel Tilley right next to me, and we've had the pleasure of presenting you all the amazing surfing that you've been seeing. This is finals weekend here from Arecibo, Puerto Rico. 21:30 to go here. Scores start coming through. Tatiana Weston-Webb with a 5.83, Joanne Defay with a 4.33. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. We're going to go down to the glass where Mitchell Salazar is standing by with Sol Aguirre.
That's right, newly qualified Olympian Sol Aguirre. Congratulations, a tough heat out there. Everybody was kind of in the lead for a moment during the heat. You got your back up towards the end. Talk me through the conditions out there.
Oh my God, it's so difficult out there. I got a 6.8 at the beginning. It was a good ride. I was very grateful that I got that one because after that, I couldn't find any backup. I fell on my other waves and I was like regretting falling because time was ticking and I couldn't find anything. And then at the end, luckily, like Nadia didn't paddle that wave and I got like a good backup and I could jump into the lead, but I was so stressed the whole time. I'm still like shaking.
Back-to-back wins for Team Peru. Alonso was in the heat before yours, and then you paddled out yourself. So not only are you two still in the main round, Peru has a chance to be world champion once again. Is that one of your focuses here for this event?
I actually didn't know that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna keep going for my team and for my country and for myself. And Alonso's super solid too. And yeah, we made this today. Today the goal was to make it through, and we're on finals day, so we're gonna give it all. Yeah.
And how nice is it to actually surf an event without an injury too? Last year you had horrible luck. You were injured most of the big events, and starting off with a third place finish at the WSL Pro Juniors in Oceanside, and out here Olympic qualification with the chance to get your first ISA gold medal. How cool is that?
Yeah, I mean, when life pushes you down, it's like you think you're not gonna make it, but I was patient and I had amazing people surrounding myself that supported me and believed in me. And yeah, I had so many injuries while competing, and that was like I think it was God's plan, and that's what I felt. So it's good that when you come through that, and after that it comes the rainbow. So I am just happy that now everything is starting to go well. Yeah.
Felicidades. Anything you want to say back home?
Sí, gracias a todos por ver. Alonso y yo pasamos. Mañana es Finals Day. Tune in y gracias. Arriba Perú.
Gracias, Sol.
Surfing is lucky to have Sol Aguirre involved. She is an incredible person, surfs with so much joy, so much heart. Just a stellar human being. And we're lucky to have her here at the ISA World Surfing Games, and she is achieving a lot already at a young age, and expect more from Sol Aguirre. So we get back to the business at hand in the lineup. 18:35 to go. Tatiana Weston Webb into the lead for now, but everybody involved. Tina Hickle got a wave. Sally Fitz just surfed a wave, and Joanne DeFay potentially got her backup score right there. So the judges now have some work to do. It gives us a chance to catch up a little bit with Leandro Osuna. Leandro, I know the surfers have a say in what happens in competition here before, during, and after these events. So you're one of the representatives for the surfers. This is Leandro Osuna. I'm Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley. So, Leandro, what is your main job? What is your focus as a surfer representative here in ISA competition?
Well, I'm here for the voice of the athletes. I'm here for any inquiries, anything that's happening to an athlete, to be able to present that in the higher table, say, in the directory table. I'm here to represent the surfer, being an active surfer, being you could say a veteran too in these contests. I kind of know what things we like, what things we could change, what things we could better. And that's kind of I think our job nowadays is to listen to what the athletes need, listen to what they're, if they need help somewhere or what could be changed, and take that to a higher level where things can be changed. So I'm here to represent the athletes. I'm the athlete's voice.
The voice of the athletes.
There it is. The voice of the athletes.
Awesome title, and still competing at an elite level. Tell me about your experience here at the ISA World Surfing Games in Puerto Rico.
Well, yeah, it's been an amazing run. I've been here since the 15th of February, so I've been here for quite a while. Been surfing a bunch. I got good waves at Margara, surfed El Pico, Rastral. Just great food, beautiful people. The culture's insane. Just enjoying every moment of it. And it's a long. You gotta take it step by step because it's a long run. The ISA, you gotta go through a lot of heats, more if you go down in the repper charge. So you gotta take it heat by heat, day by day. I think the most important thing is enjoying the moment, and you can see a lot of professional surfers talking about that, just enjoying the present, being in the moment. You see that with Griffin Colapinto, with Rio Waida, Jack Robinson, when he won Sunset, he was talking about that too, just enjoying every single little second of this moment. And that's what the ISA is about. And it's also I mean, these contests are the best. You know, you see everybody from all over the world, and we're all here celebrating surfing and just being in the water. We're saltwater brothers, and that's what the spirit of surfing is.
Yeah, I love to hear it. And you know, I don't know many competitors that surf events for the money, but one thing of note that we don't really talk about often is there's no prize money on the line. This is purely for the love of surfing, for the love of your nation that you're representing. So there's no big payday at the end of this, but one huge thing is being a world champion. Leandro, you've had 2 of them.
I've had 2. I've had my
2 gold medals, 2 world championships.
Yes,
What did that mean for you in your career?
Actually, like I said before, I've been doing it since 2004, and one of my prime time years was in 2000. This would be 2013, 14, 15, and 16, where I got 6th. 2013, 2014, I got 1st. 2015, I got 4th, and 2016, I got 1st again.
Wow.
I made 3 finals in a row. Went through a lot of heats. But like what Chris was saying, it's a love of the sport, you know, it's a love of just being in the water. There's no money, there's no, you know, it's about representing your country and enjoying just being out there with your friends and trying to just give it all, you know, just enjoying being in the water, surfing, having a great event. It's all about experiences, you know. I always tell everybody that I encourage when, you know, like if I have one thing I could say to Groms or kids growing up, I'm like, do it because you love it, you know. Do it because you love it. Don't expect a lot of things from it. Just do it because you love it, because you enjoy it, and that's what the ISA brings.
I love it, and I'm actually in a champion sandwich right now. Rachel Tilley right here, 2015 WSL Longboard World Champion. Rachel, you reached the pinnacle of your sport, and I know that obviously, you know, pads your resume. People listen when you talk. So when you're looking at the water right now with 14:27 to go, Joanne Defay right now, she's checking off the box. She's doing everything right. 6 and a 4. So when you go out there with that championship mentality, like we know Joanne has, you know, what do you take with you from past wins going into events like this?
Well, they've surfed in conditions like this hundreds and hundreds of times, not just in their championship tour career or their professional career, but to get to where they are now, they've surfed in hundreds of heats as amateurs in these types of conditions. So they're leveraging that type of experience in the past. And the thing is, though, you're going in with that championship mindset, but you're looking at that roster, and all of these surfers have that same championship success, and it makes it really, it can get the nerves pumping. And this is their first heat surfing today. And so, you know, to start off strong like Joanne has, she's putting that statement on there, putting the pressure on, but she's not running away with it yet. So it's still anyone's heat, 13 minutes remaining. We're at 25-minute heats now, where throughout most of the event, we're at 20-minute heats. That extra 5 minutes makes the world of a difference in heat strategy, in the way you play priority, in how much time you feel you have. 13 minutes before was still at the beginning of their heat. Now we'd qualify that as halfway through the heat. So, yeah, it's interesting to see how differently it's played as Sally.
Yeah, talking about surfers with a long, rich history in ISA competition. Sally Fitzgibbons, a multi-time medalist as well. So 12:50 to go here in round 5 heat 2. So we're still in the main round. All 4 of these surfers will have a second chance. Whoever gets 3rd and 4th place will be sent to the repechage round. So you see Tatiana Weston Webb. Huge wrap to start.
Amazing surfer, Tati. Amazing surfer. You know, just got the heat started right away. I think it's cool seeing how the CT surfers adapt so quickly to these 20-minute, 25-minute heats, and they know they gotta get busy right away.
Yeah.
You know, and in these conditions, I'm seeing you learn a lot from watching. You learn a lot from obviously the best in the world, and you can see that when the conditions are like this, I think priority isn't really the goal. You know, you kind of gotta keep it busy, because from a good wave to a bad wave, there's a little bit of difference. There's not that much difference. You just gotta keep busy. We saw it with Medina. We saw it with Yago. We can see it with Tati and Johan in this heat. They're just catching waves where quantity makes a quality.
It's pretty incredible when you look at the ocean right here and you just think back to 30 seconds ago. Somehow Joanne Defay finds a wave that allows her to do 6 turns down the line. That right there is the mark of a championship surfer.
Yes.
Yeah, and just being able to keep your head on straight, knowing that wave will come to you eventually. Like Leandro said right there, priority is not a huge factor today. We haven't seen any interferences. We haven't really seen many battles, until the last minute or so in these heats.
I think that's an interesting point because priority sometimes can be a blessing and a curse.
Oh,
and
yes.
in conditions like this where you are prone when you have priority to try and savor that and pick wisely, these are conditions you have to stay busy in. And so if you get too much in your head about wanting to utilize priority strategically and pick the right wave, you could be sitting for way too long and miss those little waves that you could get under priority and chip into and end up getting those scores that you need. So
Exactly.
Keep rolling the dice.
Yeah.
Keep rolling, building the house, just staying busy out there, catching. I mean, there's a lot of waves. One's gonna get good, and sometimes if you wait for that good one, who knows? It might turn into a bad wave.
Yeah, one of these little chips could come right next to you, and you're looking at it, you're like, that's not a wave.
Exactly. So I
guy
think
like Yago takes off and does a huge error, and it's an 8.
I think in these conditions, you got to just roll the dice.
Now, Leandro, I know you've been in this situation before, deep in the contest, where there's some friendly fire out in the water. You're out there with another representative from Team Argentina in a 4-surfer heat.
Oh.
Is there talk before those heats about teaming up, about potentially utilizing priority to help raise both the levels? Does one surfer sacrifice themselves for the other? What's it like competing with your fellow countrymen in a heat like this?
That's a good question. I've actually had a lot of heats with my representative from the same country in the the last couple of days of the contest, and it's worked. I think we've worked a bunch of scenarios where like, all right, let's both go. You sit on him, I sit over here. You go wide, I go deep. Like try to figure it out. But I think the best way to plan it is just surf your heat out, forget about me, and near the end of the heat, 5 minutes remaining, if we can help each other out, let's get into it. But you go do your heat, I go do my heat. Because if not, you're going to be thinking, how can I help my friend? Oh, what's he got? Oh, I got to go sit on this guy. So it's more like, just focus on you. We want you to do good. And that's what I say. Like, it is a team contest, because obviously there's team points and there's Olympic qualification for team. But the best way that the team can achieve that is by each individual doing its best.
It's like being on an airplane. Put your air mask on first.
Yes, yes.
So
there we go.
Back at a great salvo of waves here, starting with the surfer in blue, Sally Fitzgibbons, Team Australia. Nice looking turn to start this one.
Yeah, gets over that little hump originally and has that nice clean face to lay into, using that upper body to wind up and get that power through.
Beautiful style, Sally. Such good form, huh? Such a great surfer.
I really appreciate when somebody has the ability to just kind of whip it at the end of their turn, especially on a flatter section of the wave. It's one thing when you do it in a big critical, lip that's coming at you. But if you can make one of those flat section backside turns look as good as Sally did, you're doing something right.
Throw that little extra ketchup,
A little extra kick with that back leg.
A little extra kick. There it is. Wow, Joanne too. She's been, I see her every year and she just gets better and better. You know? Every time I see her surfing, it's like, wow, Joanne is surfing so good. And of course, Tati, we can't say enough about Tati. She's always been just a well surfer. I saw her in Punta Lobos earlier this year, just shredding in these amazing big waves. And it was cold in the water in the Pan Americans game. It was cold in the water, and she was taking cold baths in the morning.
Oh,
double!
My gosh!
Double up. Yeah.
Double. She's she talks about the cold baths, and she's super into it. And she was telling me about it. I'm like, but it's already freezing. Why are you doing this? No, it's because I come way more motivated.
Yeah, she's built different. She's definitely got to be one of the most intimidating women to surf against.
Oh, yes.
On any tour, in any event. If you draw Tatiana Weston Webb in your heat, you're going to be in for a battle. 7:30 to go. Big scores for Joanne Defay, a 7.67 and a 6. So she's well into the lead right now. Your 2024 ISA World Surfing Games qualification window is closed for the women. We have one more for the team and one more for the extra spot for the universality place. But here's your 1 through 8. All these surfers qualified via this event you're watching right now, starting with Nadia Aristobi Solaguirre, Tina Hinkle, who's in the water and still in this event right now. Yolanda Sequeira became a favorite to so many surf fans around the world with what she's done in the water and what she's said in her post-heat interviews. Anat Lelior, a tenacious competitor. Janiri Gonzalez Exabari, Mia Kemp and Xixi Yang. How cool is that to see that international mix, those flags next to those names?
Amazing, like the level that China's providing nowadays. You see them, and it's crazy how many good young surfers there already is from China. I started following her on Instagram the other day. I just got 300 followers. I'm like, who is this? Underground charger shredder, and I saw her video. She shreds.
I fanned out. I just went down there and got a selfie with Xixi. That way I can say when she's world champion in the next few, I knew her back when she was, just starting.
She's only 14 years old. I mean, that level of surfing is absolutely incredible.
Well, she joins this illustrious list of 24 surfers who have qualified for the upcoming Paris 2024 Games. The universality slot still available. And
there's still one more,
Surf
right?
Nation.
There's still one more for the team, right?
Yeah, one more slot for the team.
We still got two
So far.
tickets to hand out.
I mean, Team France looking super strong. For the women, Team Brazil, they still have surfers left. And when one of your surfers has the ability to do turns like that, your team standings and outlook looks pretty solid. So Tatiana Weston Webb just sitting on a pair of fives right now.
Just keeping it busy. They're all catching a bunch of waves. Taina's a great surfer too. She's probably the youngest in this heat for sure. I've known her for quite a while too. I went up to Brazil, since I live in Argentina, I go up there and free surf all the time, and I seen her when she was only like 12, shredding, and it was amazing. And seeing her qualify to the Olympics and seeing her, just every year bettering herself, being up there. I mean, she's got a long career ahead of her, so cool to see that.
There's no longer that dual narrative playing in these surfers' minds anymore, where they're trying to win a gold medal but also qualify for the Olympics. Now most of these surfers are qualified for the Olympics. Sally's the only one who's not going to the Olympics this time unless they can get that third slot for the Team Australia, so that would still be in her mind. But now these surfers are going for that gold medal. Their focus is on an ISA gold medal 2024.
Starting to feel some electricity through the air. Yago Dora making his way back into the water.
The green machine. Look at him.
Prepare yourselves for some air wizardry. Yago Dora and Sebastian Williams. I put these two guys on that list of two of the best aerialists still in this contest. So get ready for it, surf fans. You're about to see something very special. And we still have time left here in round 5, heat 2 for the women. So this thing is by no means over. Tatiana Weston Webb is charging hard. She's got a 5.83 and a 5.07. Sally Fitz still in the conversation, needing a 5.90. Taina, she's slipping behind a little bit right now. Just inside of 4 minutes ago, a 6.9 is out there. I mean, that's 7.67, right? That gives the surfers kind of the benchmark that they need to reach, cross that line in the sand, and reach towards perfection.
Yeah,
she's in that top priority spot too.
You know it. And if you look at how many waves they've ridden, you can see that green and red are the girls that most waves have ridden. You can see, they're keeping it busy. What we talked about earlier. Wow, here's Taina Hink on a beautiful right. We don't see many rights. Nice first top turn. That's what kind of happens on the rights. It kind of goes a little slow at the end,
That opening section was looking promising. It was looking beautiful and just goes flat.
But it ain't over. It ain't over.
But talking to that team strategy, in this situation, what would have been ideal for Brazil is if Tatiana was sitting in that first position and then she could go help try and get Taina into that second position. But Tatiana's still trying to hold on to that second position. If Taina gets a score, that pushes Tatiana then down as well. So it's kind of every man for themselves, every woman out for themselves out there.
It is. We talked about that team strategy, which I think comes into play if the cards play right, you can kind of help each other out in the last 5 minutes. Because I've gone in the water trying to help them out since the beginning. Did not work.
Everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Put your mask on first, right?
2:20 to go. Joanne Defay in the lead with a 13.67 total. That's a solid number for the French representative. Tatiana Weston Webb, she's right there in the mix with a 5.83 and a 5.27. So with 2 minutes left now, that 2-minute warning. This is when things seem to get a little bit chippy which we like to see. I'm down with a good paddle.
You know, when
battle.
they say, I like to hear 2 minutes instead of like 120 seconds. You
Right.
know, when sometimes they say that, like, oh, you got 90 seconds. No, don't give me that 90 seconds. Give me that minute 30. You know?
Yeah, you can kind of stretch time in your mind that way, I think.
Same with a watch. I do a strategy with a watch. Instead of counting down, I count up.
Ah, interesting.
Instead of like, there's 1 minute. No, 24. I still got 25.
I do the opposite. When
Mentality.
When it hits 1 minute for my watch, I count down in my head, and so I don't have to look at my watch anymore, and I know how many seconds I have left. That's funny.
Tatiana Weston-Webb, defensive maneuver there. She's able to hold off Sally Fitzgibbons. Most likely won't go into her score line, but what she did there is take an opportunity away from Sally. You never know what's going to happen on a lot of these waves where, they grow down the line. There's a big chunky section at the end where you can get those maximum power points with a minute to go. I love to see the team camaraderie.
Yes.
I mean, technically speaking, these guys don't have to be here, right? They're surfing superstars. They could be in their penthouse up the road doing whatever they want. They're here on the beach.
Yeah.
They're supporting their team, and you love to see it. I mean, that just that gives them a lot of credit in my book. And they've got a full squad, not just their surfers, but multiple coaches, physical therapists. They probably got a chef traveling with them.
Yeah, Brazil's been coming, just every last couple ISAs have been coming more professional and more geared up, and they're here. They're no joke, They're here to win. They're here to take it all the way, and just the love for the country, the love for the sport, the love for surfing, and that's what's so cool about these events.
And more to come with Yago Dora paddling out just in about 12 seconds. Yago's show will begin. Here we go. Sally Fitzgibbons looking for a 6-1-0.
Whoa.
Throws the fins.
Wow.
That was radical.
Good.
I love these last minute nail biter ending heats like the one we just saw with Joan Duru. You guys see that last 10 seconds?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Over the other teammate, which
Marco,
was awesome, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Joan Duer's lost at sea for about 23 minutes. And just comes out of nowhere, drops a hammer, punches himself in the face, getting
on the
himself
right
fired
too,
up.
huh?
Incredible moments, and more moments like that to come. Did Sally Fitzgibbons do enough? We get on our scoreboard that we look at during these commentary windows. We have a spinning red wheel. Call that the spinning wheel of death. Did the judges deem this?
Wow.
A 6.10 or above? That was a radical turn, one of the best turns we've seen.
Yeah.
A bigger wave, critical section. Lele, put your judge's hat on. Did she get it?
Ooh, I really liked the turn. The finish was kind of, it wasn't as clean as probably the judges would have loved to see it, but it was a radical turn, a lot of power. She threw out the fins, threw spray, laid back for a second, claimed it, last minute biter. I mean, it's right there. It's right there.
That angle made it look even better.
Can I say what I think?
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Please.
Yes or no? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
I think it's a high five.
High five. Okay.
I think it's a high five, 5'8", 5'9". Just comparing to what Tati did in that heat, and you kind of got to compare the other surfer,
It's all on the scale, right?
It's all on the scale.
Well, if she had gotten that an opening turn and then finished with that, I think we'd have no doubts.
Oh, yeah.
But single turn maneuver, it has to be really great and really convincing in order to get a solid score from a single maneuver.
There has been, right? There has been one turn maneuvers, high sixes, maybe even sevens. I think Tati did one in one of those heats earlier.
Well, one thing we know for a fact is Sally Fitzgibbons is going to be stoked either way. It would take a lot to get that smile off Sally's face. She is a tenacious competitor. She puts all of her heart into every heat she surfs. And the score comes through, and it's enough. 6.60 for Sally Fitzgibbons. She knew it. She gets it.
Smile.
So, wow, just in that last second, Sally Fitz drops the hammer on Team Brazil, knocking Tatiana Weston-Webb and Tina Hinkle into the Repechage round. You knew it. The Irukandjis always bring the sting. Sally Fitz with a buzzer beater.
But it ain't over, right? It ain't over for Tati and Taina. They still got a second chance.
Right.
And sometimes when they go into that repechage sheet, they get a little more fierced up, and they come with that little, that little extra, I got this, I want my revenge.
You only live twice at the ISA World Surfing Games. Sally Fitzgibbons stays in the main round along with Joanne Defay, who surfed that heat like a true professional from beginning to end. ton of waves. And that was the turn that was the difference maker for Cy Fitzgibbons. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, Leandro Osuna. I think you're going to make your way over to our Spanish broadcast after this. We're going to keep you working throughout the day.
Let's go. I'm here for that. Thank you guys. It's been a blast, and just love being here with you guys at ISA, watching beautiful surfing and all the lovely, friendly people from around the world. That's what it's about.
Yahoo! We're here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Another stunner in the books here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Sally Fitzgibbons with the last-second heroics. Stays in the main round with a second-place finish. Congratulations to France's Joan Defay getting the win there. Now 2 Brazilian sharks are unleashed into the repechage round. Tina Hinkle, Tatiana Weston Webb, who was in contention for that top spot throughout the entire heat, drops to 3rd place in the last second. Literally. Buzzer beater finish. Cy Fitzgibbons. Let's fill it up again. Sebastian Williams, Andy Crié, and Yago Dora. Brazil, Spain, Mexico. This heat right here is critical for Team Brazil if they want to stand a chance to get that elusive 3rd slot in the Olympics. If their team gets a men's team victory here, that's the prize that awaits them. If Yago loses here, that door could be closed. This could be historic news happening. Live from Arecibo, Puerto Rico, here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Let's set this thing up. Sebastian Williams, one of the most technically advanced surfers, still in the draw. He literally lives on the cutting edge of what's happening now in surfing. That wave did everything it could to throw him off, but nicely done. He had to pull out all the stops to finish that wave. And here goes Yago Dora's first wave. Oh,
goes straight to the air. Yay.
Surprise, surprise.
What we saw from his opening heat, that's exactly, I think, what we expected to see from him here, relying on what got him that win in that first heat of the morning.
And I could get used to seeing Andy Crié in a jersey. This guy is a powerhouse. Not the biggest name entering the ISA World Surfing Games, but at the end of this week, you could bet he will be a household name in the sport of surfing. Is Yago Dora now. Just
clockwork.
Forcing the issue in a stylish way. He is looking unstoppable right now, so the judges have some work to do right now to catch up. Do they give the edge to the technicality, to the power? We'll see what numbers they throw out after this interview with Joan Defay, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, Chris, and she's looking great while doing so. A 7 and a 6 in the heat, Joanne. Super competitive out there. The days where you do not want to paddle out, how much significance do you put into those sessions where you're like, I don't want to surf right now? It seems like it was like that right now.
Honestly, I'm someone that listens to my inner self, I guess. So I think sometimes there's time for everything. Sometimes you gotta push it and try hard, and even if you don't want, and sometimes there's a time where you have to listen to yourself. So it's just finding that balance, I guess, to keep the fire.
Jeremy's been a champion at this event before. He's part of the coaching staff now, and I'd have to say the 2 most important surfers that have ever represented France come from Reunion Island, where you're from. Having Jeremy on the team, but having yourself on the team too, especially as one of the older surfers, how significant do you think it is, especially with what could potentially happen on the men's side?
I know. I mean, the boys have been so competitive and surfing so well, and pushing their limits. Like Joanne in 5 minutes turned their heat earlier. So they're surfing great. I'm around them all day, and I think they're really balanced and happy to be here. And so I don't know. I wish the three of them, they can be in the finals, and whoever is the best win, you know.
Could still happen. And you also have a cool blog that you have on your Instagram, your partner Simone right here. How do you balance a long week with having fun but also knowing when to compete?
Yeah, I mean, I've been doing this for like 10 years, 11 years now on the tour. It's really finding that balance. I actually, like Sarah Baum, like midweek, have been telling me in the water, oh, it's such a long event and stuff. And I was like, yeah, it's long, but I mean, I've been 1 month already doing calls every morning, you know, in Hawaii, and we're gonna arrive 24 hours before finish starts. So it's kind of our life. So there's moments, same, like you just gotta do it, and you have to find that balance, because otherwise you get crazy. So you need to find that moment where you like relax and think to something else.
A true competitor. Anything you want to say back home to the people of France?
Thanks. Oui, merci à tous d'avoir regardé. Je suis super contente. C'est la petite finale. Je suis pas encore en finale, donc encore une série. Et puis bon, tant qu'à faire, autant encore 2 séries, quoi.
Félicitations.
Merci beaucoup, Mitchell. Always nice to hear Joanne Defay, who has that ability to go from tenacious competitor to positive ambassador for the sport of surfing and for Team France. She's a gem of a human. And I think that's a trend here in ISA competition. We're really seeing a lot of these surfers kind of let their personality shine in their post-heat interviews. And we're really starting to see highly technical, radical surfing shine right there. Yago Dora, inverted front 3, gets the grab. This kid's just on his skateboard at the skate park having the time of his life. I don't think he feels the weight of that jersey one bit. He's already got a 7. He's already got a 5.73. He's going to blow that 5.73 out of the water with that last air. The Yago show is on, and it's a wonderful thing.
Well, he's on his forehand. The wind is going directly into these lefts that are working.
The wind beneath his wings?
Exactly. That's exactly what it's becoming. And the judges are liking it. So he's found his little recipe on what to get scores, and he'll continue to rely on that. So taking a look at this again, he finds that speed, looks all the way down the line, finds that ramp, disappears for a second in the whitewash, comes out looking with that style. Let's have a look at this again. Launching off that little foam, coming down, reversing around, and riding out smooth. Nice and confident. Judges will reward that.
Yago's so awesome. That's an understatement, but Yago is just an awesome surfer to watch. Here we go, Andy Cray answering back, using his rails, blasting his fins. Great correction right there. Nearly slipped and fell off his board through that second turn, but quickly regained his composure and blasted that end section. So we're watching a punt versus power matchup right now, and Sebastian Williams, a little bit quiet in the last few minutes. He's sitting on a 5 and a 2.5. I mean, Sebastian Williams has fangs. And given a section, if anybody can go air for air, blow for blow with Yago Dora, it's Sebastian Williams. If you watched any of this kid's video parts, if you watch his previous heats from this event, I mean, he is a high flyer. Again, a cutting-edge surfer representing Team Mexico. Their final chance at a medal here in the ISA World Surfing Games for the men. And I just hope we get to see Sebastian get a section that allows him to cut loose and fly.
Yeah, well, we saw Sebastian win his heat this morning, defeating Tim Elter, Leonardo Fioravanti, and Brian Toth, the local kid from Puerto Rico.
Some big names right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's exciting, these heats towards the end of this event. Just seeing what the surfers start pulling, the confidence that surfers start surfing with. You know, at the beginning of an event, surfers are surfing with some nerves, you know, trying to figure out who's who, where they're going to lay out in the narrative of it all, and now they're surfing with confidence, know exactly what they need to do.
A little overcooked there for Sebastian Williams, but he knows he's got a full 15 minutes left, and I think his intent is pretty clear. He's looking for a ramp.
Well, he's been seeing Yago fly high out the back, and he's going, okay, I'm hearing these scores. Yago now with an 8.17 and a 7. He's put the other two on high alert. They need some solid scores in order to be taking that first place away from him. So at the moment, it is that battle for second place.
$14.20 here left in repechage. Round 9, heat 1. And even if you do get third place and lose out and are knocked out of this contest, if you have a big number in that third place and elimination finish, that number could come into a clutch role in your overall team standings.
Well, there's only a few spots remaining too for that Olympic qualification, and so if there's certain ties that come to play, there will be countbacks and looking at those heat totals and those high single wave scores, stuff like that. That's how they look to break those tie situations.
Yeah, so let's say Surfer A got third place here in repechage round 9 with a 15-point total. Surfer B, who also got third place here in repechage round 9, but his point total was only 11. Surfer A would get that Olympic spot.
Yeah.
So it's basically, you know, me being probably the worst mathematician of this entire commentary panel, listening to the scenarios unfold, trying to dig deep into the rule book. There's still a lot on the line for these surfers in the water as Sebastian Williams is surfing like he means it. A rare case of Sebastian Williams falling on a back 3 like that. I mean, he literally does those airs in his sleep. He'll do 6 of those before breakfast. But right now, when he needs it, it didn't land under his feet, so he goes down. The good news for Sebastian Williams is he got plenty of energy. He's still kind of in that grommet realm. He'll get right back out there, and he'll keep hunting ramps. I think his main directive right now is find a section and launch off of it.
Well, there's so many opportunities to surf waves out there. Lots of little peaks to chip into, and under priority, it's really easy to find the score that you're looking for. So just staying busy. Had he landed that, it could have been close to that 7.4, or at least would have replaced that 5.0 and lowered that requirement as Yago's up and riding.
Well, here we go. The coil, the punt, the land, a section clearing frontside air, still going. With more.
Oh my gosh.
Kid's on fire right now. Yago Dora. To me, that is actually a more difficult to do than to do the front 3 off the end section. Because he's flying down the line, clears the section, lands in transition, seamlessly keeps going down the line and adds 3 more turns. He's already sitting on an 817. He's got that backup of a 7. I feel like that could be wedged somewhere in between those two numbers. This was just spectacular.
This is, to me, my favorite wave of them all because I love the variety of air surfing and power surfing. Being able to combine those maneuvers towards the end too. It wasn't just that one single maneuver. That wave just kept on giving. And this, something different too. Quick grab of the rail and seamlessly straight into that bottom turn. Gets the little foam climb as a little transition maneuver straight into a cutback and gets to finish off the wave coming up here. Well read, perfectly timed. The judges, I think, are going to highly reward that.
That was so cool. That was so cool.
I love the variety too.
Combination of major maneuvers. Like you said, it's in the rule book. Here we go. Sebastian Williams, quick rock and roll floater. Trying to get around this section. Just caught behind there. So, I mean, the difference is clear here. They both are really good at airs. They both surf so fast. Yago's just been on better waves. He's actually, you know, and that's not by accident. He's searching, he's finding, he's putting himself on the best waves of this heat. Sebastian, maybe, I don't want to say panicking just yet, but you can see him. He's kind of paddling around in circles, and so far he hasn't put himself in a position to take out Yago, who's right now.
And sometimes that's frustrating. When you're Sebastian, you need a score. And somehow Yago's throwing away, you know, 6s and 7s and stuff. You're going, gosh, I can't even find something to break this 5. How are you throwing away these high scores? How are you finding these waves? And sometimes when you get into that rhythm, the rhythm just keeps on flowing. And Yago found it in that early heat this morning, and is maintaining it. He's not letting that pressure, that conversation around will him or Gabriel finish higher for the Brazilian team. None of that is getting to him, nor is it getting to Gabriel either, because he's surfing on fire too. So it is exciting to see how that narrative will play out between this team. But it's between Brazil and Spain, the top two teams for that gold medal right now in contention, both still in qualifying position in this heat.
Yeah, these last 9 minutes are going to be fun to watch, and I'm sure stressful, intense in the water if you're in blue or red. If you're in blue, if you're Andy Correa, you know Sebastian Williams. I mean, this kid's got firepower. Do not take him lightly, and we know Andy Correa, who's a powerhouse of a surfer, knows exactly where Sebastian is at all times in this lineup. Numbers coming through for Yago Dora. Judges agree with you, Rachel. Spot on there. 9.07. The best wave of this heat for Yago Dora. Big, beautiful slob grab, section clearing air, and then 3 nice turns down the line. I mean, speed, power, flow, progression, technicality. Everything is going his way right now. Yago Dora, like Leandro Osuna called him, the green machine.
Well, looking at Gabriel's heat before too, his highest score in 9.23, and he backed up with a 7.83. That came to a heat total of 17.06. Yago has now upped that 17.24. In my conversations with both Yago and Gabriel in post-heat interviews yesterday, that's something they both talked about, is pushing the boundaries on each other. You know, each one keeps continuing to raise the bar, and so that's their goal. Okay, it's time to raise the bar in the next heat. And so Yago had a strong showing. Gabriel went in excellent, and now Yago's gone even more excellent. So they have some special things going on. And seeing the two girls, Taina and Tatiana, get knocked in their heat before, they were in the main round, so they're still in the repechage. They're going to be watching these guys very closely to see, okay, what should I be doing about wave selection and how to play this heat.
Yeah, just another kind of weird wave for Sebastian Williams. I don't necessarily think he's doing anything wrong right now. He's been in third priority for the past 15 minutes. So for him, we've been saying it a lot, roll the dice. He's capable of huge things on tiny, weird waves. So if he gets the opportunity, he could make Andy Correa pay. So Andy right now sees that red jersey. There's nowhere to hide in the water right now for Sebastian Williams. So Andy's going to come over and start to apply some pressure.
Yeah, Andy's now in defensive mode. He's in a combination situation to get into first position. So he's now going to try and defend that second place from Sebastian rather than trying to better his score line to take over Yago. But Sebastian up and riding, quick in and out. Mostly more as a tactic now to bottom turn away from Andy. Gives him some space, and now he's on a wave.
A little frustrating there, I'm sure, for Sebastian Williams. He's hearing the numbers. He's hearing our expert beach announcers break down the situation. And just nothing's going his way right now. Flip side of that, everything's going Yago's way. Even that, I mean...
Smiling.
That's why
Did you
he's
see
laughing.
That? He was just coming down with a big smile on his face going, this is just fun.
So in professional NFL football, they have a term they call a laugher. That's a game where the team is crushing the opposition so hard that on the sidelines, the players are laughing, having a good time. That's what Yago's doing right now. He's having a laugher. 907, 817, and it looks like it's been happening to him with relative ease. So let's just enjoy what Yago's going to do for the next 5 minutes and dig deep here with what's happening with Andy Correa and Sebastian Williams. So they're both comboed, but for Sebastian Williams, needing a 740, that's one big error. That's why Andy is shadowing him right now. Andy's in the top priority spot. Team Spain has a great shot at an overall team title. So there still is a lot at stake. So Andy lets Sebastian go on this wave. We'll see what happens on the inside section. There's a chance. Blows the tail. Inverted backside reverse. Has to sell it a little bit to the judges. maybe had left a little bit on the table there. It looks like the wave kind of passed beneath him. I'm not sure that's going to be a completed.
I agree. I think that was probably incomplete. Had he been able to stand up a little bit taller, but you saw him continuing to squat down, trying to use his arms to get back into that energy of the wave, and then it just passed under him a little bit. So completed in the sense he turned all the way around, but he didn't ride out of it, and the judges will note that in their score accordingly. Having another look at this, it started out as a small wave, but it really sucked up and throws it out, getting progressive, stays low here, trying to ride through, and it just passes under him. Not enough energy in the wave. Another replay of Yago's here. Instead of taking to the air here, he just plays it nice and powerful. Just having fun. We see that smile and enjoying himself. Now, he's probably already thinking about this next heat. Enjoying his time in the water, getting comfortable, getting confident, knowing that there's another heat to be surfed later on. These are exactly how you want your heats to play out with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's only lunchtime here in Puerto Rico. It's 12 o'clock, high noon. Took a walk around the contest area. Rachel, it is raging out there. So many surf fans have come out.
Packed with people. It's so fun. The energy and the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
They're so involved with what's happening out in the water, too.
Oh, yeah. Autograph seekers, tons of old friends coming out of the woodwork. You know, you take a walk up and down that boardwalk right there, and you'll meet so many people. Oh, yeah, you know, I watched you in the Hurley Pro in 2001. I'm friends with Kaipo Guerrero. Tell him I said hi. You know, it's just a really cool atmosphere down here. There you see VIP area is absolutely packed. Whew. You know, and I'm getting over the shame of taking 47 years to come visit Puerto Rico, and I'm just reveling in it, and I'm already making my plans to come back purely on vacation. This is a lot of work. These ISA events are long days, you know, for the teams, for the ISA staff, for our production crew, ASP Productions. I mean, everybody works very hard to make sure the world gets to witness all of this amazing surfing. But I think the spirit and the welcoming nature of the Puerto Rican surf fans has really made our job a lot easier.
Yeah.
You know, they're giving us the positive energy, and the surfers are also putting on a great show. So basically what I'm trying to say here is this is a really fun and easy job when you have surfers like this to watch and fans like this on the beach. 1:30 to go. Repechage, round 9, heat 1. We're seeing the rise of a future surfing superstar. He may be a veteran on the grindy QS, but right now Andy Crié is making a big name for himself, staying alive in this competition. Sebastian Williams, one of the highest ranked surfers representing Team Mexico, has put on an incredible show for us throughout this entire contest. Right now he's in trouble. He needs a 7.40, and Andy's playing a tough tactical game here. Close call there for Sebastian as Andy did everything he could. The blue kind of had to fade a little bit. We'll see what the judges throw out there. That was an interesting priority play there for both of those surfers.
Yeah, it's with those little peaks, Sebastian was able to just chip into it and go right. And even though Andy had caught it, it wouldn't have been an issue of interference or anything because Sebastian was already far on that right. Andy wouldn't have been able to catch up, and it wouldn't have been a conversation in that. But it's Sebastian now who gets finally that priority over Andy with 20 seconds left. Will there be an opportunity?
10 seconds. And I think that stellar run is done for Sebastian Williams, but full credit to this young surfer. Love to see good sportsmanship happening in the water as well. Andy Crié, a masterful performance there. I mean, literally living in the shadow. Yago Dora. There's Alan Cleland. You know, high hopes, of course, for Sebastian Williams. They know how great a surfer he is. But again, a testament to the depth of talent we have here. As Yago Dora, he's just on an entirely different level right now. He has surfed like a man positively possessed, doing some of the best airs, multiple highly technical slob grabs. May have just got a little souvenir from the reef in Puerto Rico.
Oh.
But gonna take a lot more than that to wipe that smile off his face. Yago Dora is on fire. And again, congrats to Sebastian Williams. Great run through this event. That's it for Team Mexico and Sebastian Williams. Andy Cray, Team Spain, moving through along with Yago Dora, trying to fight their way back into the main round. And although we're halfway done with our day here, don't go anywhere. So much surfing yet to come here. Finals weekend is on. This Saturday has been awesome. Thank you, Yago Dora, for putting on a show like that. Coming up next, Ramsey Bukiem, Rio Waida, and Tim Elter. Olympic dreams on the line here in this next matchup. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games.
Well, when I came home and I saw, there was a picture of me on the wall in the village where I grew up, where I started surfing, where everything started for me, it was huge, it was big, it really touched me deeply. I felt like, I was like, oh, they're really proud of me. I went straight and I took a picture of it, of myself with the wall behind me. I gotta make them proud, they're proud of me. They push me all year long. Every time I have support from Morocco, from my family, from all my fans, so it's my job to do everything to make them proud.
It's not every day that you get to have your face drawn into the sand, sculpted, as we saw at the finish of that cool interview with Ramsey Bukiem. He's in the lineup for Morocco up against Tim Elter of Germany in Indonesia's Rio Waida. Now there's Olympic qualification on the line because the top two surfers making it through, they'll take those qualification spots. The bottom surfer will have to outdo the heat total of Sebastian Williams from that previous heat, which was a 7.5, in order to take that qualification. If we don't see that third surfer getting higher than a 7.5 heat total, Sebastian Williams gets himself a ticket.
Wow, a lot on the line right here. Germany paddling. Doesn't get it. No priority determined yet. Go.
We've got a 4.67 to start things off for Tim Elter from Team Germany. So he already got off to an early start off the buzzer. 25 minutes on the clock. Only 21 minutes, 45 seconds remain. Ramsey has a 0.9 on the board, which means they both had opportunities, and now priority sits with Rio Waida, the Indonesian, who's done well to fight through from the repechage rounds in the last few heats, keeping himself in the conversation. Each of these surfers has had those pretty standout moments in competition, but also those losses that have landed them into this repechage round, which has been hard to kind of handle. One surfer who has yet to take any kind of significant hit and just continues to grow strength to strength is Yago Dora. He's down with Mitch Salazar.
That's right, Shannon. Looking good while doing so. You drop a 9 and go excellent again. 17-point plus heat total, Yago. The big difference in this heat obviously has to be the quick start in this one, but also we mentioned in the post-heat interview during your earlier repechage heat, the creativity. You have a great slob grab. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, that heat felt great. It's always good when you're able to have fun in the heat, and the quick start gave me freedom to just open up and try something different. And the waves are a lot better right now than my heat earlier. There's a lot more waves, more power, so it was really fun.
And what is it about you and moments of pressure? I saw you win your first CT event in Saquarema, Brazil last year. You drop a 10 in the final, and right here when everything's on the line, you go excellent. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, pressure is a blessing. If you want to be the best surfer, you're going to be through a lot of pressure, and those moments is where I rise, and I love doing it.
And a moment in Tahiti last year, too, you were just outside qualifying for the WSL finals. There was a moment where you went for an air on dry reef. Would you say there's anything that you're not capable of doing in a moment like that?
Yeah, it's one of those moments, like your career is on the line and you have to try everything you got. So I think every competitive surfer knows what I'm talking about. In the last seconds is do or die. So everyone's gonna go for it and try to do the impossible. So yeah, I like those moments. I feel like I thrived.
Beautiful chaos, parabéns. Anything you want to say back home in Brazil?
Thank you. Obrigado, galera do Brasil. Continue na vibe, tá indo, tá dando certo. Vamos embora para mais round hoje.
Parabéns, Yago.
Thank you, Mitch. I have really enjoyed the interviews that we've heard from Mitch and Rachel with Yago through this week. We're getting to know more and more of him as a person. We've gotten to know him very well over the years, but I've been loving those insights. Ramsey now up and riding on his forehand, fighting for an Olympic position. Nice two-turn combination to start, a foam climb on the end as well. He's looking hungry, chasing down that 3.98 on the board.
Well, he most probably gets that. He looks so sharp. He's been one of the most powerful and precise on the rail all week. And Yago Dora, he's a cool cat. When it came to my video game, Yago was the Brazilian I chose because, there's a lot of big names, but he is that. He's like a video game, a free surfing video game in himself, and he is such a wonderful talent, and he's really just getting better and better. It feels like he's at the start of his ascent. He's not even near the top of what he is capable of. He's just starting to reach it, so we're going to see massive things from him. I'm sure he hopes we see massive things in that very next heat because he'll need to keep that up.
That's right. We're already seeing massive things, seeing him landing those highest heat totals of the event, sitting on some of the highest waves of the event as well. Tim Elter now up and riding, or we'll take a look at the replay, from his last wave, Barton.
Couple of snaps, and then you've got a nice little section in here, drops into it, gets a beautiful last turn, drifts the tail, looks controlled. This has been a standout, breakout event for Tim Elter. Not a big name in the world of surfing, but he's certainly making a big name for himself here this week, and he's been consistent and spectacular all at the same time.
Ramsey drops in a 6-point ride for his fourth wave. I nearly said opening wave, but he's had 3 attempts of the 0-point range up until that 6-point ride. Sets him up in the lead. Now Tim setting himself up down the line, just kind of cruising with this wave, keeping a nice pace as he starts to unleash into that opening turn. And he'll kick out quickly, chasing down a 2.24 to improve on the 4.67 heat total and increase. Now Ramsey driving down the line. He's looking for a big ramp. He'll kick out. Rio has been quiet through this heat, the Indonesian. Now taking off on his opening ride. Waited a while for this wave selection. Into the whitewater for that first turn. Clean, crisp in the pocket for the second. Wraps it around with variety and continues to look for this end section finish. That's going to be a solid way for him to open his account.
That's going to be the best wave of this heat so far. He spent 8 minutes waiting for that ride, and it was worth the wait. It's going to eclipse that 4.67 of Tim Elter's and the 6 of Ramsey's. It'll be the single best wave of this heat so far. Take him into the lead, I imagine, and put some pressure on Tim and Ramsey. And thinking about the previous heat total for Sebastian Williams, indeed. So the 2 third places will compare scores essentially with the highest score heat total getting an Olympic ticket. Not confirmed. As yet, Tim Elter knows that he wants to stay busy. He wants to surf. Oh, massive big re-entry. Only one, but it was huge. And I suppose that 7.5 heat total is what all 3 of these surfers would be looking to improve upon of Sebastian Williams to guarantee their place in the Olympic Games. What a pressure cooker of a moment.
That's right. Now Rio up and riding. He's already dropped to 5.67. Now putting his 2 scores together, and he's going to be into his second ride. I'm
a little bit shocked by the score, to be honest. I thought it was
for
definitely...
his opening ride?
Yeah, the 5.67, the one we saw before that. There was a lot of work done on that wave, and it was well surfed, beautifully positioned. And we'll see it here. This is the last one. He nearly overturned on the bottom turn, lent so much of his body into the wave face, and so the judges go to a 4.57 for that.
And this is the 5.67, Barton.
First turn, up into the pocket. Second, beautiful. Third turn, wraps back into the pocket. By today's standard, this is a long ride with consistent manoeuvrability. There was no downtime. Off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom, off the top. 5.67, I feel like it's too low. 4.57 for the second one. Feel like they balanced things out a little bit with that second score. But that first ride of Rio's, for me, was the best wave of this heat so far.
Well,
After the judges, that's why I'm here and they're there.
So Rio into the lead off of the 5.67 and the 4.57. Tim into second with a couple of 4s on the board, a 4 for his last wave. Keeps him in that second place position. And Ramsey chasing just a 2.67 to get himself into a top 2 position. Top 2 surfers will be advancing through into Repecharge round 10. And bottom single surfer will be knocked out of competition. But we know that the top 2 will gain that Olympic qualification. The bottom surfer needs to find a heat total higher than a 7.5, which is what Sebastian Williams had in his previous heat, in order to secure a spot. Rio now up and riding. Whoa. Starting to look comfortable after those opening 2 waves. Finding something with a little bit more size to it for this last one. Ramsey now with a chance. First turn secured, and this could be wiping away the hopes and dreams of Sebastian Williams as we speak. Ramsey finishes off on the inside. He's going to improve his heat total. We're going to see this heat go well beyond that 7.5 range.
Yeah, and that is, it's very rare that you have to compare one heat to the other in surfing and look to outpoint someone from a previous heat. There's certain formats that do that, but not many, and not on this event or in the World Championship Tour. So for Ramsey, Tim and Rio, the 7.5 heat total of Sebastian Williams was the goal. 6.9 with a score to drop. It will mean essentially, unofficially, that would be that Sebastian Williams might miss out by 1 place on an Olympic spot.
Scores to come through now for Ramsey as we've got 12 and a half minutes on the clock. This heat's going pretty quick, Barton.
It sure is. It's flying by as they do. Halfway mark. But good waves for everyone. I feel like, again, this is a bigger wave. 2 massive turns. I love the composure at the top of that second turn and the way he just drifted across the whitewater with such control. First turn, Ramsey, so powerful. Straight up, straight down in that pocket. Beautiful snapping turn on the forehand. Driving through the inside, looking for the last little whip. Gets it beautifully. What incredible surfing this guy has been doing all week. He's been one of the absolute standouts. Day by day. Day 8 now, so these guys have had to be consistently performing for 8 days straight. That doesn't happen in any other event in surfing. This is a marathon, and we're seeing some of the very best rise to the top. Tim Elder having a look at this one, decides not to on the shoulder. Good move. He's got second place at the moment, but waiting on that score of Ramsey's, and feel like Tim will find himself in third.
Still waiting for a score to come down for last of Ramsey Bokiam. We'll wait for that. And while we do, let's go down to catch up with a very special guest down on the beach.
Normally, I ask the person that I talk to if they speak English. He speaks English. I ask him if they speak Spanish. He speaks Spanish. But most importantly, I asked him if they speak French. Well, you speak French. Yeah. So this is for you. This is where you're going to spend July.
I just can't believe it. It's a dream come true. It was a long road. A lot of people helping me out to get to where I am, and that told me that just believe and just surf, and it happened, you know. And well, already coming here was something big, and just making heat surfing with my favorite surfers in the world, having the support of my entire team, and getting this ticket to Chopo, it's just, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. Felicitaciones.
Gracias. Muchas gracias.
Un saludo a la familia.
Sí, a mi familia que me estarán mirando. Muchísimas gracias por confiar en mí, por las oportunidades que me habéis dado. Estoy súper contento y tenemos un reto más que preparar juntos. Gracias.
Okay.
Thank you, Fernando. As we take a look at live action now with Rio Waida hitting some stride as he's leading this heat, a 6.1 and a 5.67. Ramsey, Bokiam in second, and Tim Elter now going big on that single section. He's had a lot of great single maneuvers within this heat. Hasn't really found the combination surfing that he's looking for so far. He'll be chasing down a 6.13 out in the lineup. But incredible congratulations to Spanish surfer Andy Creer, the 28-year-old from Hendaye, right there in the Basque Country on the border of France, finding himself qualified as a relatively unknown surfer within the global context. Exciting to be able to see out of the ISA World Surfing Games once again a name rising to the top that is going to become that global superstar out of the Olympic Games.
He said it himself, coming to this event, just being present was a big thing for him. And, you know, Spain have been a powerhouse of this event. We expect massive things from them in the future. He's not a young guy, 28 years old. Got a replay here of Tim Elter's single, big, beautiful turn. Lovely spray flying, but that's not going to be enough to get him out of that third place, I wouldn't think. But for Spain, that was a beautiful moment. I got tears in my eyes as well, because you know what this means to these young people. It's an incredible opportunity. Here's Rio's replay. Pumping back, keeping the board active, busy underfoot. First nice closeout re-entry, cuts out. That's not going to change anything. A 6.10 for the big two-turn combination.
Down to 8 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock. Ramsey putting himself into position here with priority. Going for that win out of this heat will set him up with a better seating heading into the next round. Chasing down a 5.78 to take away the lead. And great work as he nearly finishes off on the inside. He'll just go down. So pressure off now for Andy as he's advanced through into the next round. He has taken out 3 qualifying series wins within his career. The 28-year-old won the 2016 event in Santa Cruz, the 2018 event in Fistral, and the 2019 event in Anglet. So he's been a standout within that European contingency through the years. Rio, an absolute standout within the Indonesian and Asian surfing community for a long time. Now a member of the championship tour, starting to really find himself in a comfortable seat there as well, which has been exciting to witness.
Absolutely, and making it look easy out there in these choppy, bumpy conditions, just so smooth, so clean on the rail, such beautiful surfing. 6.10 for the 2 big turns, and perhaps it's the airs of other surfers in other heats that have kept the scores in this heat a little bit lower than I'm kind of expecting. You know, they've seen some crazy aerial antics going into the 9s, and so I suppose for traditional style surfing on the wave face, you need to keep that scale and space in it for the more futuristic type of surfing. You can see how strong that wind is right there. Leon Glatzer flying the flag high. He's a previous Olympian with his teammates, and they have been a surprise package. Massive congratulations to Team Germany on their overall performance this week. They are improving year by year, and perhaps improving more on a year-by-year basis than most other nations.
That's right. We saw Camilla Kemp from Team Germany gain her Olympic qualification yesterday. This is very exciting as we can see some of the members of Team Indonesia down by the beach. Johnny Wadiato and Ketut Agus. You can feel the nerves. There's a lot of, there was a lot riding on kind of making it into this round specifically. Making it this far in the draw kind of gave that opportunity to know that they were that close to being able to clinch an Olympic spot, making it into this heat being very important within that conversation, and to perform well in this heat also being very important. So we'll have a few more minutes to let things kind of play out here with 5.5 minutes remaining. All of them in a great position. and getting together some solid waves aside from kind of the 4-point rides that Tim has been landing. It has landed him, though, with that 8.67 heat total, which is going to be helpful for his campaign in the greater picture within this heat.
Yeah, absolutely. But when you look at the asks for second and third, a 5.78, a 6.13, the scores have been kept low in this heat, which is making it really attainable at any point in time. Tim, while he's in the third now with that, just under 5 right on, the 6.13 is easy for a surfer of his ability, given the correct wave selection and the right opportunity. He could easily do that. We saw a great buzzer beater from him yesterday, pulling a win out right at the end. And the passion and emotion has been high from Team Germany all week. And there he sits, waiting with the first priority, so that's advantageous. Rio up and riding.
Rio looking smooth as he opens up on that first turn, sets it up for the second, connects into the lip line, and he'll dive out on that 2-turn combination. Ramsey now sitting with that second priority, and Tim sitting with first priority. A 6.13 requirement on Tim. Surfer representing Germany out of the Canary Islands, the Slab Hunter, hopeful to take his, kind of free surfing to the next level come July, with the potential to compete in Tahiti. We'll take a look at him now as he's up and riding. Just kind of 2-3 stage turn to start things off, pumps a bit to drive into that section right there. Would have felt very nice.
Yeah, and we notice when he likes what he's done, the head looks to the beach. Here we go, Rio, first turn. I think he's looking for some kind of an air now, because the backhand re-entries haven't delivered him the scores that they had delivered him earlier in the event. I suppose, though, the judges have got a key, and there's a priority battle on right here. Rio rode the last wave. Tim knows that, so he needs to equal and get close to him. Look at the frantic paddling. This is a super important second and third priority with 3 minutes on the clock. Rio just keeps paddling to try and force the point. Tim goes, okay, I'm out the back. Did I get there first? And we know that Tim gets second priority because Rio rode the last wave. They were so close in the paddle battle that then the judges go, okay, it's tied in the paddle battle. Who rode the last wave? It was Rio Waida. He goes to third. Tim Elter goes to second priority. And with 2 minutes and 45, this heat is way closer than it feels like it should be to have watched it. You know what I mean? I think maybe the airs did keep the scores low in this heat, but the judges got to maintain their understanding of the scale particular to this heat in itself, because Rio Waida has surfed a fantastic heat to this point, had a lot of opportunities, some great backhand surfing, and it's still super tight though. 5.78 and a 6.13. The surfers in first and second priority, needing another ride with 2 minutes and 10 on the clock. You imagine they both get a ride and they both get sixes, and all of a sudden you go from first, where you've been the whole heat, into third, and it would be a dramatic upset. 2 minutes, plenty of time for that to happen.
Plenty of time for that to happen. We haven't seen too many interference calls within this week of competition, which has been a nice thing. This would be a heat that might have a little more consequence to a call like that within it as well, looking at those heat totals as we're down to 2 minutes on the clock. Right now, everyone's just kind of, playing their own game. We've got a score to drop in for Tim Elter, who would love to be advancing through this heat for Team Germany, chasing down that 6.13. He's got another 4 on the board, a 4.40 for that last wave. Again, the judges kind of showing to him he needs to find a wave with combination surfing available.
Yeah, 4 points for one turn. Fantastic. But it does tell you, hey, you need more than one turn to get the score you need. Ramsey Bukhayem.
Up and riding now through the rail work on that opening turn, and he goes down with the foam climb. Slips right off the wax. Could have improved, do you think, on the 4.8 with that wave?
No, I think that fall's going to... the first turn was beautiful, and the turns that he is doing in this event every day now for the past 8 have been just so powerful, just like full speed and full power and commitment. Hold on.
So much speed from Ramsey. Tim Elter now looking for some combination surfing. So into that second turn, found that first big opening, snap into the lip, finds this third, and now looking down the line into this kind of white water, frothy section of the wave. It's getting a little bit more slow pace. He's able to put that finishing tag on. He's chasing down a 6.13 to take the advancing position out of this heat. It is a repecharge heat. Top 2 surfers will be heading on to the next repecharge heat. There's still a few more before we get back to that grand final. And scores to drop with 15 seconds on the clock.
Tim won't get back out the back. The judge is considering. Needs a 6.13 for advancement. It had the volume, the amount of manoeuvres, but the manoeuvres didn't have as much volume as we're used to from him. He's a big guy, powerful kid, makes spray fly. Indonesia looks like they're going to celebrate their win. That's the heat. It's over. Rio Waida, Ramsey Bukaim booking their spots. Can I say that?
Well, we'll let
No.
Fernando give the official announcement, but it's looking hopeful for Rio, for Ramsey, and for Tim off of great surfing, off of high heat totals out in the lineup for this last heat.
Such exciting times. Can't wait to see these presentations. Rio Waida, emotional moments for all of these surfers, for everyone involved in the events and the teams. It's been, you imagine 8 days in. It's an emotional journey, and it's been a great one for all of us.
Well, coming up next, we're going to have some great surfing from the women's side of the draw. We'll be heading into women's repecharge round 7 with Camilla Kemp, Tessa Tyson, Anat Lelior, and Janire Gonzalez Estebare from Spain. All of them booking their spots into Paris, which is so very exciting. We've got the score in for the last of Tim Elter, a 3.90. So he'll stay in that third place position, unfortunately knocked out of competition. Ramsey Bokiem and Rio Waida for Indonesia and Morocco locking themselves a spot into the next round. And we're going to go to a quick break. Coming up next is Anat Lelior out of Israel looking for a big heat win.
After finishing high school, we need to do the service in the military in order to serve your country. The Army is a full-time job. It usually goes from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. The Army gives you a lot of different programs. And I got the athlete program that they help me to do what I need to do to be my best in surfing, such as give me my time in a day to do my training and of course do my surfing and be well rested. And it's a daily thing. Usually my day is really packed and I really need to be precise with my time.
Welcome back to the action. Out in the lineup, Germany, France, Israel, and Spain have women fighting for those top 2 positions. This is a repecharge round. The top 2 advancing through. The bottom 2 will be knocked out of competition today. Camilla Kemp, Tessa Tyson, Anat Lelior, and Janire Gonzalez Estebari, all in the lineup, hopeful to find a few good waves in pretty challenging conditions. Camilla Kemp now up and riding for Team Germany. Tags the section to start and she'll bow out. Now for Camilla, for Anat, and for Janire, they received some very special news yesterday, Barton, that they would all be going to the Paris 2024 Olympics. So they found that qualification and they are now in it to try and take away those team victories or those individual victories this week. For Tessa Tyson specifically, because Vahine Fierro and Joanne Defay are already qualified on behalf of Team France, she is here hopeful that the French women's team will be the highest ranked at the end of the event. We saw Joanne Defay is still in the draw. They lost Vahine Fierro, but they still have a chance to get that 3rd Olympic spot to join those 2 women and potentially get Tessa Tyson an opportunity to compete in Tahiti as well.
There are so many storylines running through this event, and they're all so relevant and so powerful in their own right, whether it's the team winning and getting the extra 3rd spot, the individuals qualifying, and then, who wins the gold as the overall best team surfing in the world. So much up for grabs, and all of these 3 ladies have been spectacular this week. And I believe there's 3 goofies and 1 natural in this heat. Camilla Kemp, the natural footer.
We're going to see a lot of left-handers being favored within the lineup, potentially. Those lefts, there has been a few waves that have offered, 5-6 turns to them. And then a lot of rides, Barton, that have had that single opening maneuver. And those have been some of the deciding factors. That score, even if it's a backup score, has been the deciding factor between surfers just sneaking through in second or just falling out in third.
Yeah, absolutely. And then those sneaky rights that do score. If you pick the right-hander, it definitely has the potential to score. So got to keep your mind open to both directions, and while the majority of surfing's on the lefts, we've definitely seen scores come from the rights as well. So always good to show the judges a bit of the backhand, bit of the forehand, mix it up. Here we go, and Nat from Israel up and riding.
In the green jersey, setting up that rail into that first kind of mid-face turn, sets it up for that second snap, and now looking to break through that lip line. Going a little more vertical on that finishing maneuver. She's been surfing with a lot of passion, a lot of intention within each of her waves throughout this week.
Yeah, no confusion, in the desire stakes for Anat Lelior. Her sister was in the event as well. Great surfing family.
It's fun to see that at the ISA events where you get a lot of teams that are represented by siblings. We're seeing that across multiple different countries throughout this week, and kind of can have those sibling rivalry conversations that are driving surfers to be the best, like what we see from the Wright family, what we saw from the Irons brothers as well.
Yep.
And really creating that environment of healthy or maybe not so healthy sibling rivalry, putting them to the top of their fields within their nations and the world. And we're seeing that with a lot of kind of, other countries within that, and family dynamics coming to be, like you said, with Anat and her sister Noah. We've got the Young brothers that were in the draw. We've got so many different groups like that coming together this week.
And then, going back a little bit, let's not forget the Ho family, perhaps the greatest dynasty, the Aikau family, and the Hobgoods as well. Damien and CJ, massive contributions to the sport from those two guys, so it's a family thing. And I suppose we all here at ISA, for people that aren't, we feel like we're one big family too. We all come together on an annual basis. For me, it's the juniors in this Open. You work with the same people. It's always the same crew, the same family who put together this show, and we feel like one big family putting surfing on the map and on the air for you guys to enjoy.
And it's amazing to be able to watch the growth for each of these surfers. Anat driving hard off the bottom into that second turn. Can see the body language, maybe not super happy with that, but I loved how fast she drove and how deep her bottom turn was in that second.
Absolutely. She's developed her power considerably, and then there can be powerful people that don't have the ability to access it in a moment of stress, and that can, she's through her experiences of life, she's able to find her best in those moments when she needs it.
A 5.5 for her opening ride, now drops into 3.17 to back it up. Quiet moments for Tessa Tyson out of France and Janire Gonzalez Estabare. Neither of them have found their opening ride. Just patiently waiting it out, which also means that there's no priority established between the two of them, Barton, for the start of this heat.
Yeah, exactly. Fourth and third priority. You can see that there in the top left of the screen. Blue and white haven't ridden a wave yet. The only wave of consequence, really, the 5.5, and then a 3.17, not a bad backup. So, and that really has created a great foundation in the first, 8 minutes of this heat. Here she goes.
Tessa, up and riding now.
Oh, there's first priority for Spain. And that was a long wait.
Well, Spain's already up and riding into a great-looking wave. Well worth the wait. Coming into that second maneuver. Camila now hard off the bottom into a great looking snap. Hooks it up for the second. She rides right past Janire.
That was amazing. Two of the best waves of the heat so far. I would think the 5.5 might be eclipsed by both of those rides. Bigger faces. The first for Janire, not quite as good as Camilla's. Camilla's is going to be a massive score. Those two turns were in critical sections. She's made it look so beautiful.
Annette up and riding once again. Kind of that flat turn to start things, but now lets the tail loose on the end.
Perfect. Needing to improve on the 317, that's the way to do it. You don't succeed in the actual wave, at least your intention's right, and that's the way to approach a section like that.
Tessa with a 0.43 for that opener, which was just a quick in and out looking down the line. Janire and Camilla with scores to drop that will be scores of consequence in this heat.
And for Tessa, it's going to be a difficult situation then when everybody's got one. She needs this to be a good wave up and riding.
Setting herself up now on her first real attempt, and she goes down again. Well, the first wave she didn't go down on, she kicked out. Second wave, she goes down, unfortunately. And you can hear, or you could see Camilla there waving her arms, wanting to kind of have that updated situation. We are waiting for a while now from the judges.
Well, yeah, but give them a point. They've got to set their scale. It hasn't been that long. She's just anxious because she's waiting to hear 8 points or, something like that. 7 points. I feel like it's a 7-point ride, 7+.
And that sort of surfing is one that needs to set the scale within this heat for sure.
Absolutely. And the judges take their time to make sure they get that right. Don't worry, Camilla. It's going to be a bomb when it lands for sure. 2 big backhand turns on beautiful steep section. It was a lovely looking wave. It's the best looking wave we've seen in quite some time. So the wave had big points in it on its own, and then the surfing that she put onto that wave really elevated the whole thing. It was perfectly ridden, and I think the judges are going to love it.
They're going to absolutely love it. 15 minutes on the clock.
Janire, 6.83, great score from her, and kind of gives you an indication of where Camilla's could go. It's going to be upward of that, I would think for sure, but that 6.83 is powerful for Spain as well.
Very solid start. Tessa now starting to really kind of feel the situation. A 5.83 drops in for that last wave of Camilla. Has her sitting in third place now. It's shy of the 6.83 that we saw for the opener of Janire. Martin is sitting here contemplating, giving the little beard a stroke.
Stroking the
on
beard.
The difference between those two scores, BL.
Yeah, I would have went the other way. Essentially, I would have flipped those scores and have a point difference at least between them in the other way. And perhaps the judges liking the speed. There's a couple of elements that are different from our perspective to theirs. One, I went up there earlier to have a look at their perspective, and it's elevated. They look sort of up and down towards things. Here we go.
Camille, now with an opportunity. So she would have heard that 5.83 and gone, okay, time to get the backup score. Time to start improving the situation. Knowing that actually the top 3 surfers have solid scores on the board. Tessa, she's been waiting for this opportunity. She got such a smooth forehand approach on these lefts. I've been really enjoying them.
Yeah, so they have this elevated view. They're up higher. They look sort of down on things. Again, they see it live in real time. We see it on a screen, so we don't get the impact of everything else around. And perhaps there's speed and things that they see in the real image that we have a difficulty interpreting. A 4.77 drops for France, Tessa Thyssen. That's a good score. It kind of gets her in the show, but it's not enough to have her right in the show, still in 4th place. She's going to need to improve on that.
Well, 13 minutes on the clock. We've got all scores set at the moment. Camilla in the lead, and Nat second, Janire third, and Tessa in 4th with requirements standing. And that last heat was a pretty important one. When it comes to big news being delivered this week, let's go down to the beach to catch up with Fernando Aguirre once again.
Come here, I got a present for you. You know where you're going, no? I don't know what plans you have for July, but your plans just changed. You're going to Taupo! Yes!
Oh my God. Wow.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Is this live?
This is live.
Oh God. I'm so happy that the suffering is over and that I finally made it. So yeah, thanks to all my team, Diddy, Martin, every one of my teammates, David and Luca. I'm so stoked and so proud for Germany. Let's go.
Photo, 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 photo. Good job, man. Right foot. Hold, vai, tranquilo, easy. Easy. Rio, 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 Rio. Rio, 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 Rio. Rio, what? I know you know what I know. Do you know what I know?
If you come to me, I know what's the answer.
So Rio, I know you might have plans for July, but I have in my hands a plan for you in July. You are going to Jehovah, buddy. Congratulations, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. Woo! Thank you.
For your friends, for your family, a message.
I just want to say thanks everyone that's supporting me, you know, because of you guys I'm doing this, you know, without all of you guys, you know, I'm just very happy, you know, I hope everyone's back home, you know, happy, you know, what I did today, so, you know, I will keep fighting always for my country and for people that are supporting me, so I'm really grateful for this moment, and I just love it.
Rio Guana, ladies and gentlemen, directly to the Olympic Games from Puerto Rico. Photo, photo, photo.
Well, that is so exciting to see Rio and to see Tim with their official tickets. Don't know that they can get on an airplane with that golden ticket, but maybe at this stage, you know. Annette now up and riding. She dropped a 7.27 on the scoreboard as we were getting to just soak in those moments. She's sitting in a leading position for Team Israel as we see Camilla from Germany in a solid second, looking to solidify herself if she can improve that 3.80 to be advancing through to the next round. And Janire sitting with that 6.83 from her opening ride. She's been very patient in this heat, only has taken off on the one, and only needs a 2.80, though that might change with the last of Camilla.
Yeah, Nats was a big section, big forehand turn off that section. And beautiful moments there. I tear up every time. It's just fantastic to see young people achieving their dreams, getting this opportunity. For Germany, one male, one female going to the Olympic Games. Here's Janire using the priority.
She sat patient for a long time and just a quick
it didn't pay off. Yeah, it's difficult conditions to use the priority well, because it's really hard when you take off to know what the rest of that wave's going to be like when it gets onto the inside and connects with the shallower parts of the reef. So Janire, she might be better served now without it anyway and able to free up and just surf. A repechage round, so third and fourth will be out of the event.
Now, as you were saying, Camilla Kemp is going to have a teammate alongside of her.
Yeah.
For Paris, which is very exciting to see. Their preparation at their, kind of national Olympic facilities. Their whole team has had access to that in the preparation leading up to the World Surfing Games this year. Coming up next, we will have Sushi Young out of China. She'll be competing against Teresa Bonvalo, Sanoa Olin, and the Olympic gold medalist, Carissa Moore, hitting the water. Repechage round, so top two advancing through, bottom two out of the draw. And she found herself Olympic qualification yesterday, as well as, well, now actually she just joins the field of already qualified surfers that she'll be competing against in the next heat. So they're all getting some valuable time as well, now just being in the water against each other, starting to get to know their strengths and weaknesses, as we see a knot go up for a big turn and she'll fall.
Tessa Thyssen now with the priority for France, needs to get going. There's 7 minutes and 30 on the clock. Nothing that she's had yet would count at the end of this heat. Camilla Kemp's got the 4.47, so it matches that. But otherwise, she needs something above the 6 to keep pace with first, second and third and give ourselves into the dying seconds the chance to advance.
Annette opened on that 5. She later found the 7.27. She's now gone for a pretty dramatic turn on that final wave. Unable to ride out complete. She'll grab that board, bring it back to her again.
Yeah, it'd be a difficult place to surf without a leg rope.
It would
That's
be
for sure.
near impossible place to surf without a leg rope. The number of urchins, the rocks, the coral, all up and down the beach. As we take a look now at this 7-point ride from Anat.
All off, a cutback at the start, nice wrapping cutback, but the majority of those points coming off the closeout turn. Keep thinking about that 5.83 though. For Camilla, it was felt like a better score to me, but she's still in an advancing position. Judges have been up there scoring every ride, 8 days now, and doing a fantastic job of sorting through the field. Here we go, up and riding, Tessa Thyssen. First priority needs a good score.
Great looking turn to start things off with. Chasing a 5.54, having to pump down the line to try and create some of her own speed coming into these final 2 turns. And Nat also just playing with it on the outside section. She's in a commanding lead at the moment, putting a near 7-point requirement on the board for our surfer with priority, Camilla Kemp. A 3.47 is only the requirement for Jenny Ray. She just got that 1.87 for the backup score. So again, she's still just been really patient within this heat. Just a couple of 2 waves she stood up on outside of that 6.83. But hasn't been able to find anything to really give her some scoring potential. She has moved away from the pack though, Barton, where we can see the women sitting in the water.
Always a dangerous move, really, to move, go away from the pack, because it might come to you, it might not. If you're with the pack, at least you're in there with a fighting chance of getting a wave when they come. And there's times to, one of the great things about surfing a heat, or important things, is managing the influence of luck. And there's times when you want to close it down and eliminate that influence. And there's times when you need to open it up and give it a chance to go your way. And that's always one of those things that's important to recognise and play with, is the management of the influence of luck.
Well, I've just heard that Fernando's still down, roaming around the contest site, roaming around the water's edge, and he's got another surfer to congratulate.
I know this guy from before. I seen him before.
Finally, bro. Holy shit.
So, broken leg, surgery, dropping in, dropping out.
Yeah.
First games, the World Surfing Games, and you're here.
I know, huh? Long road, man. I'm so happy.
So, do you have plans for July?
Not really. My goal was, when I started this year, I had a pretty tough year last year. So I was like, okay, I want to come back. Hopefully, if the stars align, I'll get my chance on the World Tour. And my main goal, too, was qualifying for the Olympics, because I had a big shocker with my ankle in Salvador. So
you are already on the World Tour?
Yes, I am, but I need to make the cut. So I achieved my first goal, Olympic, and now make the cut. But I'm so happy, man.
Well, maybe this is going to help your spirit. You're going to Tower.
Man, I'm good. I'm so stoked. I'm so stoked. Like, I'm really happy, especially, I was part of the first Olympics. It was amazing, and now I'm going to a place that I really like. I have so many brothers over there, and I'm really excited to be able to perform on a wave like this, and I'm so happy, man. I hope, Morocco, we did it the second time, guys. We're in the second Olympic.
Message for friends, family around the world.
والمغاربة ودرتها تقاتلت ومشيت وجبتها صافي غنمشيو لطايتي ان شاء الله و ميرسي بوكو. كنشكر لا فيدراسيون الكنوم كاع لي مي سبونسور كلشي وما فامي وكاع مي زامي كلشي ميرسي بوكو. تكاليفيت في لي جيو والرايه كاينه الفوق دابا ان شاء الله نديوها حتى الفوق في اولمبي ان شاء الله. Thanks, Fernando. Thank you.
Félicitations, Ramsey! Merci. Congratulations, Ramsey!
Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Well, a huge congratulations to Ramsey as we're down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Anat holds on to that lead. Situation just kind of remains the same, except that Tessa Thyssen has taken herself up into that 3rd place position. Janire down into 4th. Requirements of 5.54 to take Tessa into an advancing position, and a 3.47 to take Janire into an advancing position. Still a couple minutes on the clock as Anat's having another look at this wave, and she won't take off on it. And that's pretty fun now, Barton. Out of the wrap-up of that last round, on the men's side of the draw, we've seen Andy Crier from Spain Ramzi Bokiam of Morocco, Rio Waida of Indonesia, and Tim Elter of Germany gained their Olympic qualification, which fills 5 of the 6 slots on the men's side of the draw. The German, Camilla Kemp, going for a 360 off the foam, adding in a little spice and variety to her surfing.
I like it. Still holding on to that second position. Janire Gonzalez Echapare, 6.83, wins the opening exchange and hasn't been able to get a ride over 2 points since. 2.2 the best. 4 rides. She's been quiet, hasn't ridden as many waves as her opposition, and at the same time has just not been able to find what she needs. That 6.83 has still got her in such a powerful position. Needs a 3.47. It's one good closeout re-entry on a big section. She's got to start just looking for enough time to boom, boom, hit that lip, and she could get that score and go into an advancing position.
Well, great surfing so far from her, but she's got some pressure mounting as we're down to the final minute. You can see the crowds there sitting on the shoreline.
Oh, it's packed. The place is pulsing. As the Kiwis would say, it's fizzing, bro. But here goes Janire. Is it enough? No. And slaps the water. 30 seconds. She's inside. She could find something in there and do one turn. It's still open. 30 seconds.
Still has the opportunity. Just chasing, that 3.47. Tessa, though, if she can improve on the 4s. Nice speed coming around the section and connects with the kind of lip line, pierces through. Can't find a finish, however. Camilla now up into the foam. And with 10 seconds on the clock.
Janire's looking.
Janire now with the paddle. And she's got an opportunity in front of her. Chasing a 3.47. Pulls through that first turn, but doesn't really commit even to finishing that off. And won't have the opportunity to keep herself in the mix. And Nat with the little belly boarding to get herself in as that buzzer would have sounded. And she walks away successful. This woman is one to keep your eye on for the gold medal this week. She has yet to walk away with an ISA gold medal for the World Surfing Games. She has consistently won heat after heat this week, Barton. This is a woman filled with potential coming into final stage tomorrow.
Absolutely, and through the repechage round, keeping the dream alive, and congratulations to Camilla Kemp, deservedly getting second place. She definitely had put on a great performance and is in that same position as a Nat where she could go all the way to.
That's right. Tessa Tyson for France out of competition alongside Janire Gonzalez Estabari. That's going to give us a much better picture for where we're sitting in the highest ranking women's teams. We'll be back with updates when we return. More action with Chris Cote and Rachel Tilley coming into the booth.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, okay, my friends, my brother would say, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I've never actually dreamed of being in the Olympic because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality. It wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. We are live from Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Women's repechage, round 7, heat 2 in the water. Teresa Bonvillatte, Sanoa Olin, Cixi Yang, and Carissa Moore. 4 surfing superstars, all at different points in their career. But Rachel, we're in for a show. Teresa Bonvillatte, a tenacious competitor. Sanoa Olin, Olympic qualifier from Team Canada. Cixi Yang, brand new global superstar from Team China, and of course, surfing's golden girl, one of the best to ever do it, Carissa Moore. It's going to be a fun heat to watch. The Herring Nation is watching as well. Herringites, a big part of that Team Canada fan base. Have you ever tried the crema that the Herring Nation talks about, Rachel?
I have not.
Well, it's a magical thing.
Thoroughly intrigued now.
Yeah, if you know, you know. So welcome our Herringite fans as they watch Sanoa Olin try to defend a hard-charging Teresa Bonvillain. Team Portugal represented so well by this veteran surfer who at a young age has already done huge things. Olympic qualification, tons of success on the Challenger Series, has done big things on the Championship Tour as well. Teresa Bonvillain, a bona fide surfing superstar. What do you think Teresa's chances are of taking the gold medal at the end this week, Rachel?
Well, we're at the pointy end of the event now. Tomorrow is officially finals day, but it's wrapping down. Honestly, I think we'd have enough light to run it all today if we wanted, but these surfers have surfed multiple times today. We're spacing it out, going to have the surfers be nice and fresh tomorrow. I think her chances are high. She's looking confident. That was a great opening to this heat for her. So if she keeps on that, but there's a lot of big names, the biggest of them all, standing up right now.
No doubt. Chris Moore having a little trouble dealing with the lump. So that shows you these waves are challenging. Even the best in the world can find themselves on the wrong side of the lump. As we see Xi Yang, different story there. A perfect read of that wave. So powerful, consistent, a real steady competitor. And I love that, you know, Xi Yang, we don't have a long scouting report on her, right? We don't know really, you know, where she came from at a very young age. We don't know a lot about her competitive history outside of ISA competition. So it's really fun. Every heat that Xi paddles out, we learn a little bit more about, you know, what makes her the incredible surfer that she is. She is the first ever Chinese female to qualify for Olympic surfing. That is huge news.
Well, I did a post-heat interview at the very beginning of this week with Xi, and she had just beat Tyler Wright in her very first heat. And I said, well, how do you feel going against these world champions? And she said, I'm just trying to keep a low profile and make it through. And I said, well, you've just put yourself on the map, and now even more so. She is into the Olympics. She's on the map.
Good luck with that low profile from here.
Yeah, exactly.
She's a superstar. Sanoa Olin putting up a nice number there. A couple good turns down the line. And a decent looking wave, so that'll put her in the conversation here. No scores of note dropped in yet. We think Teresa might have got the best of it. 19:30 to go here. Chris Moore in the white jersey right there. Just got a 1 for her first wave. It was just a up and out real quick. So as our surfers try to pick the eyes out of this 25-minute heat, let's go down to Mitchell Salazar standing by with Anat Lelior.
That's right, now a two-time Olympian as well. Anat, to be able to focus after everything that's happening outside of the water, especially with your qualification, how important is it not only to potentially get a gold medal for yourself, but to elevate your seeding as a team for next year too?
For sure. I honestly, it's a dream of mine to be in an ISA final. And yeah, I'm just enjoying my time in the ocean, under the sun with my friends and family, and it's a dream.
Speaking of the ocean, you started off with a 5, then you got your best score afterwards, but the wind has really picked up in the last few minutes. How difficult was it to hear out there and to concentrate, knowing that there were 3 other surfers who could potentially take the win?
Honestly, like every 30 seconds, I was reminding myself that everything can change in less than a second, and the surfers are more than great, and I know I am great as well. So I just, being aware of your environment and trying to, bring the best out of the conditions. Yeah, that's all you need to do.
For those of us who haven't been in your position before, now a 2-time Olympian, what's the thing that you liked the most about being an Olympian, especially during the opening ceremony?
Honestly, it's the people that I reach out to. Like, a lot of people are looking to, like, up to me, but I look to everybody in the eye. I'm more than honored to be a character of, a figure that people can look up to. So I'm blessed, and thank you very much. תודה רבה לכולם, ותודה לגדוד 697, פלוגה ב', אני אוהבת אתכם, עידו פה, צופה איתי. נשיקות הביתה, thanks mom, dad, עידו and Noah and my girlfriend and everybody is watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks you.
Always an inspiring competitor. Anat Lelior.
And so kind.
Yeah, that was cool. These post-heat interviews are starting to get more and more special as, you know, I think early on in these contests, it's a lot about the points and the waves you got, but now that we have multiple opportunities to talk to these surfers, we get to go a little bit deeper. Mitchell Salazar down there doing a great job, you know, getting these stories out there. So 17 minutes to go here. Sanoa Olin, she's got a 4 to start, so she backed it up right there. Teresa Bonvalot off to a great start with a 6.17 and a 2.57. Xixi Yang dropped a 5.33. So nice start for your surfer representing Team China. Sanoa Olin, quick backup, 3.03. Probably won't hold on to that, as she does have plenty of time left. 16 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Feels like a lot of time, but of course, you blink your eye and there's a minute left. These heats have absolutely, this whole day has flown by. So much happening.
I think this has been the fastest, felt like the fastest day so far, for sure.
We're living in a ISA time warp. So much news breaking, you know, so much just raw emotion. It's a historic day for surfing. That's not superlative, it's true. You can look it up. This will be global news today and tomorrow, and of course the happenings that went down yesterday with brand new faces making their way into Olympic qualification spots, and more of that to come. Just a handful of openings left to go. Those overall team slots still available. The universality place spot still available, and I believe two spots available for the men.
Yeah, for the men, we will see coming up Marco Mignon, and if he is battling against Joan Duru, his fellow Frenchman, for that French spot. So it will be interesting to see how those narratives continue to play out in this next heat. But in this heat right now, Carissa Moore, 15 minutes remaining, she needs at least just a single wave score on the board. She's the only one that doesn't really have anything under her belt. And she is someone who it's going to become increasingly more special and rare to see her in a jersey. You know, so I'm sure just as we're savoring watching her, she's savoring these moments. Let's see what she does with this.
Deep bottom turn. Nicely placed snap there. Ooh, good section to work with for Carissa. With foamy coping. Bashes it off the top, gets the finish. So 3-turn combination there from Carissa Moore. And you're right, Rachel. Carissa Moore made it known earlier on this year. She's only going to be surfing a select handful of events on the WSL Championship Tour, focusing on herself, on her family, on some time off. I mean, she's been charging hard in her surfing career since she was probably 10 years old. I mean, day in, day out, training, competing, dealing with the ups and downs. She's already reached surfing's highest heights many times. The only surfing gold medalist female on planet Earth right now. I mean,
Olympic gold medalist.
Yeah. She's done it all, and I like that she still, you know, has that fire to come down here to Puerto Rico and compete for Team USA.
Yeah, and you have to have that fire to be able to achieve in these types of conditions, staying really busy. And this is a wave that she was looking to get under her belt. She stayed crafty and creative, got over that little hump on the inside and got that third maneuver. So judges will drop that in, and they liked that.
Yeah, nicely done there for Carissa Moore. So making the most of the situation. 3 big turns on a hard to ride wave. The second section was pretty critical, even though it was a little kind of crumbly up at the top part. She threw it down. Gets herself a 7-point ride, the highest single wave score of this heat so far. 13 minutes, 15 seconds left.
So just as we were talking about, saying Carissa just had a 1 and a 0, and that shows her experience. She wasn't out there stressing. She had first priority. Although we've been saying priority hasn't been playing as much, look at how spread out the surfers are, but she's sitting there confident, calm, knowing, hey, I'm just going to chip into a little wave and be able to surf that wave up into a score through my surfing. So through her surfing, and that's exactly what she did. So now she'd be feeling confident, puts her immediately into an advancing position, and here she goes again.
Yeah, she's one surfer you never tend to worry about in heats. You know, even with a minute or two left, she just that good. She is surfing's golden girl for a reason. Probably, I'd say, if I was an alien and I was coming down to planet Earth and I said to the people, send me your greatest surfing ambassador. Let me know what it's all about. I'm sending Chris Moore to the aliens to tell them about surfing. She is such an amazing ambassador for this sport. Again, there's a reason why she is on a 500-foot tall mural in Honolulu, sitting right next to Duke Kahanamoku. And she has that status in surfing.
Yeah, and she flies that Hawaii flag proud within the USA. And that 1.77 takes her into the lead. But she's going to look to improve upon that, obviously, and up her score line, so she sits in that first place solidly. But it is anyone's game still with 11 minutes to go. Sanoa and Sishi only need small scores, but Teresa's looking to solidify that second position.
Yeah, Teresa's been surfing really well throughout the last few days of this contest. Just really tapped in to what these waves are providing. Her board looks great. She seems to be kind of skating across the water with a lot of speed. There's a certain lightness that she can kind of levitate down the line. And then, she can knife in, dig her rails, and throw some really great combos together. So I think Teresa has been an absolute standout throughout this entire competition. She has had to fight her way through some really tough repechage heats. But she's a tough surfer. She will make you do everything in your power to beat her. Tenacious tactician as well. I think when things get down to the wire a little bit deeper, with a minute or two left, she's definitely going to lean in and start paddle battling a little bit, which, hey, that's fun to watch in itself. 10:24 to go. Team Brazil getting fired up. Yago and Gabriel still alive in this competition. Alive and thriving, I should say. Got Yago, Mignot, and Bukiem coming up next. I like that we're switching back and forth, repo men, repo women. It gives a really fun dynamic to the day.
Yeah, I think that's part of what's made it go so quick, too, because there's just so much happening, constantly switching these narratives, getting to see so much action, and see how the women versus the men read the waves and the lineups differently, too, has been a pleasure to watch. But Teresa getting a 5.17 on that last wave, so going back up into the lead. Carissa Moore needing a 4.34, so that'll be easy. She's not stressed. It's the other two who are going to have to start improving upon not just their backup scores, but also their higher single wave scores if they want to go against Carissa with that single wave score being a 7.
Nice slash there to start for Teresa Bombalat. I mean, you can almost feel the desire, the urgency she's surfing with right now.
Look how hard she's paddling back out. She wants it. She's driven. She's hungry. And I love in her body language, she's throwing everything into every turn. She's really selling it for the judges. You can see how hard she's paddling here. She's extremely hungry. Already qualified for the Olympics. All of these women out there have had to manage that Olympic stress throughout the week.
It must be really hard to concentrate and go compete in really wild conditions when you've just been given the best news of your life. You've qualified for the Olympics. Now go back to work. It's like when you're in grade school and there's a birthday party at lunch in the classroom and everybody gets cupcakes. It's really hard to concentrate for the rest of the day. That's kind of what I'm sure these surfers are feeling, that kind of childlike exuberance, but they got to switch that off and get back to work because we have world titles on the line. Winners here at the ISA World Surfing Games will be ISA World Champions. Now that's the type of momentum you want to build as you leave Puerto Rico, head back onto the championship tour, or head to Tahiti for Paris 2024.
Now it can either go two ways for Ramsey. So he's just been told that he's booked himself, solidified his spot into the Olympics. Marco and Yago in his heat are not solidified into the Olympics, so they still have that hunger, that drive. Ramsey could go out with pure elation and be surfing free, or he might just that drive is gone because his goal has been achieved. You see Carissa, someone whose drive is not gone, although she's qualified.
I mean, of course, when you're a competitor like Carissa Moore, you never just enter an event for fun. You enter events to win. She's surfing like that right now with clear intent. She wants gold here at the ISA World Surfing Games. And so far, it's been so good for Carissa Moore. Again, though, to see Carissa's name in a repechage round at any time in the competition is a little bit of a shock, but testament to the depth of field we have here competing at the ISA World Surfing Games. 6:47 to go. Teresa in the lead, but we're waiting for that last score to come through for Carissa. It's going to be well above and beyond a 1.77.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Again, that limb I'm out on, thing is fortified.
Yeah, putting that pressure on Sanoa, on Sishi. And this is an elimination heat. Like you were saying, it's a repechage round. So third and fourth will be bowing out. And they already have, Sishi has a 5.33. That's a score to have in the mix. But if you're looking to go into that top two, when those top two competitors have a 7 and a 617 as their highest single wave scores, there's a lot there's more you have to do.
Yeah. And I feel really good about that prediction that number was going to be high. A 7-point ride for Carissa Moore. That was the easiest call I've made in a long time. So we're inside of 6 minutes now. Carissa Moore has jumped into a double-digit lead, 14.50 total for Moore. Teresa Bonvilla drops to second place. So Noah Olin, a 4 and a 3. Sishi Yang sitting on that 5.33. That's her high mark so far. We could be about to watch the biggest heat of Marco Mignot's life. Olympic qualification on the line. ISA President Fernando Aguirre is hanging on to that golden ticket right now somewhere in the competitors area. Mm-hmm. When you see that hat and that big Fernando Aguirre smile walking towards you, get prepared for some big news. But, of course, we got to surf this one off before it's decided. Still have team slots on the line as well as the universality place for men and for women. So those will be announced in the next few days here, as well as Sanoa Olin from Team Canada slashes her way down the line. It's been providing a few opportunities, but they were strange opportunities. Like somebody hands you a plate of food and says, try this. And you look at it and you go, I don't know.
I'm going to pick at little things here and there.
Random reference, but 4:27 to go. Team USA, Shane Dorian. Must be pretty stoked to have Carissa Moore on his team. It's one of the easiest coaching jobs you can get.
Yeah, I think so. You just say, hey, go out there and do what you know how to do. And Carissa goes, okay. I know exactly how to win in these conditions. I've been there 100 times.
Yeah.
And that's what she's proving to us, a 7.5 and a 7.0. And these challenging conditions puts the pressure, really solidifies herself in that first position. So right now it's that battle for second. Sishi looking for a 6.02.
And that's not how you find it. That was the right idea. But mistakes will be costly when you're going up against surfers of caliber that she's surfing against right now in this heat. And she's another one of those surfers on the list who got the biggest news of their career, of their lives. And I give full credit to all the competitors who surf, get right back to business after getting that golden ticket. Still a lot on the line here. The prestige of an ISA medal is huge in the surfing world.
It is. It's something to really round yourself out. To be a triple threat of an Olympic medalist, an ISA medalist, and a WSL world champion. Can't have a more accomplished resume than that. So that's something that Carissa Moore is looking for, is her ISA gold medal.
Yeah, apparently she has to rent a separate house for all her trophies. A 3-bedroom unit nearby, so she can go and No, she doesn't seem like the type to me to, you know, be out there brandishing all of her accolades. She's a humble warrior, a beautiful human. Speaking of beautiful humans, Boricua vibe is up. Puerto Rican surf fans are out in force. It's a knowledgeable crew as well. I mean, you hear them cheering and shouting and whistling at all the right moments. You hear the oohs and ahs when wild things happen. And they've been down here, of course, heavily and heartily supporting their Boricua surfers, but also full support for the international field that's come down to compete here in Puerto Rico. So hats off and gracias to our Puerto Rican fans that have come out throughout the week. And it hasn't been just the weekends, it's been all week long. Even in the rain, they're out there watching, cheering.
Yeah, everyone pulls out their little ponchos or their rain jackets, like they've come prepared. Rain, hail, or shine, they are here to watch. It is such an electric vibe out there. When we step out of this booth and out onto the streets, it is so fun to be weaving in between everyone, the music playing, people enjoying drinks, food. Let's look at Teresa's last ride here, looking to improve her score line. Getting nice and vertical on that finishing maneuver. She's looking to improve a 517. I don't know if that will quite do it. 2 maneuvers. She made the most of that wave, but I don't know if that wave offered her enough opportunity, thinking back to what some of her other waves had done. But it's in the judges' hands.
You saw a little green jersey down there. Xixi Yang. Looking for a 6.02. I mean, Teresa's surfed a really smart heat. That 617, she backed it up with a 517. Her usual tenacity in the water. Gotta be careful though. Xixi now climbing the rankings. 5.33 and a 2.4. Here goes Sanoa Olin. She needs a 7.34. Good start there. Big turn out the back. Finishing maneuver. Back-to-back blowtails for Sanoa Olin. Herring Nation represent Team Canada.
Only 8 seconds remaining.
How'd that happen? Something's wrong. The clock must be broken. That went too fast.
That.
Can we add 10 more minutes to the clock? I want to see more from Carissa, Teresa, Xixi, and Sanoa. Well, that's it. 1 score left to drop for Sanoa Olin. She was looking for a 7.34. Wave was decent. She surfed it well. But of course, we leave that up to the judges. Carissa Moore will get the win, though. We know that.
Yes, absolutely. Sanoa, she put it out on the line. She did what she needed to do, and she finished it clean.
It's enough for her to jump from 4th to 3rd. So that'll give Team Canada some added points. And also give Sanoa Olin a strong finish here at the ISA World Surfing Games. But congrats and full credit to Xixi Yang, putting her name on the map as a global surfing superstar representing Team China. She's qualified for the upcoming Paris 2024 Olympic Games and earned herself a lot of fans down here in Puerto Rico. And thanks to Sanoa Olin, we had her in the booth here. What a great surfer she is. But unfortunately for those 2 surfers, they're out. Teresa Bundala and Carissa Moore are in, surfing through a tough repechage heat. We got more to come. The men are coming up next. Who will qualify for Paris 2024? Stay tuned to find out.
Estamos en otro level, porque ahora ando en yates y aviones. Se nos dio, ahora somos ganadores. Hicimos a que mate, par de millones. En Aventador llegando a las mansiones. Todo comenzó jugando, ponte ready que ya voy llegando. De una picaco, todo comenzó jugando.
La primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, te amo pancho. Desde la primera vez que te probé, ese sabor nunca lo olvidé. Quiero mi pancho, Campo Pancho.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching men's repechage, round 10, heat 1. Marco Mignot. Olympic dreams are still alive. Representing Team France, Yago Dora, the high-flying Brazilian surfer, takes to this lineup one more time today. And Ramsey Bukiam has been powering his way through heats. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley, your 2015 WSL Longboard World Champion. Heck of a surfer and a great analyst. Rachel, looking into this lineup right now, obviously there's some big storylines going through the water right now. Yago Dora trying to help Team Brazil get that top spot for the team standings. That would open up one more spot for them in Paris 2024. Team France definitely not making it easy for them. Marco Mignot with team ambitions as well as personal ambitions. Can't make this stuff up. It's happening right now in real life. Big news.
Yeah, and having a look at how Yago is opening up this heat, this ended up scoring a 5.5, not taking to the air. It looks like he's just getting his account started. But lots of different narratives happening for these surfers out there. Ramsey just booked himself a spot into the Olympics. Marco going against his fellow teammate in João Duru for a spot in the Olympics as well, representing Team France.
Well, he's surfing with a lot of energy right now. That wave was not good, but man, he made the most of it. That was really great surfing under duress. And he's really showing a lot of class in every turn he does. I mean, you see the power, the technique, it's all fitting right in that perfect bubble that the judges want to see. See Ramsey now, powerhouse goofy footer, representing Team Morocco. Just got the news. He's qualified for Paris 2024. He'll get another shot at Olympic gold. He is an amazing two-rider.
He is, and going to Teahupo'o, that is going to be an exciting location to host the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Yeah, you better want it if you're trying to qualify for the upcoming Olympic Games. One of the most life-threatening waves on the planet, also one of the most exciting to watch. Experts only. It's beyond double black diamond. It is the scariest wave in the world. At least one of them. In my experience at Teahupo'o, at 3 foot, still scary. So imagine when it's 10 foot.
Well, it is. We're not quite there yet. Ramsey is in his mind, but Yago and Marco are not, and they are battling with their, like I was saying, their own narratives. Marco going against his teammate Yago. Now, Brazil already has their 2 spots filled due to the qualification through the championship tour, with Felipe Toledo, João Chianca having those slots solidified. It's Yago and Gabriel who have been trying to work as a team to earn that 3rd spot, but then also battling against each other to finish highest. And whoever finishes highest, as the Brazil team said, will get that 3rd spot if they earn it.
Marco Mignot trying to fight his way down the line on this wave. He finds a ramp, gets some pop, but he goes down. Jeremy Flores, a passionate surfer and coach. Team France always comes strong. You see Team Morocco right there behind him. Oh, hey, there's Yago again, blowing minds every time he stands up on a wave. Big frontside air, whips it around, gets the reverse, keeps his speed, almost surfing uphill after he landed that air, and somehow just keeps on going.
Yeah, well, he remembers that 9.07, I think the score was, from his last heat, is where he got that straight air into 2 more turns and was able to really offer those judges variety, which separated from those 7s that he had gotten for those other airs previously. That variety of maneuvers, including the air, got him into that high excellence. So he obviously noted that and is looking to continue on that wave, continue on that offering of variety of maneuvers after that air.
He doesn't look like he's surfing with the weight of Brazil on his shoulders right now. It looks like he's just having a great time out here in some, chunky air ramps to waves that Yago obviously loves. You know, if you're just free surfing with your friends out here on a day like this, these are some of the most fun days of surfing you can have, because there's a ton of waves coming in. It's unpredictable. You know, the good sections are just a little bit better because you kind of had to earn it. Competing, total different story. I mean, you've really got to be smart with where you do your turns, how you do those turns, what turns you do. Going to be a non-make there for Ramzi Boukiem. He knows it.
Yeah.
Great effort and energy right there for the Moroccan. And right behind him, Marco again. I mean, this really is kind of fire and ice. The fire with Marco Mignot trying to cling to his board, digging his toes into the wax, but can't ride out. Here goes Yago. Little stall. Off the jump.
Oh.
Front three slob. And more. Yeah, why not?
Oh my gosh.
That is the sickest surfing we've seen of this contest. This is Yago's day. With all the storylines and all the wild things happening, Olympic qualification, today belongs to Yago Dora in terms of entertainment.
Before we're talking about variety of maneuvers, now he's just offering us variety of airs on the same wave.
Well, he's got a bag of tricks, and right when he stands up, he looks at which one should I do? This one, that one.
Well, as you were saying, he's surfing like he has no weight on his shoulders, when we know in his mind he is thinking about bigger things, and that takes a lot of experience. It's really hard to channel that fun and freedom element of competing when you do have a lot at stake. Little reverse there, and then he goes to a little straight air here. Wow. Now let's compare that to his previous wave here. Gets a reverse, a bigger wave here, and then he offers that variety of maneuvers, getting a little bit of rail work, connects it through. Now, he does offer that variety, as in he gets 2 more turns, but I don't think that's where the meat of his score came from. The meat of his score came from this, and he was just able to ride out of it.
I mean, the kid's got pop.
Straight into a bottom turn there. That is so impressive. Marco up and riding.
Nice power snap there for Marco Mignot.
Oof.
You know, Marco is right on the edge by the numbers of qualification for Paris 2024. But he's got his work cut out for him right now, because Ramzi Boukiem is starting to push harder. And Yago Dora just continues on the trajectory he started earlier this morning. Drops a 9.33 for that last massive combo. Slob front 3. Big ol' straight air. And here we go again. Why not? Switch up the grabs. Still fish right there. He goes down. So all these maneuvers that Yago's doing basically come from skateboarding. Completely different when you take off the wheels and enter the water, of course, but
sure.
The names of the tricks, 540, 360, slob grab, these are all skate-based terminology. And Yago, coming from where he does, a hotbed of surfing and skating. Rio Tavares, Florianopolis. Pedro Barros is from his neighborhood. Now that small town has created such a huge push in progression. Gotta wonder what's going on in the water down in Rio Tavares. RTMF all day for Yago Dora.
Yeah, he has hit a new level, improving upon his own excellent scores of the last heat. He had that 9.07, now gets a 9.33. He's just setting his own bar and then lifting his own bar.
Just when you thought it was safe to take your eyes off Yago Dora, think again. It's easy to say with 14:20 to go. He's not done yet. 9.33. It would come as no surprise to me if he puts up another 9-point ride.
No. Why would that?
Now I should expect it.
Yeah.
So it's Yago's fault that we expect excellence now with every wave he surfs. But give it up to Marco Mignot, fighting for his life here in the ISA World Surfing Games, and Ramzi Boukiem as well. Big power turns from both of these surfers.
Yeah, I liked both of these waves for these surfers. They're smaller waves, though, so the judges kind of awarding that accordingly on their scale. A 4.73 for Marco and a 2.93 for Ramsey. It is a battle for second between those two at the moment.
For sure. And Marco and Ramsey can both do airs. You have to be able to do an air to reach this level of surfing, I would say.
Yeah.
But you're not going to beat Yago in the air. No, maybe Gabriel could, but I don't think anyone else left in the draw is going to come anywhere close to what Yago Dora is doing in the air. So I like that they're sticking to what they do best. Good, clean, powerful surfing, which will never go out of style. The judges will always heavily reward you if you're doing big, powerful turns. So no need to change your tactics or strategy or style to try to match what your opposition is doing, especially when you surf as powerful as Ramsey and Marco. They know their strengths out there, and they're really using them right now. Their scores, however, are in the shadow of what Yago's doing. 4.73, the high mark for Marco. 5.17, the high mark for Ramsey. Yago had top priority, and here we go. The Yago show is on. It was a rare bail from Yago Dora. Just going, again, looking in his bag of tricks. Oh, I got alley-oops too. Maybe I'll do one of those.
Well, I thought that was interesting, him using his priority. Marco was interested in that wave, but he held Marco off of that one as he's going to turn straight around, chip into this.
Sure. More Yago, the better right now. He's on fire.
Yeah, it was, as we look at the newly qualified surfers.
So we have two French surfers with the potential to grab that 6th spot. Joan Duru and your surfer in the water, Marco Mignot right now. Alonso Correa, Ramsey Bukiem, Andy Correa, Rio Waida, Tim Elter qualifying right here today. The 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. And of course, you got the team spot for men still open with Brazil and France engaging in a aquatic war, trying to get that spot, trying to get their surfers through into the main podium and into finals day. Ramsey, the sole representative left for Team Morocco. They're going to have a strong team finish, but right now it's all about the individual effort that Ramsey Bukiem's throwing down in this lineup.
Looking for a 3.89, I think it's really safe to say that Ramsey got that 3.89 on that wave, offering that variety of maneuvers, finding a wave that allowed him to really lay it on rail. Let's have another look at that. Taking off, getting nice speed, going vertical, wrapping this one all the way around, banking it off the whitewash. The judges will like that. Pushing that tail into the wave, getting nice spray, 4 little maneuvers.
Timeless power surfing. Strong goofy footer, Ramsey Bukiem.
Like you said, while the judges are really rewarding those airs, obviously, the power surfing is also one of the main things in that criteria. So at this point in the competition, it's safer to stick to what you know and what has gotten you this far. You don't want to be looking at your competitors and seeing how they're getting scores, and then all of a sudden mid-heat switch your strategy.
Now do you in the water. Stick to your strengths. Don't panic. Ramsey Bukiem's doing that right now. 5.17 and a 5.10. He's now in second place. That leaves Marco Mignot in third place with 9 minutes 42 seconds to go. Remember, his Olympic dreams are on the line right now. And, Ramsey's not trying to play spoiler and be a menace. He's just out in the water doing his thing, He wants to achieve ISA gold as well. There are no walkthroughs at this level of the competition. Second to last day here in Puerto Rico at the ISA World Surfing Games. Been a lot of joy on the beach, a lot of heartache, ups and downs, highs and lows. And there's been a lot of media coverage in and out of the water. Overall, the story of this ISA World Surfing Games has been incredible. I would say the best one ever. We've had amazing waves in El Salvador and in past events, but just in terms of the stories, the names, the performances.
I'd have to agree. I've been thoroughly enjoying myself and enjoying our job of just being able to watch and talk about these amazing performances and the storylines and the teams that are working their hardest to earn an ISA gold.
Yago working his way down the line, sees the ramp, builds some speed, launches it.
Oh my gosh.
Fully rotated 540. He can just do no wrong right now. That was so technical.
I like that we
So
could hear
fast.
the crowd. You could hear that crowd erupt.
That was so rad. I mean, it is. You use the word entertaining, and I'm right there with you. This is some serious surf entertainment right now. Yago Dora has put together a full video part, complete with just an action-packed beginning, middle, and crescendo. And guess what? He still has time in this heat. He's going to make it through. We're going to see more of Yago Dora in ISA competition this weekend. This was, I would think, one of his best airs yet.
Woo! Yeah, whipping that all the way around. That was nice and big. Look at this slow-mo. Grabbing that rail. Landing smooth and riding straight out of it with style. No question if he was going to ride out of that at all. And straight into another turn. The judges are going to heavily reward that. He is looking to drop a 6.83. So he started off gaining that speed, and as it starts to bowl up, he uses the speed from that wave to lift him up and then maximizes these final spots of the wave.
He was inverted too. I mean, that wasn't a lateral spin. That was an inverted front 5, 913 paired up with his 933. Yago is on a different planet right now. Ramsey Bukim and Marco Mignot, meanwhile, battling it out for second place, no doubt. So let's just take Yago out of the equation right now, put him up on Mars. Ramsey and Marco now are back here in Puerto Rico. Marco fighting for a potential Olympic slot. Ramsey competing at a very high level. You know, trying to earn himself ISA gold. He already has that qualification for Paris 2024.
So it looks like Marco's last wave got dropped as a 5.4, so doesn't change the situation, but does lower his requirement, a 4.87. There's a big difference between a 5 and a 4 in the surfers and what they're looking for in the waves out there and what they need to do to attain that score. So that is helpful, and Marco has plenty of time for that. But Yago improving upon that 17 point something heat total that he got in that last heat, now in an 18.46.
Marco's just going, okay, Yago, we get it. You're light years beyond anyone right now.
So we see
this is
Team
huge.
France. Yeah. Team France trying to give signals to Marco out there.
I'm so happy we still have 5 minutes left in this heat.
Me too.
It's the greatest show in surf, no doubt, right now, is Marco Mignot. Looking at a little insider there. He was already sitting in third priority, so he'll stay there for now. Ramsey out the back in that top priority spot. Ramsey and Marco are comboed, but they can't think about that right now. All they can think about is getting in that second place position. Staying alive, as the Bee Gees sing.
So Marco can afford to paddle for any wave that he wants and not worry about priority because he is in third priority. So he doesn't have that first pick to a wave that comes in. He also has that freedom to just have an exploration of all these waves here and then cut out and still be right out there in the mix. So there's a freedom that comes with that, actually. Sometimes we were talking previously with Lele when he was in here about the pros and cons that come with priority out there. And, you know, sometimes you want to do everything to protect it and you're not busy enough. And in these conditions, it's better to stay busy. You never know what could turn into a score like Yago's wave. It started out as a little wave he just chipped into, and took his time, got his speed up, and it's when it bowled up at the end that it turned into that magical wave.
Yago again in the right place at the right time. Marco looks back going, come on, give us a chance. The only skeleton in his closet right now for Marco Mignot is that 4.73. It's a decent number, would have been a solid backup in any other heat of the day. But right now, he needs something in the 4.87 range. You know, make it a 6 or a 7 if you want to feel at all safe with Ramzi Bukiam surfing so well right now. This is about as tight as it gets, too. 10.27 versus 10.13. Can you imagine having your Olympic dreams decided by tenths of a point? That's one. That's like a foot more spray off a turn. That's a little bit more of a push on a frontside carve. I mean, that is just...
Well, he has that 4.73, and how judges judge, of course, there's 5 judges there. There's a variety of scales. So some judges would have been just higher than that 4.73, being in that 4.87 range. Some judges would have been just lower because that 4.73 came out as that average. So we're looking at just over 0.10 of a point in order that score could have been more in order to have him in second position right now. You're right. It's literally just that tiny bit extra push, maybe that one more solid finish maneuver, slightly bigger wave.
Been having so much fun watching Yago fly around the break that the severity of the situation at hand right now is just starting to kind of rear its ugly head as Ramzi Bukiam now slashing down the line. High performance surfing on a low performance wave. Well done. But with that last wave, priority is going to go with Marco Mignot, at least in the green versus red battle that we're watching right now.
We have 2 heats happening out there, really.
Yeah. You remember, Yago's at the 5th dimension podium. He has stepped through the portal.
He landed on the
and
moon.
into the future.
He went to the sky and landed on the moon.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like gravity's not really affecting him right now. So yeah, you're right. He's in outer space.
But a minute 20, Marco out in the lineup. Well, what can he do? You'd be a little bit stressed with Ramzi right now, hoping that a wave doesn't come through for Marco. Will that last wave improve upon Ramzi's 5.1? If you're Marco right now, you're hoping not. If you're Ramzi, you are hoping.
Here's the bottom line. Marco Mignot has 1 minute to try to surf his way into Paris 2024.
What's coming? Look at them paddling.
50 seconds. Well, a wedge is coming his way. Sees it. Paddling hard. Fighting to get on the shoulder. Can't get around that one. That wave's a dud. 37 seconds left. Olympic dreams on the line for Marco Mignot.
It's
25
interesting.
seconds.
Yago's staying on him right now with that first priority. He's following Marco around.
Well, because Yago knows that Team Brazil needs these points as well. That's why he's not taking Marco Mignot lightly. If he can knock him out of this contest, that means big things for his team. He is being an epic teammate right now for Team Brazil. That's really smart, too, because, again, he's having fun out there doing giant errors. It looked like it clicked in right there. Oh, hold on a second. Still a team contest. Let me get the best of Marco now. He does it. Ramzi Bukiam, Olympic qualifier, power surfer from Morocco, has done his job. And Yago Dora
saluting
just put together another one of the most entertaining heats of this entire week. Doing it when it counts. Team Brazil and the rest of surf fans around the world, you just saw something very special. A near perfect performance by Yago Dora. Not only does his job of posting up multiple 9-point rides, but also takes out a French surfer. That right there adds to the storyline for Team Brazil right now. Well, a lot to unpack after that last heat. A lot going on behind the scenes, talking about Olympic qualification. What a wild day of surfing here in Puerto Rico. You're watching the ISA World Surfing Games, and guess what? We're nowhere near close to being done. Shannon and Barton are going to come back in, and you're going to witness more radical surfing. Probably not like that. That's about as good as it gets. But anything's possible. We'll see what happens next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
El cariño deja una huella. Vela porque estemos bien. Celebra las nuevas etapas de la vida. El cariño nos mantiene en forma para que no nos perdamos ni un segundo de lo que nos llena de vida. Donde hay cariño, hay salud. Por eso llevamos 40 años cuidando cada etapa de tu vida. MCS, 40 años de salud completa.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere. Live Boricua.
Yago Dora just landing from the stratosphere with an 18.46 heat total. Team Brazil feeling pumped as Yago continues to advance through into finals day tomorrow. Alongside of his teammate Gabriel Medina, they have the hope of being the highest ranking men's team in the draw, and then we'll see the battle of those two continuing to unfold, with the highest ranked getting that third slot should they earn it. Rio Waida out of Indonesia has just found out before this heat that he's heading to Tahiti. He had 4 different opportunities to qualify, and he's finally taken it on the 4th event. And he goes down on that last turn out in the lineup up against Australia's Ethan Ewing and Spain's Andy Crier out of the Basque Country region. And he's also just found himself qualified to Rio. And Andy now officially joining Ethan, who's known for a while that he'll be competing for the Olympics. And now there's a little bit more happening in the water. Each of these surfers wanting to advance until finals day tomorrow.
Yep, 3rd place out altogether. It's been an amazing 8 days so far. Incredible scenes out there on the beach right now. Tens of thousands of people just so frothy, just loving the surfing, loving the ISA, being here. You know, sometimes you visit places when you go to events there and you're not too sure they even want you there. But here in Puerto Rico, everyone's so grateful as we see Ramsey Bukhayem there. Booked his place for the Olympic Games. Been in incredible form this week, hasn't he? Just, you know, for someone who hasn't really relied on airs to advance, he's relied purely on the rail and his power and flow. It's just been beautiful. Foundational surfing, just done as good as it could be done.
Yeah, it has been really, really fun to watch. A little bit happening behind the scenes here. Not entirely sure what this is. Maybe some airbrushing. And a way to take a little bit of artwork home with you at the end of the day. Get some cool design work down. Maybe they have the ISA logo or the, you know,
there's
little surfboard to put on the arm. Rio now driving down the line. Check off the top for that opening section. Hits it harder on the second. And also looking behind him to see what Andy would be up to on this wave into his second snap. Longer bit of equipment under his feet, as you were pointing out before, able to open up those turns similar to what we've been seeing in Ethan's surfing throughout this heat. Barton, now I'm excited to see Ethan and Andy matched up against each other.
Yeah, and Andy's one of those names that I hadn't heard of before this event, and now he has surfed his way into the Olympic Games. Tall, goofy footer. He will be getting barreled at Teopo and representing Spain. They've had a great week here in Puerto Rico. They've got that Latino blood in them and the language connection, and there's so much goodness going on in the Spanish world for surfing, you know, across all of the Latin American nations. And perhaps the language of the ISA would be Spanish. The president and so many of our organisations, you and I are going to have to learn Spanish at some point here coming up. Duolingo.
There's been a bit of Duolingo happening in the bus on the way to work in the mornings. Rachel Tilley's been working hard at it.
Yeah, and my son has been learning Spanish on there himself. Looking forward to El Salvador a little later in the year for the juniors, 2024 juniors. That's going to be exciting. And all All three of these guys some small scores now for Andy, the 4, the best so far, the 3.17 and 2.5. For Rio, both throwaways really.
Andy with that 4-point ride on the board out of Hendaye in the Basque Country. Finding a section to just start to loosen up, open up here. He's already got that 4 on the board. Lays down the hammer on that final maneuver. Exciting to see him come into that conversation. He's had some great results within the past. He's had a couple of QS victories, through the years. Fistral in, the UK, taking out a QS win there. He's won in Anglet as well. As we see Rio, just a quick opening turn, and he'll kick out of that wave. We're down to 19 minutes on the clock, and we've got a surfer with roughly the same heat total as what the time is on the clock right now, just underneath that 19-minute mark, down on the beach after an absolutely explosive finish. He's with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, here with Mr. Fantastic, Yago Dora. Yago, you have the 2 highest heat totals of the event so far. And just to say what you have done today has been absurd. It's been incredible to see the 3 heats that you have surfed, all 3 of them wins. But this one, you really go sky high. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, that felt good. It was a good day. I didn't sleep so well last night, so I was a bit scared I wasn't going to perform really well, but it ended up being my best day here. So I want to keep building and have a good day tomorrow again.
When I met you in 2011 with your dad in Puerto Escondido, I saw a small kid with high aspirations, big dreams, but the sacrifices that you have made behind the scenes, the improvements that you have made, can you just explain to people the amount of hard work you put in outside of closed doors?
Yeah, of course. You gotta become like obsessed if you want to be really good, and that's what I did. I've always been around surfing, and surfing has been my passion since I was a kid. So it was hard work, but also like loving doing it, like just surfing a lot and working out. It's what I like to do. So it's been a great journey.
And just incredible camaraderie between the 3 men on the team too. Gabriel's been supporting you every single heat you've surfed, and so has Felipe. Talk to me about that and the importance of it being out there in the heat too.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's my first ISA, so it's my first time like really having that team spirit, and especially in that last heat, like that was a really important heat for us because France had 3 athletes in the event still, and we only had 2, so it was really important for us as a team. Like if it was an individual event, I wouldn't care at all who made the heat with me, but it was really important as a team that I made it and Marco lost, and unfortunately he missed out on qualification, but congratulations to the French team. They're doing incredible work, and yeah, I hope I've been helping my team and I can keep doing that tomorrow.
Trust me, you have. Muito parabéns. Anything you want to say back home?
Yeah, obrigado, galera do Brasil. Dia incrível aqui hoje. Vamos continuar nessa vibe que amanhã é a conclusão do evento.
Obrigado, Yago.
So well-spoken, Yago Dora, throughout this entire event. He has just earned I feel like he's just continued to earn the respect of his peers.
Yep.
The respect of those in the surfing community that have been watching him. We've already been a fan of his surfing, that style, those elements that he brings into things, which is kind of unlike anything we're seeing from a lot of surfers in their approach to a wave. Mm-hmm. But now to have this opportunity to kind of hear him speak on behalf of his country has been really a blessing to listen to as well.
Yeah, it's, if they get that first position and there's one spot between he and Gabriel, it's going to be one hell of a show because they have been the 2 standouts of the event. Perhaps there's standouts in all different areas and for different reasons. There's so many fantastic stories of Olympic qualification, but those 2 Brazilians have really raised the bar to a level for themselves and their country that is just... it's keeping them alive, and it may bring one of them that Olympic spot. And either way it goes, Brazil's going to be in great form with one of those guys there. They are both doing their best surfing of their careers right now. And, with Yago, it feels like he's only getting started. And Gabriel's been around a while, 3 world titles with the WSL, but is still improving every time we see him. So Brazil in great form with those 2 goofy footers.
Paddle now for Andy. Setting himself up down the line, goes tail free on his opening turn. He's looking to improve on a 4-point ride for his backup score, sitting in the lead with a 5.83 over Rio and Ethan. Ethan still hasn't caught a wave. He's currently chasing a requirement of an 8.00. We've seen him drop a few excellent scores within this event so far. He's been patient, waiting out that opening wave selection, and has a big task in front of him.
Yeah, I suppose he's hearing the scores, and as we see Rio up and riding.
Great two-turn combination, looking to build on the 317, and now Ethan up and riding. Gets underway on his opening turn, and he'll be unsuccessful. So that's going to set him up with a score, though, on the board, set him properly into that priority rotation as well.
Yeah, 0.93, quick in from the judges. Kind of almost looked like a little surrender at the end of that turn. Wasn't too desperate to get back down the face. Shoulder did look flat though, and maybe it was never going to be the score that he was looking for to get started. It was a long, what would you call that? It's 11 minutes with priority to get a 0.93. So definitely not the start he would have asked or liked.
Well, down to 14 minutes on the clock, and we have known there's an exciting moment for that final Olympic spot to be awarded. Fernando Aguirre has some news for us now.
He was planning a trip in July, but we got a new destination for you.
Oh, that's good.
You're going to Tahupo!
Thanks a lot.
You didn't go to Tokyo and you were this short. But now you're going to Tahupo. How about it?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. It was my last goal. I worked hard at the start of this year for this, and I'm really stoked.
Continue talking.
Thanks so much for everybody who helped me. I'm so stoked to represent France in the Olympics. It's going to be amazing. Oshiro.
Congratulations. Well deserved. I know you worked very hard for this. And now you're taking the French flag to Tahupo to surf for your country. Amazing.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's the best way to finish a career. It was in French for Olympics, so I'm so stoked.
Well, maybe not so fast. This is about finishing your career.
I think so. It's going to be the last one, normally.
We'll see. Congratulations. Félicitations.
Merci tout le monde. Mode, ma famille, les copains d'abord, papi, mamie, Mocho, Oshiro, on l'a fait.
Well, an emotional moment from Joan Duru. An incredible career that he has had so far. And now the opportunity. He was so close to qualification within that sort of conversation out of, the pathway to Tokyo. He actually won the final event of the World Surfing Games in 2021, just weeks before the Olympics took place. But because France already had those two team members already qualified, Joan didn't have that opportunity to take qualification out of that event. One of the reasons, I believe, why the ISA then decided to kind of open things up and start going towards those highest ranking teams, earning a third slot. Joan, if that had been the case for the Tokyo Games, could have maybe had a slot for Team France out of that win. So really incredible to see him finally gain that Olympic opportunity. It's a well-deserved spot for a man who has had an incredible career so far. And I think that's exactly what we were hearing within the emotion of his voice.
Yeah, you could hear the voice cracking, couldn't you? And the glasses were on, so he couldn't see the eyes, but I guarantee there was some tears there. Andy Crier, up and riding.
Up and riding. Great rail work to start off with. Drives down the line and just releases the fins on that second turn. Sticking with it as much as he can. And petting the kitty, trying to show that he's gotten that ride out. And he's sitting in that leading position. Ethan Ewing with a few throwaways. Hasn't really shown up within this heat yet. Chasing down a 7.06. And Rio sitting in a second place position. Not off of strong scores, but comfortably enough at the moment.
Yeah. And back to Joan Duru. We've got to remember his buzzer-beating final ride to stay in the round, to stay ahead of Marco Mignot. And that wave now becomes one of those most important waves of your life. And that was a really important ride, an important moment. He pulled it out of the fire right as the buzzer went with a beautiful approach on the backhand, 4 big turns. He's got an amazing backhand. He's forehand and he's tube riding with his courage and his commitment, he will be one of the favourites going into that event. Alonso Correa as well. They're sort of names that we've heard for a long time, but this will be an amazing stage for those guys to go up against some of the best competitive surfers, because those guys are courageous. They will throw themselves over, and they will not be scared of anything when it comes to that event. John Daru really deserves to be there. I'm stoked for him.
It's very exciting. And to think of the future of French surfing, Marco Mignon, he's going to be a surfer that we're going to see with that strong likelihood to qualify come LA 28.
And if there's an injury along the way to someone, you can't give up the hope. Rio Waida.
He could be next in line. Rio now up and riding, pumping, driving down the line, setting himself up for the section, but he takes a fall. Kind of looked up just a moment too soon on that one. Andy snuck away with that leading position, and he kicks out quickly. Down to 9 minutes remaining on the clock. This will be our final men's heat of the day, as we're now into repechage round number 10, heat number 2. And coming up next will be the women's repechage round number 8. We'll have 2 heats to finish out the day. We've got some big names in the draw with Caroline Marks, Taina Hickel, Anat Lelior, and Teresa Bombolo competing in heat number 1. Coming up in the final heat of the day, Tatiana Wesson-Webb, Yolanda Sequeira, Carissa Moore, and Camilla Kemp.
Oh, great heats to finish the day. They could go anyway. We've had some big stars of the World Surf League, and we've watched many of them fall by the wayside with the ferocious determination of the lesser-known surfers, recognising the value of these Olympic spots and being able to find opportunity in these conditions that someone who isn't as hungry hasn't been seeing, So we're really seeing the determination and the hunger and the passion in the performance being rewarded and having people advance into those Olympic qualification spots.
It's exciting to see the variety as those names have started to fill in as well of those qualifiers on both the men's and the women's field, to see the representations out of the European region, the Asian region, the Central and South American region as well, really beginning to open up and fill in those positions.
100%. And I suppose when you think about the Olympic Games, it's about inclusiveness. And when you imagine, say it's long distance running and Kenya has the top 5 in the world, well, they get 2 people. And other countries and they've got this inclusive environment. Ethan Ewing
finally setting that board on rail, looking smooth and stylish as he has speed, power, and flow down the line, goes in for the air on the finish.
Most probably needs something like that to advance. The scores are quite low, 4.83, 3.83. And then a 5.83 and a 4. So he could have actually and literally stayed on the wave face and surfed that particular wave into the best score of the heat so far. So big opportunity missed there for Ethan Ewing.
That's right, given that it's a 5.83 is the high score of Andy right now. The opening section of that wave, Ethan started to show us those glimmers of what the potential was.
It bowled up for the second where he went for the air. We saw Felipe Toledo do the same thing, go for an air where a re-entry would have sufficed. In that situation too, a re-entry would have sufficed, and he could have turned that into perhaps the best score of the heat so far and been in a position where he only needed one more ride to advance. Instead went for the big air. We don't see him do that very often though, do we? Airs aren't something that Ethan Ewing relies on in his competition with Gabriel Medina or Yago Dora. It's the opposite. We see a lot of that type of surfing. But to date, Ethan Ewing's success has been found on the rail, so a little odd to see him going for the air there with such a beautiful section in front of him and more wall to come.
That's right. The 25-year-old out of North Stradbroke Island in Queensland on the east coast of Australia. He's taken out 2 huge wins within his time on the championship tour, Bells Beach and Jeffreys Bay. He's had some other really solid results in finals day in the mix as well. As we take a look now at Andy Crier out of Spain. Great snap to start, and he'll fall as that wave just kind of fizzles out underneath him.
Powerful young man from one of the most beautiful parts of the world. The Basque Coast is absolutely beautiful. Rio Waida, Indonesia, beautiful too, and so are those turns.
Solid surfing from Rio, coming out of Bali, and has really been a great example of pursuing those goals, setting those goals at a young age, and kind of keeping all of the different things that factor into achieving those goals really intact.
Yeah.
He's worked on his surfing. He's worked on his, his kind of build, his physique outside of the water to make sure that he's in shape. He's, keeping all of his muscles, everything feeling good from injury, so that every time he hits the water, he can perform. He's also very sharp mentally in both the kind of meditation space, the kind of reset, the personal space there, but he also keeps things in tap when it comes to his enjoyment outside of the water.
Yeah.
He doesn't party. He doesn't kind of partake in a lot of things that maybe the rest of the crew are kind of going for in their off days.
He's partying on the wave, isn't he? He's having a dance with the wave.
And he's really showcasing what it's like to be a true athlete with all that focus, all that drive, knowing he's got a limited amount of years ahead of him to pursue this.
Yeah.
This isn't going to last for 50 years for him.
No, look at me.
I mean, you've done pretty well, Martin. Let's be honest. But, he's got this time frame in front of him, and he wants to capitalize on it, make the absolute most without losing a moment, wasting it on anything else.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to some of Bali's earlier pioneers who set the foundation for Rio to have this success. Ketut Menda, Made Kasim were two of the earliest. I went there in 1979 for the first time to Bali with my mum. She wanted to go to Hong Kong. I said, I'm not going to Hong Kong. She said, what about if we go to Bali on the way? I went, deal.
All right.
And we went to Bali. I met Ketut Menda on the beach at Kuta. Little huts. No, Kuta and Legian were separate towns. The whole thing was different. Made Kasim, Ketut Menda were the founding fathers, as I see it, of that competitive nature in the Balinese surfers. Then we go to Rizal Tanjung as well. There's been some great people who have raised the flag and given the opportunity for Rio to stand and become the first Balinese and Indonesian Olympian, and much respect to that. And there's many more, of course, but much respect to those pioneers of Balinese surfing.
It really has been them that he's been able to walk in the kind of the footpaths of, to be able to see the success that Rio has found himself with today. An incredible journey moving forward. Now for Spain, they're going to have Olympians in that conversation as well, following behind Camille for Germany, but falling behind Nadia, behind Janire for Spain, and now Andy. They've had surfers that have had great success, but prior to that Olympic conversation coming into fruition. So that's exciting to see. Down to 20 minutes on the clock, Rio. Little chop pop there on the inside section. You can kind of feel that the energy within this heat sort of just sitting, waiting for anything else to happen on the final couple minutes. Ethan now just cruising through this wave, making it look smooth, just those little foam climbs up and over.
How was so much speed and flow in the surfing? Oh, look at that.
Great looking surfboard down there with, looks like all of the surfers in the event. I reckon we've got the majority of surfers in the event that have signed that board throughout this week.
Yeah, I see Sebastian Williams there. Let's pay our respect to he. Oh, so close to advancing, qualifying for the Olympics. One spot out. Who knows what time will transpire between now and then. This kid just keeps going, taking his surfing to new levels. 28-year-old from the Basque area, Andy Crier, doing his country proud. Doing the Basque area proud. They are a really strong area of the world with incredible waves, so beautiful and passionate people. They'll be up in arms in San Sebastian and around that area today, right now, celebrating Andy's performances, and he's still going here.
Still going, still with a shot to win that gold medal. Tomorrow will be finals day. We've got a big day of competition ahead of us, followed by the closing ceremonies. It's always a fun part of the event to just take part in, to see the countries coming together after the anticipation from, the opening ceremonies. As we see Rio now using his priority on this wave. And taking a look back now at Ethan, who's sitting on that 2.63 as his highest score so far. Now unleashing, letting the legs loose on that last turn. 7.20 requirement. And Ethan just kind of letting this heat slip away from him. 20 seconds on the clock. Rio, Andy still very hungry to keep themselves moving forward within this event. As we're down.
Australian, huh? Ethan Ewing.
The last Australian.
And there they are, these two guys. 1 second, that's it. There's the Indonesians, very proud of Andy's performance from Spain, and then Rio advancing through again.
There we go, with Ethan Ewing out on the men's side of Australia. That wraps it up for their competitors. We do still have Sally Fitzgibbons, the 3-time gold medalist for Australia, in the run, in the main round on the women's side tomorrow. She's going for a 4th gold medal. That will be very exciting. But out in the lineup right now, Andy Crier was able to sneak away with a heat win. The Spaniard, will be hearing from him shortly. Rio Waida of Indonesia in second, and Ethan Ewing eliminated from competition. We've got a big heat coming up next. Stay tuned for more as women's action hits the lineup.
I think a strong junior and amateur career is huge. You know, if you really look at like the history of everyone that's done good as an amateur and a junior, you know, almost all of them are on the tour right now or world champion even. You know, when I won the ISA, I think what made it so special is that the whole team was behind me and I won. And my brother was on the team with me, which was so sick. And him and my dad carried me up the beach and got a gold medal and they raised that flag. And that was pretty amazing.
Right out of the gates, Caroline Marks, one of the standouts yesterday on day one. She had the highest 2-wave total.
When I went to Japan with the team, it was really cool because we were there all day supporting everyone. And I think that gets you really, really excited because you're like rooting for your friends, but you're also trying to win too and flying the flag. And it's just like gets you kind of like really psyched. The ISA opening ceremony was super cool. I've never done something like that. And, you know, everyone there was saying, like, little taste of what the Olympics is like, which is so crazy because I got the chills. It was seeing all the teams and things like that was, like, so amazing.
Well, welcome back to the ISA World Surfing Games. Final 2 heats of day number 8 in the water. In repechage, round number 8 on the women's side of the draw. And we've got 4 surfers, all with that Olympic qualification now next to their names. But a lot unfolding on the women's side for the highest ranking team to be walking away with a potential 3rd slot at the Olympic Games. Caroline Marks for the USA, the reigning world champion, up against Taina Hickel of Brazil and Anat Leilior of Israel. Starting off on her opening wave, she's been a real threat to the competition throughout this week. I think for her, a gold medal would be a pretty nice thing to be able to hang around her neck at the end of this week, and she's been surfing with the aggression to find that. These 3 surfers up against Teresa Bonvalo of Portugal, who's also been putting together some incredible performances and really puts her heart on the line every time she paddles out.
Absolutely. Just determined, wanting to reach the highest levels of the sport. This was a good starter. First turn. Could have gone a little higher perhaps, but it was nice and a big, beautiful wrap. And that's a good way to start the heat. Judges still considering that ride. It's going to set the scale for the heat. Every heat sits on its own with no comparison of scores to other heats, although the judges like to try and keep consistency through all of the whole, the whole day, which is a very difficult thing to do. But particularly in a heat, everything's got to make sense in relation to every other ride, and that jigsaw puzzle as such has got to map out to show the correct results. And the judges sit there. They've got the advantage of replays, which is something that has been a big innovation. Caroline Marks.
Marksy now up and riding on her forehand. First snap, gets a little caught on the rail, and she'll kick out. Taina Hickel and Teresa Bonvalo now looking for their opening rides. So no priority established between blue and white at the moment. A 5.33 drops in for the opening wave of our surfer in green, Anat Leilior.
Great score for Israel to start. 2 turns, 5.33. Caroline's where she caught the rail and out of the top. Here's Taina.
Setting herself up for that opening snap on her backhand. More vertical, 12 o'clock for the second, and wraps it around for the 3rd out on the open face. Tags the section to finish. She has been so incredible in her improvement over the last few years. We've seen her name. She was kind of that surfer to keep an eye on outside of, Silvana Lima's generation. as we take a look now at Anat staying active and busy, just picking the eyes out of the lineup.
Wow.
Digging in that rail, just continuing to improve on her performance every time she hits the lineup. Unable to find, that kind of push through on the final turn. And Teresa was sitting there with priority for a moment, waiting for this wave for her opening. First turn looked really nice. Gets a little caught up on that second turn and now goes for a bit of a layback. Some variety on the third.
I liked it. I liked the variety. It was good to show us something different. We don't see her doing that turn very often, but I love when you drop that back arm back, you just get a sense of power as you lean into the heels, and then when it releases, you get this whip. So it's just a lovely turn. Obviously, John Florence has used that to great effect many, many times and has turned in some of the most beautiful forehand carves we've ever seen using that technique. And great to see her just bring it into play on a smaller section just to add some variety at the end of that one.
No doubt would have watched a few of John's heats during her life. As we take a look now at Anat, so lots of activity out in the water right now. This heat not going to be quite as sleepy as the last one felt.
And you know what this event makes me realise is that when you think about we'll do that in a minute. Up and riding the Brazilian.
Taina up and riding, and she's looking for a 3.51 to put herself into a advancing position out of the rapid charge rounds. With 20 minutes on the clock, we got scores to come through, but before we do, let's go down to catch up with the buzzer beater himself. Andy Criers just locked away a heat win.
And a new Olympian too, Andy, muchas felicidades. When we spoke earlier this week, you were just like, I'm going to take it as it comes. Now we're in the second to last day and you are officially Olympian. Has it settled in yet?
Yeah, it's starting to, but it was a crazy moment when Fernando and all my team came to receive me before my last heat when I made it. And they told me, you're in. And I was like, to what? I mean, I didn't make the maths really. I was focused on surfing and let the surfing do the talk and just trying to be present. It's been super noisy because I've got friends that just qualified before me, and so there is a lot of noise and of course this little stress and getting closer and closer. But I knew that until I didn't have Fernando in front of me giving me the ticket, it wasn't mine. So when it was finally mine, I was so relieved. It's been amazing.
A huge moment for Spain too. You guys qualified 3, including yourself. This obviously opens the doors not only for a lot of other Spaniards, for more Europeans. So you have 3 wins on the qualifying series so far. What do you think this does for European surfing in the future too?
Well, we're so lucky. In Europe, we've got so many amazing surfers, and they made history already. And even in Spain, we've got so many great ambassadors of this sport, and I feel super inspired by them, like previous generation as mine, of course my generation, and now the younger generation that are ripping apart. So thankful for them and super proud of this team, of how previous year Gonzalo Gutierrez, he was on his way too, and he showed us the way. So this year with some amazing talent that this team has to make it happen and get 3 spots to the Olympics, it's amazing.
A lot of heart, and you can't teach that. Muchas felicidades. ¿Algo que le quiera decir a la gente de casa?
Sí, me gustaría agradecer a toda mi familia por el apoyo a lo largo de todos estos años. Hoy no he dado señales de vida, ni tampoco ayer. He estado súper centrado en esto. Me ha pedido mucha energía y ha salido bien, así que os quiero dar las gracias a mi familia, a mis amigos, a mis patrocinios, a todos los que miráis, y que lo vamos a seguir dando todo por vosotros.
Muchas felicidades, Andy.
Thank you, Mitch. Exciting to meet, a newer name to a lot of us here in Andy Crier. He's going to be a great representative for Spain heading to the Olympic Games. And Nat digging her way through another wave. We got a lot of scores that we're waiting on from the panel. Currently, it's Anat sitting in the lead with that 5.33. We got a 5.10 in for Taina Hinkle out of Brazil, which sets her up in second, and Caroline Marks has that 3.5 on the board. But we've got scores to drop for every other surfer out in the lineup.
And Anat is just surfing so powerfully. I really love the power that I'm seeing. And Andy Crier, what this event has made me realise is that to do the World Qualifying Series and accumulate enough points to get to the Challenger Series, there's a lot of money involved and a lot of money invested. And so not everyone can afford to do that. But to represent your nation now with Olympic sports and the government funding coming into the sport and these nations having budgets to be able to train and coach and bring their people to these events due to its Olympic stature is really a game changer for a lot of other surfers who are lesser profile. But when you watch them surf, Andy's a great example of that. They are of an absolute world-class level, and we're seeing so many new names and faces who are getting Olympic spots, who have come here this week to Puerto Rico and amazed us all. It's been an incredible show. I hope Fernando's stoked. He must be out of, if I was running this show and you'd be sitting at home just so grateful and so stoked with what you've been able to give to surfing. So massive congrats to Fernando Aguirre too for what the vision that he had, and for seeing that vision through. And I suppose he was a successful businessman before committing himself to surfing in the ISA, and he's been a lifelong surfer himself recreationally. But the commitment that he made to this dream of Olympic surfing and these type of events with tens of thousands of spectators and 115 national federations as members of the international surfing community. He's killed it, mate. He's killed it. It's been a fantastic effort.
Has been incredible. We started this week with 55 nations, 266 surfers in the draw, and we're down to the gritty end of competition now.
And he may not have been able to do it with some of the support with particularly Robert Fasulo, who has been there as his right-hand man for Fernando and dealing with so much. And Robert needs to be respected and appreciated, Bob as we'll call him, for his efforts and contribution to what he has done for surfing is incredible. So much thanks to Bob Fasulo as well.
A Nat now up and riding. She's sitting on a couple of fives as the scores are starting to come through from that last flurry of waves, pumping down the line, and just times it really well for that finishing section. We'll have a score to drop for that one. As you're saying with Bob or Robert Fasulo, his career within the Olympic world, for him to leave some of the other sports and organizations that he had helped, for them to find that Olympic dream come true, to come into surfing and to partner together with Fernando, I think that was that kind of golden ticket to really seeing surfing success to get in. To having someone from the Olympic world come into surfing, which was very far from the Olympic conversation itself, from the Olympic culture, and to be able to tie together all of those loose ends, all of those wild dreams and ideas that Fernando had, and to make it now this successful sport, and to continue to refine things behind the scenes. They've got such a great team here with the ISA that's continuing to refine, continuing to look at the way this is unraveling and look for how surfing will have a continued successful future with the Olympic Games for many, many cycles to come. During the interview, Caroline Marks found herself on a sizier wave out in the lineup, Barton.
Drives into this section. Boom! I feel like there's more on that wave. There's a pump around into a closeout turn as well. She looked pretty casual on that one.
Judges loved it. A 5.57 sends Marksy up into second for that single maneuver. Solid sized wave in comparison to what we've seen from the rest of the field. We have seen some bigger scores throughout today and the last couple of days here at Rostreal, going for that wave that's had a little bit, of a taller kind of face to it, going well overhead as that surfer's on that bottom turn, in comparison to those waves that are kind of shoulder height maybe at max.
And that's where the score must have come from. The one turn was fast, super fast, but it didn't have a lot of arc. It didn't have too much of a critical nature to it. It was a jab, like in boxing, those jabs go out and come back as quick as they come back as quick as they go out. And it was that type of a turn for Caroline. But the wave itself, so one turn, but the wave itself had that potential. And with another turn on that wave, who knows where it goes? Definitely, towards the 7. So there was some meat left on the bone.
Israel sitting in first, USA in second. Now Brazil and Portugal in those knockout positions as we're down to the back half of this heat. For Tina Hinkle, it has been an exciting road for her to kind of grow out of that Brazilian pack into this kind of world stage. Caroline Marks goes down on a big turn on the inside section. For Tina, she had, the representation of Silvana Lima on the Women's Championship Tour for many years, who was a competitor in Tokyo as well. Tina's now 20 years old, and has been joined by Tatiana Weston-Webb and Luana Silva for Team Brazil. As we take a look now at Teresa Bonvalo on her forehand, setting things up with some great style in her surfing. She's looking for a 5.67 to take that advancing position.
Couple of nice turns there, but perhaps the size of the wave will have an impact there. 5.57 previously. And look at the kicking, furious effort going in here to get back out the back. Still 11 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time. Really, for Teresa, that 3.4 she's carrying, she's not going to want to keep that at the end either, so that's where the urgency's coming from, the desire. She knows she needs 2. She's not sure how well that last one's going to score. Waiting on the judges. It's definitely better than 3.4, I would guesstimate.
5.67 requirement for Teresa, a 3.98 requirement for Taina. And Teresa, with a couple of those bigger goals that she's had set within her career to be an Olympian, she's now a 2-time Olympian. As we take a look at Taina, she had a deep paddle for this wave, throws it up into the opening section, goes hard on the second, really just drifts that tail around for a moment as well. She's chasing now a 3.98 as Teresa has just jumped into that 3rd place position and forces Taina down into 4th.
Taina's going to get the 3.98 100% and take herself back up into 2nd place perhaps. Here we go. Heat leader.
On her forehand wrap for Anat. The sole Israeli left in the draw this week. For Team USA, Caroline Marks in this heat, they've got Carissa Moore coming up in the next heat. So should they both advance through, they'll be keeping their team with that opportunity to take away the winningest team on the women's side. However, they did that in 2022. Kira Pinkerton for Team USA took away a victory, and they were able to solidify themselves with a 3rd place position. As we see Tatiana Weston-Webb pulling on that jersey, she'll be in the water against Yolanda Sequeira and Carissa Moore and Camilla Kemp. Now, should Team USA happen to finish out on the women's side as the highest ranked team this week, the slot for this year's World Surfing Games extra spot would actually fall to the 2nd place team from the 2022 World Surfing Games, which is what they had established when they created the criteria for this event. That was Team Australia on the women's side. So Team Australia right now has to be the biggest fans of the USA women in the lineup. They've got to be cheering on Caroline Marks. They've got to be cheering on Carissa Moore to continue making their way through as that top finish team, because it would hand them a 3rd slot heading into Tahiti.
First turn was cut a little bit short. The second snap was flaring and beautiful. Judges are still considering that ride. 4.73 was the score for Teresa, looking for a 4.35, and she's up and riding.
Teresa on her forehand, setting up that opening carve and into the foam. Just went for a big turn there.
Might be for the better anyway. She needs the time more than she needs that wave. It wasn't going to be the score.
Great way to look at it from the 88 world champion, as Anat continues to find a wave that just has that punchy section to it for those first couple turns.
Great wave selection again.
Caroline sitting with that 2nd priority next to her name. Taina sitting with 1st priority. Taina was now able to put down that 5.10. That was her opening ride. She's looking for the backup score to drop from this last wave that she caught.
Indications are good though. The time it has taken to drop, judges really considering its impact in relation to the other rides of consequence in the heat.
2-turn combination. Again, you know, we had that gut feeling straight away that it would easily be that 4-point ride she's chasing, the 3.98.
And so they don't just throw that out there. They've got to consider it in relation to the 5.57 really in my mind as well, and how it relates to Caroline Marks's wave. Perhaps not as tall and big a wave, but perhaps the 2 turns are better than the single turn. They had more arc in them. The judges will tell us they're still thinking about it, which means that there's a chance that it's going to be a score of consequence. It was definitely a good wave. 2 big turns for Brazil. Here's Portugal up and riding again, quick in and out.
Quick in and out. Now taking a look at the women's draw for who's still left in.
Yeah.
We've got 2 Portuguese surfers, 2 Brazilian surfers, 2 American surfers, and 2 Spanish surfers. they all have a chance to take away that highest ranking slot on the women's side of the draw. And scores are in for last of Brazil. A 5.17 sees Taina Hickel jump into the advancing position ahead of Caroline Marks. Caroline down into third, now chasing a 4.70. And the requirement grows on Teresa into a 5.54. Getting ready to head out next, just trying to avoid some urchins on their walk out. Tatiana Weston Webb and Carissa Moore, friends from long time of competing against each other. They've pushed each other in the battles for world titles for many years now, and they're paddling out with more their country to be thinking of when they hit the lineup. Hopeful to represent them well because they both already have that qualification. Tatiana's earned the result of being an ISA gold medalist. She took away the win last year. Carissa doesn't have that gold medal next to her name here for the ISA World Surfing Games, and to get that feeling coming into it that was really something she'd like to add into her trophy case by the end of the week. But they both want to walk away with those highest ranking positions for their teams to support their countries heading into the Olympic Games with an extra spot. As we're down to 5 minutes on the clock, and that was a little bit of a bigger set, sort of starting to peel through, Barton.
Yeah, we could see Caroline Marks has got distance between her, second priority, Brazil first priority. And Caroline, I wouldn't mind if I was second priority, if I was first, Tanya Hinkle, I might just go for a paddle down that end of the beach and be in and around Caroline Marks, because leaving her alone, she is the world champion in the WSL at this point in time, and is a great competitor, an incredible surfer, so capable of improving on that 3.5, only looking for the 4.7, so you might need to give her a bit of competition and challenge her in some way to make that as hard as possible to get, because it isn't really hard for her, a 5-point ride.
That's right, it's not a bad idea to apply pressure to someone of her caliber. From Florida originally, now residing in San Clemente, California. Just 21 years old, she qualified for the World Tour at such a young age, at just 15, and it really shaped the style of her surfing. As we take a look at that now, she doesn't get the opportunity to compete on a left very often. Her backhand has been, what's kind of awarded her the results that she's had so far, and it's really kind of forced her in that competition environment to stick to great rail surfing with the occasional air that she's been working on. But taking a look at a surfer like Molly Picklum, the same age, who qualified for tour a little bit later within her life, or Katie Simmers coming up just a couple years behind them, with the qualification coming a little bit later, they've been able to start searching out some of those bigger waves. They've become better barrel surfers, better progressive surfers overall, maybe, due to that kind of time prior to taking qualification. As we can see certain scenarios unfolding outside.
I'm looking at all three competitors, third priority, and Nat going this one. If I'm in first priority or second, I'm getting down there. I'm going near Caroline Marks. She's in fourth priority. There's 3 minutes to go. Fourth priority to get to first priority again could take you 3 minutes.
That's right.
You know what I mean? So there's the opportunity to shut this one down. They keep paddling away. She's up and riding, in and out, not much wall. Feel like she could have seen that already, but she was in fourth priority, so it doesn't, you may as well have a look and chance your hand when you're in that fourth priority. Tanya Hinkle, yeah, thank you, that way, that's the correct direction. I'd be getting down there, and even for Teresa, I suppose they're sitting where they think the best waves are going to come to. So that's one priority, is the wave itself, and then at a point the defensive. Well, she's in third priority, so she must have paddled for something and lost her first priority that we didn't see in the live broadcast. Now, Caroline Marks up to second priority, 2 minutes 15, and Teresa, so third and fourth in first and second priority, only needing a 4.7 and a 5.54. We could see a complete upset with 2 minutes to go, and both of those ladies with priority get the scores they need, and first and second, who have been there all of the heat, all of a sudden find themselves on the other end of it. Watch out.
Here's the opportunity. Caroline Marks blows the tail out on her opening turn, and she'll fall. So she'll lose that kind of leader in the priority roster. She won't find that 4.7 that she's possibly looking for.
And now's the time to go defensive with 1 minute 30 on the clock, if you ask Ask an old bloke. That's what he'd say. Because, you know, we know how capable she is. We know how talented she is. Her wave selection in this heat has looked a little loose around the edges. That's to the advantage. Tanya's heading that way now, down further towards Caroline. And I think that's the right move for sure.
For sure, trying to keep her down. Now the Australians would have just been head in the sand when Caroline fell on that last turn, hoping that she can help that situation for them to end up taking a third spot off of their second place ranking at the 2022 World Surfing Games on the women's side of the draw. Still a lot to see unfold though, and the exciting thing is that's going to come down to finals day. Likely that spot will be decided in the finals because of the number of women that we have still in representing multiple nations. And a paddle for Tina Hickel. She's going to use this opportunity to try and get that 6-point ride. She's deep behind the section. Marksy now up and riding, just cruising through this, looking for a 4.70. Is she going to see the section and decide to go for a solid looking maneuver? Cruising here, gaining some speed, goes in for that first snap. It's just the single turn, and she'll fall out, needing a near 5 for that maneuver.
That was a really good wave.
It was a great wave.
It just kept going, and it almost was like Caroline was like, oh no, another section. Oh no, another section. They just kept presenting themselves. There was a lot of opportunity there to tee off on that one. I don't think it's going to be the score in the end. There wasn't the energy and the performance needed. Here we go. Teresa, she needs something. Oh, the clock's down. This one's done. Caroline Marks. We'll wait for that score to come in because you never know.
It's already in. It's a 3.07 for Caroline Marks. She'll fall out, and Team USA will have the single surfer left in the draw. Portugal's Teresa Bonvalo already secured her position for the Olympic Games last year off of her championship tour results. She's now put together a great run within this year's ISA World Surfing Games, and we'll see more of her coming up in the Olympics later this year. Anat Lelior with, let's see, another heat win. How many heat wins has this young woman had throughout the week? I don't even know, but we're going to hear from her once again. Tina Hickel does a great job to hold on to that second place position and to be advancing through into finals day tomorrow. Final heat of the day, Tatiana Weston-Webb from Brazil, Yolanda Sequeira of Portugal, Carissa Moore from the USA, and Germany's Camilla Kemp, all with a lot on the line, paddling out for the final heat of the day. Chris and Rachel here to call the action.
Here in Arecibo with athletes from around the world to restore the mangrove forest behind me. Protecting our coastline is critically important for the health of our waves, so we're honored to be a part of the ISA and these World Surfing Games. Today we're restoring a mangrove forest. These mangroves are what are called blue carbon ecosystems. They capture and store more atmospheric carbon than any habitat on the planet.
Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua, a unique name honoring our island heritage and the vibrant spirit of our people. When you bask in the warmth of our beaches, when you taste the love in our food, when you embrace the call of our adventures, you'll find that spirit in yourself. Dare to live every moment. Live Boricua.
Welcome back, surf fans. 2 more heats for this massive day of surfing here at the ISA World Surfing Games. Chris Cote here with Rachel Tilley. Straight from the jump, Tatiana Weston-Webb starts strong, finishes in a tangle of white water.
Finishes not as strong.
Right. Big start, small finish. But as we've seen in previous heats, a lot of times it only takes that one big turn to make the difference for your path towards finals day. We're still in repechage surfing. This is repechage round 8, heat 2. 3rd and 4th place surfers will be out of this contest. 1st and 2nd, well, they'll be on their way back to the main podium. Here's your lineup. Tatiana Weston Webb, Yolanda Sakira, Carissa Moore, Camilla Kemp, Germany, USA, Portugal, Brazil. So far, it's been an epic day. You know, the waves, of course, challenging, but fun enough for a lot of these surfers out there. Yago Dora, for example, putting up multiple heats with multiple excellent scores, throwing away 8s, throwing away 9s in some cases. And I'm sure we're going to see more of that to come right now as we have one of the best to ever do it, Carissa Moore in the green jersey in this 25-minute heat.
Yeah, starting her account off strong, a nice basic start. This was Tatiana's going for a big start and came around, wasn't able to finish that out, but did land that opening maneuver. Yolanda opening up her account. So these are all these surfers' first attempts to just get a score on the board and get their accounts open and start building that house. You know, I mean, it's nice to open up a heat with a 9, but a lot of times it's nice to just get up, get a score on the board that you can continue to improve upon.
Truth. 21 minutes to go here. Yolanda Sakira with the only score of note so far, a 2.5. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup gives us a chance to go down to Mitchell Salazar with Anat Lelior.
Lelior, always smiling, always laughing, but you know, the most important thing, you're advancing through. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm stoked, man. So many interviews. I'm so out of words already. We'll do it quick. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for watching. I love my team over here. I love you guys, everybody here, the team, really. Thank you to my sponsors, Herbalife, Falcho לשחם, מכבי תל אביב, לכולם שתומכים בבית. אני אוהבת אתכם. ויאללה, יום גמרים. Finals day.
And where in Puerto Rico and not outside of surfing, outside of the contest, what's been the most fun you've had?
Oof, that's a hard one. I feel like once you go to the beach and there's so much ocean over here, and you can just find your own peace of quiet, and I've been enjoying that very much. So thank you, Puerto Rico. And honestly, the crowd is amazing. So I'm thankful for everything over here.
Last thing, if you told yourself 10 years ago that you'd be a 2-time Olympian, would you have thought that would have been a possibility?
My psychologist always tell me to tell to myself that I'm an Olympian. It's a new thing to say 2 times Olympian, so I'm still getting used to the first one.
Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much, guys.
Big things happening for Anat Lelior.
I love that mentality. You are an Olympian, which she already is an Olympian. Now she's a 2-time Olympian, and you know, going into a heat with that confidence. I've had the same advice when I'm nervous before a heat, to be told, hey, you're going out as a world champion. Tell yourself that, because if your competitor, let's say it's vice versa, you'd be going, oh, my world champion has this resume, that's really nerve-wracking, and so she can go out with that confidence. A 2-time Olympian.
Act like you've been here before.
Exactly. And she has. Into finals day now. It's very exciting. In the last heat of the day, we'll see who our last 2 competitors are who will be going into finals day today.
Anat Lelior has a chance of becoming a world champion here in Puerto Rico. The ISA World Surfing Games rolls on. This is a huge heat right now. Just mostly because of the names that are in this heat. Carissa Moore, Tatiana Weston Webb, global superstars. Yolanda Sakira, I would say, put her on that list of darlings of the 2024 ISA World Surfing Games. She has been so impressive in the water. Her post-heat interviews showed a lot of her character and personality, which we were just loving. A tenacious, fiery surfer out of Portugal. Somehow does it with a smile on her face. Just the perfect mix of a great sport and just an awesome personality in the world of surfing. See Tatiana Weston Webb showing that she is a serious contender as well. 2 big turns there. Camilla Kemp, Team Germany, showed a lot of heart, passion, pride for her team and her own surfing. In her post-heat interviews, it's just been a really, fun experience when you just get those little glimpses into who these surfers are. We see them so often from this vantage point, out there in a jersey, at work, really just focused on the task at hand. So it's nice to see them she's freed up a little bit. And, you know, of course, I'm not said it there. She's done so many interviews today. It's cool to just, you know, good. Free yourself up to talk about different things. What's it like to be here in Puerto Rico when you're not in Jersey?
Well, someone who's enjoying their time in the water in Puerto Rico, Tatiana, getting a good score on the board. That will sit well. The judges are still waiting to drop that. Nice and powerful. She's enjoying this left on her forehand. These lefts have been the predominant score earning waves today. Chris, not all week, but today we've been seeing with that onshore wind, cross-shore wind coming into that left, the lefts have been opening up a little bit cleaner, where the rights have been still have scoring potential, but a little bit farther and fewer, harder to find.
16:28 to go here. Most likely going to be her best score. And it is. Tatiana Weston-Webb drops a 5.67. I don't want to take attention away from Tatiana because this is the Tati show right now, but her partner, Jessie Mendez, just dropped a video part. That is awesome. Got great choice in music. Used a song by a band called Cut You Up, which I'm in.
Really?
Yeah, sorry.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not trying to self-promote. I'm trying to promote Jessie's part. It's a great surf part.
I didn't pick up my side of that. I'm sorry. That's amazing. I love that.
Jessie's an amazing surfer. They are a dynamic duo, that's for sure. Well, Tatiana Weston-Webb in the lead for now with a 5.67 and a 3.67, and she is right back at it. Big hard carve there. Goes up into a very critical section of that wave.
Did you name your band after
Yeah,
a
I
section
named
like
my
that?
band after Tatiana Weston-Webb surfing.
Cut you.
It's hard slicing, cutting turns like that. Very cool. Camilla Kemp now, just a .40. The first 10 minutes have not been great for Kemp, but we know how solid of a surfer she is and a steely competitor, so she'll be right back in this fight, no problem. Yolanda Sequeira, kind of a wild wave. Does feel like we're seeing an increase in energy out there, though. Maybe it's tidal. Maybe the wind has just backed off a little bit, allowing these waves to kind of peak up a little harder. But either way, it's still looking really fun out there. There's still big numbers available.
Well, we're looking at 2 championship tour surfers against 2 non-championship tour surfers. Challenger Series surfers, yes. Qualifying Series surfers, yes. But not with that experience of the championship tour like Tati and Carissa, which just provides, you know, a lot more, even more heat experience and makes the surfers in blue and white a little bit of the underdogs against these surfers with the names of Tati and Carissa, but showing that they are 2 to be messed with back to back. Camilla and Yolanda get a wave, put themselves into this heat.
It's pretty interesting. Yolanda Sequeira, I mean, she's still just a young upstart, but already has a huge padded resume.
Absolutely.
You know, her junior career was incredible. Big wins there. Challenger Series, Qualifier Series. She's done it all, and now she's on her way to a potential podium spot here at the ISA World Surfing Games. A lot of waves just came through. 1, 2, 3 punch for 3 of these surfers in the water right now.
And Tatiana finding the bigger of all of those waves, but unfortunately unable to capitalize on that final maneuver. So waiting for Yolanda's score to still come through. Camilla's came in at a 3.6 for that single maneuver. Was nice and strong. Was on that right that we were talking about is a little bit more difficult to find out there on her forehand.
Well, Yolanda just got the job done with the 5.30. Carissa Moore hanging in there in 3rd place for now with a 4.83. Last score comes through for Camilla Kemp. Her best, but most likely not good enough to get into one of those top 2 advancing spots at 3.6. 12:45 to go. Elimination rounds have been wreaking havoc on our field. We started today with something like 24 females, 28 males. We sliced that number nearly in half. Tomorrow we've got a short, condensed, star-studded finals day. Sunday here in Puerto Rico is going to be awesome.
these past few days have just been so emotional from the surfers. It's emotional watching. We've seen Olympic spots earned and solidified on the men's side today, on the women's side yesterday. Yolanda and Camilla were both surfers that were able to solidify those in the past couple days, and Camilla going on behalf of Germany, and her teammate Tim Elter also got his spot today. Carissa Moore.
That was tapped. Big snap. Carissa Moore. Love to see that wind up. You know, she was looking at that section with a vicious intent. She nailed it. Good redirect after she came out of that turn. Nothing really else available for her on that wave, but I think it's going to help her cause.
I was going to say that I really like the quick thinking of the redirect, getting this big hack and then quickly going straight into that right. Unfortunately, it wasn't bulling up into a section that she would have loved to capitalize on in that way that it could have, but this was the money turn, and that's just showing her experience of ability to read a wave. She already knew the way that section was lining up on the left, that that section would be there on the right to redirect to.
It's Camilla Kemp now. We have a nice little bowl here to work with. Some whitewater coping at the top of that wave. Doesn't give her much opportunity. She makes the most of it. She's trying to get rid of 0.90. She'll do that. Sakira drops to third. Carissa Moore gets a 4.83 and a 3.77. Enough to get her the 8.6 heat total for now with 10.5 minutes to go. I expect all these threes in the backup scoreline area to be deleted soon. With this much time left and this much talent in the water, I am expectant to see some sizable points coming through. Ooh, Yolanda surviving an opening slash. Two big turns there through the midsection of that wave. Can she get the finish? Jams it, stays on her feet, nice and steady. Great job there for Yolanda Sakira.
That was a beautifully ridden wave, well timed, well read. Be interesting to see the replay of that, but at this point she only needs a 3.3, which we are confident that what were you saying before, that that branch you're going out on is really sturdy.
Yeah, the limb I've been putting myself out on, calling scores when it's pretty obvious to anyone watching that it's an excellent score, and I say, oh, yeah, I'm sure they're going to get that.
Well, let's take a look at that replay. Opening turn, nice and powerful. Second turn, throwing that spray, coming all the way around on this one, and then is able to link it through this little section and makes it through that convergence of whitewash and cuts out on the inside.
Power surfing all day long for Yolanda Sakira.
Love that opening turn. These first two turns.
You know, she's not only relentless in the grand scheme of the heat, but also on every wave that she surfs. She's not going to leave any scraps on the table.
She milks it all the way through, doesn't she?
Absolutely. Great surfing there for Yolanda Sakira. And the judges agree. Yep. 5.93. Pair that with a 5.30. We've got a new heat leader. Team Portugal on top. Tatiana Weston Webb in second. Carissa Moore out there in the green jersey in third, needing a 4.52. Mia Kemp needs a 5.52. Good times on the boardwalk. The love is in the air, apparently, here in Puerto Rico. Why wouldn't it be? I mean, Saturday afternoon, the vibrant Boricua culture, alive and thriving here in Arecibo.
And it's beautiful and sunny. It's just a nice, warm beach day. If there was no contest, I think everyone would be down at the beach anyways and enjoying this day. So it's so great that everyone's coming here to watch the action. Everyone's super invested. You hear all the screams and cheers and all the right times as the surfers are up and riding. So that's a really fun energy to be down at the beach on.
Yeah. And I don't want to bring the vibe down, but gotta say there was a massive hurricane that came sweeping across Puerto Rico not too long ago. I mean, it wreaked havoc on everything, but you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's so much joy up and down the boardwalk. The infrastructure, everything is just in such a great place to give us the chance and the ability and the potential to run an event of this scale, of this magnitude. Literally thousands of people, surfers, staff, crew, friends, family coming down to Puerto Rico from distant, up, down, up, all around, from all over the world. I mean, you need to have a serious place that will allow an event of this size, and Puerto Rico has risen to the occasion and more. I keep saying it. I can't wait to come back on vacation.
Yeah.
We've been spending a lot of time in this booth, and this is a different kind of trip. Inspiring on so many levels, but I feel like Puerto Rico
so much
has been a vacation spot for a long time. And Carissa Moore, she's not thinking about leisure. She's thinking about damage. Wrecks that wave down the line. 3 massive backside hooks for Carissa Moore. And now Tatiana Weston-Webb pleads her case to the judges by way of dynamic, radical surfing. Great back-to-back waves for the 2 vets in this heat. Carissa Moore started it off. Tatiana Weston-Webb follows suit. Those are going to be 2 big scores, Rachel.
They are, and you said it best. You said you expect all these 3s to be replaced in the next few minutes, and that's exactly what they did. Improving upon their situation. Looking at Yolanda's, this was her 5.93. So we can look at this and then compare that for scale, because this is exactly what the judges will be doing. She gets 4 maneuvers on this. Had 2 nice critical sections at the beginning that she capitalized on. Now let's look at Carissa's. Comes around this first section, lays it on nice and powerful. Second turn, you can really see that spray as a result of the power she's utilizing there. And then Tatiana's wrapping it all the way around here. Not as clean of a section. This one was a lot cleaner and a lot more powerful. That second turn was a money turn, and she does capitalize on the end here. So,
solid surfing right there.
Yeah, so the judges will be using Yolanda's 5.93, the single highest wave score of this heat so far, as that scale to say, do they feel it, is it similar, is it above, or is it below? They'll be looking at, it's not just about number of maneuvers or wave size, it's about the whole package, the variety of maneuvers, the power, the flow, the speed in between each maneuver as well maintained. So up to the judges there, but it will do some damage to the score lines.
Sensing a lot of desire in this heat. I'm here for it. All 4 of these surfers want it. They're making each other work for it, that's for sure. Judges still locking in their scores. Carissa Moore and Tatiana Weston-Webb.
Unfortunately, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, unfortunately, Camilla taking off on that one. You could see Tati was maybe, she was also paddling for that, maybe in the better position for it. Camilla wasn't quite able to get into the right timing of that wave. She was always just a few seconds behind taking off, maybe a little bit too deep there.
Well, Bob Dylan said it best. The times, they are a-changin'. Things have changed in a big way. Inside of 4 minutes to go, Tatiana Weston-Webb jumps into the lead. Carissa Moore follows suit in second place. Carissa now with the highest single wave score, a 7.67. Tati's waves comes in, a 7-point ride. For T double dubs. Here we go. Nice carving slash there. A little hung up. She didn't like the looks of the rest of that wave. She's out. 3:30 to go. Just like that.
Yeah, I think the way you said it too, you read that first wave saying she got a little bit hung up, and a lot of times as a surfer, if you know you didn't capitalize on that first maneuver as best as you could have, then it's already, the rest of the wave is no use in continuing on, and so she was straight out of it.
Well, now Yolanda Sakira up and at it right now. Big smash. I was just about to say this wave's looking rough, but Yolanda made me eat my words before I could spit them out. 6.58 is the requirement for Sakira. That was pretty great surfing right there. It's going to make it close.
Even if she improves upon that 5.93 that she has, but doesn't quite get the 6.58, it will decrease that score that she needs. But let's take a look at this. A really nice, powerful takeoff. Opening turn is good, but that final turn was where those scores, where those points will be earned. It would have been nice to see her be able to capitalize on that opening turn a little bit more. timing of the wave just not allowing her to really fully lay into it enough in order for her to be able to get back around for that second money turn. Camilla up and riding.
Yeah, you can tell that it's been taxing out there. Camilla Kemp, I mean, she is an incredible athlete, but ask anybody to surf 4 to 5 heats in one day in conditions like this, and
it's exhausting.
It's going to take it out of them. I'm not saying she's fatigued. I'm just saying that it's been a lot for all of these competitors here. Last 2 heats of the day, repechage round 8, heat 2, a minute 42 to go. Score comes in for Yolanda Sequeira. It was enough and some. A 6.70. That drops Carissa Moore into third. In a good position, though, needing a 4.96. The only thing, time is going bye-bye. 1:26 to go.
This heat has flown by. Carissa's last heat as well was one that we only realized at the last seconds. Wow, it's already towards the end.
Is this a 4.96? Not yet.
Wow.
And it's going to be right on the edge. The judges have been liking those big, impactful finishing maneuvers. She didn't get much on the outside.
It comes down to that main turn, doesn't it?
It was, I mean, and it was a great turn, but you looked at Yolanda Sequeira's last wave, the snap, and then the real big, fiery finish.
Well, Sally did get that, I think around, it was at 6.77, I think it was this morning for that single turn where she actually knocked Tatiana from second place into third into this repechage round from that single turn. So, look, thinking back to that, I don't think it was quite as radical as Sally's. However, Sally's was a 6-something. Chris is only looking for a 4.96. Basically a 5 is what's going through the judge's mind.
Right. 15 seconds left. It's probably going to stay as it is. Tatiana Weston Webb, a convincing victory there, a 7-point ride. She is surfing her way straight towards the main round. A rebirth and a potential podium finish for Tatiana Weston Webb. Yolanda Sequeira, power surfing, reigns supreme. She moves through in second place. Carissa Moore, Camilla Kemp, they are out of the ISA World Surfing Games, but full credit to both of these surfers who put on a great show for us all weekend long. They're both Olympic qualifiers. Carissa had it a couple months ago. Camilla Kemp got the good news yesterday. So either way, they're going to be leaving Puerto Rico with their heads up high and probably with tired arms because they have surfed a lot this week.
Yes, they absolutely have. Lots of heat surf. We're still waiting for that final score of Carissa. We just saw that replay. That that final turn was really well timed. There's Team USA looking at what we're looking at, that little red dot ring.
Well, I may be asking Action Sports Productions to edit that part out that I just said. Because never count out Carissa Moore. She did have one big power snap at the end of that wave. And Carissa, if you're watching the replay and you do get that number, I am sorry. But it all comes down to this. One final number to lock in.
Final heat of the day, final number.
Was it a 4.96?
Judges taking their time. Wanting to get this right.
I'm getting nothing from the visuals right now either.
Yeah, no one's super confident either way. I think they're sitting like us. It will be interesting how it, but Tatiana, comfortable with that win.
Oh, she's through. She's in. One more number to drop. Tatiana Weston Webb makes her way
over the
You gotta earn it all the way to the sand.
Yeah, you do. I think we even saw, was it Ramsey or Yago? They got to that bid and started, we saw them step on an urchin and pull it out right there.
Team Brazil flying the flag high. Tatiana Weston Webb, we know she's locked into that advancing position. Waiting for scores, or waiting for one score, I should say. Carissa Moore looking for a 4.96.
It's So Yolanda and Carissa both holding their breath, but for different reasons. Yolanda's holding her breath. Can I hold on to it? Carissa's hoping it was enough.
And the score drops in. The Golden Girl does it again. Carissa Moore, a 5.30. I don't know what that guy was talking about a minute ago. Obviously, Carissa got the score. Big power turn like that. I think the judges were spot on in that call. You know, in watching the replay, you see even Carissa's a little bit surprised. Okay, so I don't feel as bad now.
Yeah.
All right, so Carissa Moore does get the score, and it's enough to vault her into first place. That drops Tatiana Weston-Webb to second, still advancing. But Yolanda Sequeira has the win ripped out of her grasp. She goes down in third place. She's out. Camilla Kemp, she's out as well. Full credit to both those surfers. They put on a heck of a show throughout the entire week. But we will see more from surfing's Golden Girl. Carissa Moore wins that one. Stays alive in this contest with Tatiana Weston-Webb. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. Check these highlights out. Get excited. It's the ISA World Surfing Games. We'll be right back. Our day here at the ISA World Surfing Games. It was Super Saturday here in Arecibo. Multi-Olympic qualifiers coming through the ranks, getting those golden tickets from ISA President Fernando Aguirre, Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley. It has been an absolute pleasure to present surfing history to you. An entire day of impactful heats, big performances, huge airs, just amazing surfing all day long. And there will be more of that to come tomorrow. But before we end the show, we've got a post-heat interview with the one and only Carissa Moore, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
That's right, one of the most successful surfers of all time. Riz, congratulations. You moved through to fight another day, potentially get a gold medal at the end of the event. You know, this life is amazing that you live, but most importantly, the week has thrown a lot of people different curveballs so far. We're preparing for Tahiti, and we got onshore conditions out there.
I know. Well, I think what I've just learned through all these years of putting on the jersey is that you never know what you're going to be dealt. So we could be going to Tahiti and have these conditions. Like, who knows? So I'm just grateful for the opportunity. And for me, I'm grateful and fortunate that I already qualified. So it doesn't carry as much like pressure in that sense. So it's nice to kind of just push my turns and push my competitive strategy a little bit and kind of dust off the cobwebs because I'm not going to be doing too much competing this year.
Is it refreshing to surf against new people too?
Oh, it's awesome. I think that's one of the things I love about the ISAs is, you know, you get these different countries that you don't get to see on the represented on the World Surf League, and everyone's here and so passionate and just genuinely loves being in the water and the opportunity, and it's going to be rad. The Olympics it's going to be so cool seeing countries like Germany and China represented, and it's really awesome.
And we talked about your nonprofit yesterday, More Aloha. I saw you before your heat and a couple heats ago talking to a lot of young girls when you were catching not only a couple waves out there, but most importantly, grabbing your jersey. The significance of being a role model to you, how cool is it to see a lot of these young girls look up to you?
Oh my gosh, it's the best. It's honestly the best thing in the whole world. I remember how it was to be on the opposite side and looking up to my heroes, and the ones that really made an impact on me were the ones who took the time to say hello or ask how I'm doing or share a piece of advice. So I only hope that I could be that for the next generation.
You are. Congratulations, Riz.
Thank you so much.
Surfing's golden girl, an ambassador of Aloha, an all-around awesome human being, Carissa Moore. Yeah. Here's your 2024 ISA World Surfing Games Women's Qualified Surfers. This happened here, live in front of your eyes. Amazing. Puerto Rico, Nadia Aristarbe, Sol Aguirre, Tina Hinkle, Yolanda Sequeira, Anat Lelior, Janiri Gonzalez, Exhabari, Camila Kemp, and Sishi Yang. What a list of luminaries right there. I mean, pretty much all new names on the international scene is Alonso Correa, Ramsey Buchheim, Andy Crier, Rio Waida, Tim Elter, Joan Duru. All get their golden tickets here in Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Another eclectic, interesting mix of surfers right there. Each one of those surfers with the potential to get Olympic gold at Paris 2024, as well as some of them still in the field here could get an ISA gold medal tomorrow, making them a world champion. So on behalf of myself, Chris Cote, Rachel Tilley, and the entire crew down here, we know you enjoyed the show today, but guess what? We got more for you tomorrow. Tune in first thing in the morning here in Puerto Rico. We're going to be presenting to you finals day here at the ISA World Surfing Games. So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Until then, stay awesome.
In Puerto Rico, we call ourselves Boricua. We are proud, passionate, and full of life. On our island, secrets are more precious when shared. Passion flourishes. We enjoy until our hearts are full. And we know that gifts can come from anywhere.